You pull me apart, piece by piece, revealing something I've never seen. Follow the line, hold the line, right here. Follow me down, hold me down, right here. Break me down, pull me in. Break me down, begin. Follow the line, hold the line, right here. Follow me down, hold me down, right here.
Glass pipes glow, neon nights, fingers twitching, joystick fights, eyes red, head spinning, no end in sight. Arcade buzz, we lose the fight. Up, down, left, right, life's a cheat code, high as a kite. Mile high stoner flying through the haze, chasing dragons in these pixel mazes. Mile high stoner lost in the face, game over now, another blaze. Smoke curls up, cloud the screen. Every move feels like a dream. Level up, but it's all pretend. This game loops, it'll never end. Quarter in, light it up. Out of lives, but we don't give up. Mile high stoner flying through the haze, chasing dragons in these pixel mazes. Mile high stoner lost in the face. Game over now, another blaze. Up, down, left, right, life's a cheat code, high as a kite. Mile high stoner flying through the haze, chasing dragons in these pixel mazes. Mile high stoner lost in the face. Game over now, another blaze. Smoke curls up, cloud the screen. Every move feels like a dream. Level up, but it's all pretend. This game loops, it'll never end. Quarter in, light it up. Out of lives, but we don't give up. Mile high stoner flying through the haze, chasing dragons in these pixel mazes. Mile high stoner lost in the phase. Game over now, another blaze. Lost in the face. Game over now, another blaze.
Game on, lights, flash wild, high score, and no smile. Focus, sharp in the zone, controllers speak in the code. Eyes wide, tips see high, world spins, colors fly, pulse beats, double time, victory tastes so fine. We buys no stopping. Game on feet, stopping. High score, keep topping. Sky's the limit, no dropping. Lights flash, beats drop. Level up, never stop. Headphones, all I need. Dubstep with a lead. Night falls, stars collide. Screens glow, hearts abide. Dreams merge, reality lost in virtual sea. Buzz, loud, adrenaline. Digits flash, number spin. Theme up, let's make a run. Under the midnight sun. We rise, no stopping. Game on feet, stopping. High score, keep topping. Sky's the limit, no dropping. Night flash, beats drop. Level up, never stop. Headphones, all I need. Step, rhythm lead. Nightfall, stars collide. Screens glow, hearts abide. Dreams merge reality. Lost in virtual sea. Loud adrenaline. Flash, never spin. Team up, let's make a run. Under the midnight sun.
What up, Twitch? What up, YouTube? Hope you're doing well today. We're going to be playing the Happy game. It looks freaking weird. It's a happy game that's not so happy. So we're going to check that out today. But of course, you know what it is. We got to get that bowl smoked from the start. Get your bongs ready if you got it. Let's get ready to blaze and get into this game. Oh my goodness. Can't believe this week has gone by so fast already. Almost freaking Halloween. You guys got any costumes you plan on doing? Should drop it down in the comments. Make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoy the content. Hit that notification bell. Oh fuck. Forgot I don't have it. Need to get everything back out. Had a inspection today, so I had to put away a bunch of shit yesterday. Okay. There we go. It's like getting stuck there. Let's get that out of there. Get this bone part. Alright, everybody, load it up. Get ready to hit it. Come on. Alright, everybody, hope you're having a stony ass week. Let's get this shit started. Cheers. Okay. Woo. Maybe we need a couple bull rips too. Make sure we're good starting out here. You know what? While we're waiting, let's check out.
What if you can create your own website by saying, this is what I want? With Wix, you can. First up, let's talk about AI color theme.
I thought it was interesting.
All right, let's see it.
Somebody brought this up that he went live the
Cheers.
minute that I went offline. So he didn't want me to see it. He didn't want me to live react to it.
But Emmy was also violent. She would throw clothes or plushies at me, and I punched holes in the walls or slammed doors in aggression. I one time did say I was going to kill myself during an argument, but Emmy was also violent. She would throw clothes or plushies at me, and I punched holes in the walls or slammed doors in aggression. I one time did say I was going to kill myself during an
There's a lot of people that weaponize the idea of suicide in order for people. They use it as kind of like a get out of jail free card. So now you can't criticize me or you can't actually hold me accountable because I'm suicidal. No, bro. Like, you can't do that.
A lot of it was not true. And I don't like that she was portraying that it was just me who was at fault. It was a toxic relationship, and that's what it was. Why was viewership so important?
It's a toxic relationship. Oh my fucking god. This is some like Amber Heard defense. Like, oh, we both made mistakes. Like, no. Bro, you...
Like, we haven't murdered. Like, we haven't pillaged.
You hear it? See her trying to keep it together. Bro survived the plushie attacks of the great 21st century. 3K views in 40 minutes. This shit is gonna make him punch his wall. Throwing plushies at someone does not warrant someone to punch holes in walls and slam doors. Bro, you proved her point. Comforting someone and making them feel safe from their stalkers and then becoming their stalker is the last boss type of shit. Dislikes disabled by owner? Oh, you can't even do it? Damn. You can't even do it.
Can you clarify what, if anything, was said to her team at TwitchCon? I said that if she goes after me, then I will go nuclear. And that is exactly what I said. And that is what's going to happen. Because you can't mess with me anymore. I don't have anything to lose. I'm sorry I don't. Go after me all you want. I have nothing to lose.
If he blackmails somebody else and tries to make somebody else look bad, that doesn't do anything for him. That's not going to make anybody else
He's
think
so
like,
fucked.
oh, wow, you're a good guy now. That's not going to...
Like, trying to justify throwing fucking bottles of fucking, like, water at her, fucking giving her a black eye, fucking punching holes in the wall, fucking slamming shit, fucking, like, seriously, the toxic relationship came from him. Oh my god, she threw plushies. It gave me a black eye.
help anybody. People are mad at Hassan now. Oh, jeez. Cutie literally said, my trans stepbrother tells my dad to fuck off, so no progress is made, implying that the trans person's reaction is the transphobia continues in their own home. And Hassan's response was basically that people being upset about this are expecting too much. If Hassan went back to university and took an English or gender studies class, he'd get the kind of constructive feedback that might actually make him think differently. Is this a meme? There's no way this is real, right? What a fucking retard. What a mentally ill fucking retard. Holy shit. I've never seen a bigger condemnation for college in my life. We want you to do better. You don't want him to do better. You want him to do what you want. You want him to listen to you. You want him to be a puppet, not an ally. You want to be able to bully him into listening to you, appointing you as the arbiter of all things right and wrong, and then allowing you to dictate the way that other people should interact with their family members. And now the Ouroboros has begun. I used to pray for times like this. 600 upvotes, 200 comments. Oh my God. It's just gonna get worse. And I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna make it even worse. I hate this shit. For 5 years, 10 years, I've sat and listened to this shit. And finally, the progenitors, the genesis of it, is finally coming to revelation. Finally, the people that have built these communities, that have raised these communities, are being raised by these communities. Thank God. It has been 5 years of mental and psychological oppression of these psychotic, mentally ill, confused freaks. And finally, even their heroes are turning on them because of how deranged and stupid they are. It's about fucking time. It's gonna get worse. Oh my God, it's gonna get a lot worse. Are you guys excited? My 1.2 million view video that is the length of a feature film. In less than 1 day, this video of me dissecting this entire situation has accrued more views and more watch time than probably everybody else's video on this topic put together. And it's gonna get worse. The SJW bubble is bursting. That's right. The safe spaces are deteriorating. The walls are closing in. And people are beginning to laugh at them when before they would pretend to cry. Oh, I feel so bad for you. No, we don't. You're delusional. You're out of your mind. Is this a safe space? Yes. This is a safe space for gamers. Before the explanation, people clip your earliest statement taken out of context again. So what? If somebody wants to take what I say, turn it into something it's not, what obligation do I have to go and try to be like, oh no, that's not what I meant. Oh no, you're misunderstanding me. I really meant this. You think whatever you want to think. Every normal person knows what it is. Everybody knows, yeah, you cry about it, get mad about it, every viral tweet and everything, because everybody knows I'm not saying anything wrong. Everybody knows that's not what's happening. So whenever people like this look into the situation, this is why people like me continue growing in influence. It's because when retarded liars like that on the internet make up bullshit about me or about somebody like me, reasonable people look into this and they say, damn, this guy sounds pretty crazy. And they start watching and they realize, damn, no, he doesn't. That's not what he meant. Oh, damn, so they just lied to me? Shit. Fuck, bro. Like, damn.
Imagine being purposely taken out of context. All right. It's the first level. The fuck? What the hell is this? What the hell? What the fuck? Oh, there we go. Okay, okay. The fuck? Oh, I forgot to turn this on here. Hold on one second, guys. A ball. I bounced a ball. No, it's my ball, mister. Don't touch it. Oh, you motherfucker! Give it back! He took it, you motherfucker. Suck toes. Fucking crybaby. Pitbull. I haven't seen you in forever. The fuck? What do I do with this? The fuck is going on? I'm missing something here. It wants me to go that way. I just gotta do what this won't. happy face. What am I missing?
Hey man.
There Ali Webb says hey man.
What up, Webby? God dang it.
Day 11 woo.
Day 11, yeah.
How you doing my man?
There Ali Webb says how you doing my man.
Not bad, buddy.
Free Keeper Tart says hit that bowl.
Hit the bowl. Cheers.
A bowl and a snapper.
Sounds good. Cheers. How are you holding up, Webby?
Yehro Webby.
How you doing today, Pop? Poop tart.
I'm cooling.
Cooling.
Not great my man, she hasn't texted me back past day and half and I'm here, I don't know man.
Understandable, bud. Oh, look it. I found it. I found it. I found it. Hooray!
Lady problems question mark.
It is something of that sort.
I just wanna make sure not misunderstanding what I'm reading.
This game is so fucking weird.
Yeah, my lady left me.
I wasn't trying to bring it up. I was just asking how you were doing there, bud. Alright, cheers out there.
That's never easy to deal with. My ex was abusive. I struggled to leave her and move on.
The actual fuck. My goodness. Come on. Pop off. Alright. Alright, this time for sure. Look at this little spooky face. yeah, just in case you guys haven't followed yet, be doing stuff mostly on YouTube here soon. The fuck? Fucking weird. Oh, look, there's my soccer ball. I'm gonna get it. It is a happy game. I'm so happy. Can you guys feel the happiness? Oh, there it is. Duckies. Yay. I hope I get my soccer ball this time. Ah, what the fuck is this mess? Oh, train. The fuck? Oh, let's do that. Done. One second. daughter called. Have to get that taken care of there. All right, now we're good until the lady comes in on lunch. Oh, goodness. All right. What am I missing here? I'm trying to figure out this one. This one's interesting. Let's see. I'm missing something along the way here. There we go. These ones are easy. How? It's gonna be the middle one, even though it's... Bro, he's gonna constantly do it. now you get stabbed, right? Got my ball though. Go to sleep. What the fuck? Come get it, bitch.
Hi, Barney.
Oh my god, the bunny gets a bunny. Okay. It's a lot of fucking rabbits. Alright, gotta start this one over. Alright. The fuck? I'm missing something here. I don't know. Missing something here. It's literally this last one, I feel. I don't know. Literally, I tried clicking that and it didn't work. Fucking wow. Here we go. Now we can ding it. Holy fucking moly. Well, I'm stupid.
Dynamic could be 50-year-old. Sit down, there's it.
I'm missing you.
Fuck. I need to step out and fucking vape.
And then they become viewers. So Cutie Cinderella actually went and apologized for what she said. So this is her apologizing. Here we go.
This will be fun. Okay.
Is she nervous because there's a lot of people coming in? That's the reason why?
Listen, there's going to be a lot of people here that don't typically watch me.
That's like me.
I know there's a lot of people here for a lot of different reasons.
Yeah.
Don't time people out who are just trying to share their opinions, okay? And also to like chatters, don't fight hate with hate, because I've never, ever wanted
She can
that.
get double canceled
So
now.
please do not do that. Just, you know, let people speak their minds, and that's okay. Okay.
Yeah.
And when in doubt, if you're upset with what someone says, I totally understand.
Okay.
I don't want my chat to be a place for hating on other people. Obviously, there's a lot of people that are mad at me. I totally understand. Yeah, I get it. And I'm not mad at you guys for being mad at me, for the record. I get it. I understand. And for the people that aren't mad at me, I don't think this conversation is for you. I don't, you know, if you're not mad at me, I don't owe you an apology.
No, now you owe me an apology. because you said something normal and you have kowtowed to the mentally ill, deranged freaks on social media. And you have now given them more power over your life, over your career, over your autonomy, over your voice, over your expression, and over your stream.
If you are mad at me, I do owe you an apology. If I hurt you, I do owe people that
You didn't hurt anybody. It's just a word. You just said something. You said something people disagreed with. You said that you're not going to cut out your dad from your life because your dad has problems with your brother. And your brother even respects that.
An apology. So
yeah,
that's what's most important to me. So I understand that there's a lot of opinions, but something that's important to me and has always been important to me is that if I hurt someone, I owe them an apology. And that's not like, that's just who I am as a person. No matter who I hurt. Like,
yeah.
That's just who I am. So just a lot to talk about. Turn off ads. Oh, I didn't know ads were running. How do I do that? My ads. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Got to run the mats and make that money.
Okay. Also, like I said, I know a lot of people. You put 8 ads on an apology stream. I have a bot that runs ads, and I forgot to turn it off, but my mod just turned it off. So, that's just a misunderstanding. It's automatic. There's actually a few things that are have been out of my hands that people are mad at me for. But I'll explain that.
Yes.
And this is a little overwhelming at the moment. Yeah. Chat. Do you want slow ads? And there's a few people, so you don't need it. But regardless, if I hurt anyone, I'm up for it again. If you don't think there's a few people in here that are saying I don't need to apologize. If you don't think I need to apologize, then this apology isn't for you.
Yep. Okay.
So you don't need it. But
okay.
Regardless, if I hurt anyone, I like to apologize to people that I've hurt, and that's just something about me. And I've heard what a lot of people are saying.
Yeah, and there are a bunch of mentally ill, fucking retarded, social dipshit morons that are trying to tell you how to interact with your own dad, and they're trying to tell you how to talk to your own fucking dad, and you're going to tell them sorry because you disagree with them. Good job. Good job. That's going to make everything better.
I've heard what a lot of people are saying, and I am sorry for the hurt that I've caused people. I'm really sorry. Again, if you don't want this apology, then it's not for you. And clearly you're not hurt, but I'm apologizing to people that I've hurt, and that's important to me. So if you're a part of the queer community and I've hurt you, I am sorry. If you are a person of color who I have hurt, I am sorry.
What the fuck do black people have to do with this? What? What a black...
I am. I really am. I think the way I was wording things was very like irresponsible and wrong, and I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is not about me. I just annoying that I am. I'm chill. I'm fine. I don't articulate myself well, which means I can't really be upset if what I'm trying to convey is misunderstood. Because like, don't get me wrong. At first, I was like, how could that be taken this way? And then
Because they're retarded. That's how. That's the reason it's taken this way. It's because they're retarded. It's that simple. There's not like, oh, wow, I wonder why people would think this. No, it's because they're stupid.
I listened and I learned and I said, oh my God. Because it wasn't my intention, but I did articulate things very irresponsibly, and that sucks.
Somebody got to get this girl a ukulele.
I did a really poor job at articulating myself. Even some of the clips I've seen, I feel so irresponsible for my own wording. I really do.
What did you even say that was like? I mean, we've heard this like 4 times. Like, what did you even say that was wrong? Like, that's the thing. Is like, okay, that's fine. Like, I said something wrong. What was it? Why was it wrong? What should you have said instead? Like, let's get this. Let's get this going.
And I'm sorry for that. I watched it back. I understand why it was hurtful.
Yeah.
I've read the comments, believe it or not. I have gotten a lot of feedback. I've reached out to people personally, obviously, that may or may not have been affected by this. I just, wanted to make sure. But I watched it back and I understand even the tone of my voice.
Oh my God.
Is very flippant and defensive, and I understand
Because you're being attacked for nothing.
and that's a problem. I've always struggled with my tone of voice. It's like a persistent problem of mine, as well as articulating my thoughts correctly. I didn't go live right away.
Listen, I talk like an asshole. You want to sound like a mad ass bitch? That's the way it is. Like, it's not your fault that you sound that way. That's not the issue. There's nothing wrong with what you said. The tone of voice, it's not about the tone of voice. It's about what you said. I talk like a jackass all the time.
To make sure I could gather my thoughts and
Oh, no.
try to articulate them correctly. I think I just need to like explain that I know that I'm privileged because I can move through these spaces and
You are apologizing for being white. Oh, good. Oh, good. This is what happens. What did she do? She had an opinion. She thought for herself. This is why critical thinking is dying. Is because the moment that a person critically thinks and they go against the hive mind of people that should effectively be digging potatoes out of the ground and worshiping the sun and eating raw carrots, these people now have computers, and normal average people think that they have to listen to this shit. That's the problem.
exist safely without being threatened in a way that queer, trans, and people of color are threatened.
They're threatened by what? Because the dad doesn't want to use the pronouns? Yeah, dad's an asshole, sure. But, like, I mean, nobody's really being threatened here, right? He's just a dickhead. Like, it's really not that complicated. But I do believe this. There is a self-censoring, a chilling effect that's happening all across all of society. And it's been going on for the last 20 years, ever since, I think, September 11th. But I think that also might just be at the point where I became aware enough to see it. If I was able to still call my dad, he'd probably be like, oh, no, son, it's been like this since back in the, like this other time. But for me, there has been a tremendous amount of self-censorship that people have been going through for many, many, many years. And the reason why is that everybody waits for somebody else to speak, and they wait for the consensus before they give their opinion. And the reason why is because they're so afraid of going against the grain and being ostracized. That's the reason why. Every single one of these people are terrified of their own audience. They're terrified of people disagreeing with them. They're terrified of going against the grain or having an opinion that doesn't completely reaffirm the viewpoints of the majority. And what we have now is a tyranny by a false consensus. There is a false consensus of mentally ill people on the internet that have created these social rules, and they don't even have any fucking friends. The asylum's literally being run by the inmates. That's it. The threatened, yeah. And if you look at the vocabulary here, right? Threatened, hurt. Nobody was threatened or hurt. It's just a conversation.
I have always viewed my role as someone who cares about marginalized communities.
And they do hate you because you're white, by the way. They do. They do. You might not want to admit it to yourself. You might not want to say it to yourself. But go read the TikTok comments. They do. They hate everything that you are, intrinsically. And here you are begging for their forgiveness.
Always viewed my role as a supporter and an ally, but sometimes to be a good ally, you need to shut up and listen.
Exactly. These people don't want allies. They want slaves and puppets. That's it. An ally is somebody that you work with. They don't want to work with you. They want you to work for them.
And I know that. And I'm sorry if it seemed like I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I just think, like, I think overall,
yeah,
I really do try to be a positive influence. I really do. But the way I articulate it, I ignored how privileged I am to be able to navigate my relationships that way.
What, by not being a fucking retard that can talk to your dad and then still disagree with your dad about things? That makes you privileged? What, your privilege that you have over an 80 IQ?
I didn't make it clear that I'll always fight bigotry and I'll always
try to...
Yeah,
you did. You said it very clearly. You said that very explicitly and very clearly, that you said that you always disagree with him on it and you bring it up to him. You why would you even say this? You're reaffirming a lie that people are spreading about you maliciously, and now you're defending yourself from a lie, and you know it's a lie.
Be a good role model and a good influence. But I want to be a good ally, and I want to be
Being a good ally means obeying and listening to them and doing everything that they tell you and never stepping outside of the box that they put you in. That's what being a good ally means. Now you understand. Be obedient, listen to what happens, listen to the consensus, and repeat the consensus. Good job. Now you're an ally.
positive influence, not just for streamers, but for like very young, impressionable audiences. I know that role can't fall on people who are directly threatened or affected.
It's crazy how, you know, maybe Hassan's dog has a shock collar on literally, but it seems like everybody else in LA has a metaphorical one on. It's pretty sad. It really is.
And I'm sorry if, you know, I'm sorry that I did hurt people.
You
in
didn't
this
hurt
community
anybody. You
and
just
other
had an opinion. You didn't hurt anybody.
communities.
You
That
say
was
be an asshole.
Never my intention.
Well, why would it be your intention? Why would you try to hurt people? Obviously.
I have conversations with people in private and in public to try to like evoke progress in the streaming space. And I do
Progress
so
with
with
what?
hope that it can be more welcoming. I think I have been very true to building bridges. I've always said that that's my goal.
You're going to build the bridges. The reason why is that because you're building the bridges because the people on the other side of the bridge have gold. That's the reason why you're building the bridge. You're not building the bridge for the trading of ideas. You're building the bridge of trading of clout. That's the reason why. And so, like, if like the FaZe people had 1,000 viewers, you wouldn't be going on their stream. You wouldn't be playing defense for them. You'd be condemning them and saying how bad they are. Everybody knows this. Everybody knows this. And I look, I like Cutie. I've talked to her. She's always been very, very nice. But you are digging your own grave. These people will never forgive you. They will always hate you. They hate you for what you are. They see you and they hate you. They listen to you speak your mind and they hate you even more. You're working for yourself instead of working a normal job. You've traded having one boss for thousands of bosses. Not a good trade, I would say.
And that will always be my goal. Yes, like my mod just said, chat, this is not your place to fight with other chatters. Please,
Why are you talking like she didn't intentionally foster this community herself? She did. She did. She tried to foster this community, but the problem is that, and this is the issue, is that you have cultivated a community of hypersensitive, super obnoxious, incredibly woke people that are aggressive, tone policing, bossy, and angry all the time. And now that same creation, you know, Frankenstein's monster, has now turned on Frankenstein himself. And this is what's happening with a lot of these creators, because they have to choose between upholding these fake moral virtues that they don't really have, very obviously, because they express their personal life, and it's very clearly that they don't believe any of this shit. But, or at least they never experience consequences because of their beliefs. Many people have beliefs. Few people have beliefs that cost anything.
do not do that. That is, I'm asked by mods not to ban people, but if you are being directly hateful to somebody, then you will be banned if you're being hateful. If you're just sharing your opinion, I understand. And I'm, you know, hoping to see some of them and listen. But if you're just being hateful to somebody else in chat, not towards me, you can be hateful towards me. I already told my mods not to ban that. If you know, but if you're being hateful to someone else in chat or another streamer, that's not what I'm about. I've never been about that. So
what's being woke mean? What are we waking up from? They're waking up from reality and they're descending into a dream. The irony with the term woke is that the more woke you are, the more disconnected from reality you are.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I think I hope I can I hope
Some
I can
Matrix
prove
shit?
my
Oh,
purpose
yeah.
in this space. through listening to lived experiences of people that are affected, and it feels awful that it seemed to some people that I'm just comfortable with bigotry. I'm not a bigoted person. I'm not. That's just not who I am. And I'll continue to show that. But I understand if you don't accept my apology. And I understand.
It's crazy also that in the process of this, she demonizes all of the FaZe Clan people that brought her on their stream and gave her a platform. Like, these guys are way more popular than she is. Like, infinitely more popular. Like Ronaldo, like Silky, Jason, etc. These guys are way more popular. And now she's throwing them under the bus and implying that interacting with them and being around them is somehow inherently problematic. You see what I'm saying? Like, apologizing for being around a group of people implies there's something wrong with that group of people.
If you're still mad at me, but I'm still very sorry. I understand if you don't feel safe watching me, or if you don't feel safe.
They could get you at any minute. Oh! They're gonna come through the monitor. It's like The Ring.
Watching my collaborations. I understand that.
You don't feel safe watching the collaboration. Oh my God. Why do you?
I hope to
why
prove
are
to you that my
kowtowing
community
to
is a
this?
safe space. My community isn't even who's watching right now. It's very.
Yeah. True.
I just hope to prove that to you, is all. But.
Yep.
Again.
Yep. True.
And then obviously, like.
No.
I'm sorry, I keep looking at chat. I'm not trying to look at chat, but it's just hard when I know a lot of you have a lot of things you want to say.
Based.
As for being upset that I
Okay,
dragged
here we go.
Katie and Vanilla into the conversation,
No, they were in it. They were agreeing with you. They were agreeing with you. They changed their perspective, and then their mood changed inside of the video whenever they saw their own chat disagreeing with them. You can go watch the video and see it for yourself. They're also totally audience captured. Actually, I can't speak for that Katie person, the woman, I believe. But that Vanilla Mace girl, like, she was agreeing with you the entire time and saying it was okay. And then towards the end of it, she was trying to distance herself from you using more abstract language or, you know, like more disconnected language. And then she goes on the next day and she says she was uncomfortable. Well, if you were so uncomfortable with her, why were you agreeing with her? Well, the reason why is because you do the same thing. You were on the same streams with FaZe. You went on their stream plenty of times. Actually, I don't know about plenty of times, but I know at least once I saw a video of it. So, like, you had no problem throwing Cutie under the bus because you're afraid of your own audience. That's the reason why. And you can just go back, like, again, you just go back and watch the VOD. It's not like this is some kind of fucking, like weird, oh, I wonder why. She was literally agreeing with Cutie. She was saying, like, yeah, I do kind of the same thing with my extended family, and, you know, like, it's like, what are you going to do? You're going to have a big fight at the dinner table, right? Yeah, it's whatever.
that's fair and valid. That's so fair and valid, and I was so wrong for that. I shouldn't have brought it up. Vanilla and I have had multiple conversations in the last few weeks about the internet being difficult to navigate and exist in lately.
It's easy to navigate and exist in. You just be yourself. The problem is that it's difficult whenever you're not being yourself, because you have no North Star to base what you act and how you behave off of. It's easy for me to be myself. Like, I just act like myself. I have whatever opinions I want. I just do what I want, and that's it. It's that simple. But whenever you've created an audience and you've cultivated an audience that forces you to walk on eggshells while you're carrying a cross of your own skin color, while people actively hold it against you and then hate you for it, and then tell you to apologize, call you an ally, but want you to be a slave, yeah, I don't think that's a good thing.
And I started ranting inappropriately. I won't pretend like that was the space for that. It wasn't. You know, I'm an asshole for bringing it up. It just, there's a time and a place, and I'm really sorry if you felt uncomfortable during that. I know
Okay.
I have a problem reading the room. It's like actually pretty embarrassing.
What did you have a problem reading the room? No, the thing is that you didn't have a problem reading a room. You had a problem reading your chat, and so did the other two people on the call with you. They had a problem reading their chat. You didn't have they had no problem talking to you about this, because this is how adults talk about things all the time. It was on emote only? I don't think so. No, it's just people talking about whatever the fuck. Yeah. She literally said nothing will change her mind. They were on emote only mode? Yeah, I don't know. Dude, the feeling uncomfortable watching my stream is absurd. I don't know about that. I feel like there's plenty of streams. Like, I've watched, like, plenty of streams I felt uncomfortable watching. And you know what I did? I turned them off. I'm like, man, this is weird. I don't want to watch this.
But regardless, I lack social cues. I lack social awareness. This is something I've dealt with my whole life.
You're going to try and make it out like you're a victim because you don't have understandings of, like, social stuff? Yeah, I don't either. Yeah, I'm the same way. Like, I remember... I mean, my viewpoint, like, I never understood whenever I was a kid. I was like, why don't we eat cats and dogs? They're everywhere. They said they're pets. I said, yeah. Well, what do they taste like, though? Like, I mean, really, I mean, I was wondering, right? Why don't we just eat them? And so, but that's the way it is. There's nothing wrong with that. What? I hate this default that, like, just because you're not going along with what the majority feeling is that it's somehow wrong. The people that are addicted to staying inside of consensus because they're afraid of being themselves.
But
For not being accepted, yeah.
That's my fault. I really struggled to read social situations. I've talked about it for many years that I struggle with social situations, and so I feel like an idiot whenever
I don't believe her. I've seen you at tons of streams. I've seen you around dozens of people. I've seen you do streams yourself. You've put on entire award shows. You're massively successful. You have tons of friends. The idea that you can't read social situations is just not true. You were so good at reading social situations that you would intentionally play the villain on the Raj show because you understood the dynamics of it so well. You're not stupid. You know exactly what you're talking about. And you shouldn't downplay yourself and try to make yourself look like you're some autistic retard that doesn't know how to read a room, when the fact is that you were the one that brought people into the room in the first place. You can't use that. That's the truth. Have some self-respect. Quinn simping? No, it's not simping. It's true. It's a fact.
that does happen. And I feel stupid. I feel really, really dumb, and I feel embarrassed, and I feel like an asshole. And I've apologized to Katie and Vanilla individually. Again, there's a time and a place, and I did not. I am sorry for that. I'm sorry.
You think I'm being harsh? People think I'm being harsh. I don't think I am. I think I'm being honest. I'm being very honest. I'm being direct.
Communities that watched it that were uncomfortable. I know you guys didn't sign up for that. We were supposed to be playing video games. So I am. I'm
That's what
sorry to you
PewDiePie
guys.
said. I remember that.
I
But I mean, like, in his defense, like, honestly, whenever they would get underneath those cars on that bridge in PUBG, that shit was mad annoying. That shit was so fucking annoying. I see why he said it. I do. Like, y'all remember that? That shit was so fucking... Because remember they were prone, and they'd be trying to shoot up right through the muffler and shit, and then they'd be hitting you. Like, oh my God, it was obnoxious. I totally see why he said it.
hate that I made you uncomfortable. I will not be asking them to collab anytime soon.
So they're throwing you under the bus.
I would. That's not their fault. And I hate to see that they've been dragged into any of this. I don't think that's fair at all.
I think the opposite. I think that they were totally okay with the conversation, and they roached out on you after the fact because they saw public perception was negative, and so they shifted the way that they felt, whereas you didn't. Like that Katie girl, I'm not really sure as much, right? I mean, but like that Vanilla Mace girl was listening to you and agreeing with you, and she was saying, "This is what I think." Like, yeah, that's okay, yeah, sure. And like, so what is this? It's peer pressure. Yeah, exactly. Like, they should be apologizing to you.
It makes me really, really sad that because I can't read a social situation that they've been dragged. That's really not, it's not fair to them. It's not fair to them. And I don't like that people are dragging them because of things I said. So if anything, please just, leave them out of it. This is my fault. I shouldn't have brought it up. I should have read the room.
You should have read the chat. Just listen to the chat. Have them tell you what to think. Make it easy. Okay? Just autoplay your stream.
If I could go back in time, it'd be so different. But I'm just sorry. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. Afraid of our community?
A few other things. I've seen you guys talk about it. There's been a lot of confusion about the VOD being deleted. Vanilla clarified on her stream. So, like, these are her words. They are not mine. Well, I guess they're mine because they're coming out of my mouth. So sorry about that. That was stupid. That it was her idea to delete the VODs. She wanted to edit out where we talked. I don't know how to do that. I have one of my mods does that for me whenever we do edited segments. And so I said, oh, it's no big deal. I'll just delete mine. But you did push it hard because she was uncomfortable. And so once she stated that she was uncomfortable, that's when I'm able to read the room. So once I'm told that someone like...
There you go. Okay. Now, once I'm told what to think, then I'm going to act. Okay, great. Finally. Yes. True.
Once I'm able to understand that she was uncomfortable, obviously... I'm obviously...
How do you rate this apology? I would say this apology is like a 3 or a 4. I really don't think this is a good apology for a lot of reasons. I think that really, like, so far, like, some of the things that are really taking points off of this apology. Number 1, you're not crying. Number 2, you're at your original setup. You're not at a different setup. Number 3, you are responding to chat while you're doing it. Number 4, you're not looking into the camera. Number 5, you are not really stating explicitly what you said that was wrong. You're using abstract terms and amorphous explanations in order to justify specific things. So, and also, as far as I know, there's no real plan of action going forward in terms of the behavior. So it's not like I'm going to try to do better. Like, what are you going to do better? Like, there's nothing really about that. It's just like, I'm going to do better. I think also it's bad because it throws other people that she was friends with and that, you know, now, like, you know, people like FaZe people, it throws them under the bus. So yeah, I would say there's a lot of reasons why this is like not really a great apology video, right? It's not. This amateur apology, yeah, exactly. People are also trying to get to Ludwig through her. The tinfoil hat, I think it has to do with the Hassan community looking for shit to poke at. You mean the same thing that Hassan criticized and complained about? That, like, people wouldn't let him have normal interactions with other people because, like, this is exactly, you're right. This is what they do. They'll attack anybody that they can in order to AoE damage people that they don't like. Like, people know that they can't really attack me. It doesn't really matter what happens. Like, somebody says some bullshit to me, I'm just like, okay, that's funny. But I'll look at the New World thing after this, okay, guys? Just stop posting it. But beyond that, like, fuck, I got totally confused because of that, what I was saying. Anyway, let's just move on.
To oblige with her request, I wasn't forcing anyone to delete the VODs. I didn't even realize at the time how poor my tone was, how poor my...
You said you were going to DMCA people for the VOD. You said that. Like, and this is the other issue, is that, like, if you want to do an apology, you just cleanly state what you did wrong. You say why it was wrong. You say why you did it. You explain what the problem was with it, and you just don't do it again. That's it. It's pretty simple. Like, the amount of, like, because I also am an asshole. She's an asshole. She's obnoxious. She is. And she knows it. She knows it deep down inside. You know that the way you acted on the Raj show, there's no way you could have done what you did if you didn't really have that dog in you. And you know it. You know it. And I've had to apologize a lot of times to girlfriends especially. There's a different stream about music. Maybe, maybe not. That's what she said. I don't know if I believe that.
Articulation was. I didn't know that. Vanilla said she was uncomfortable and she thought people were going to take clips out of context. She was correct.
Well, what do you mean about now out of context? What are we talking about now? It's out of context, like, because it's either what you said was wrong or it's out of context. Because, like, if it's out of context, that means it would be right in the context. Like,
correct in being uncomfortable, and I'm happy that she said something, and I'm happy that she was comfortable enough to ask for the VODs deleted, and I'm happy that we deleted the VODs because that's what she wanted. And then there's been...
You wanted the VODs deleted too. Don't put that on her. You want them deleted because you could see how people were upset.
A really big misconception about DMCA strikes. Since the VOD was deleted, I did a singing stream after.
What was she singing? Was it like karaoke, singing on like popular songs? Taylor Swift? You couldn't DMCA that. Any cover of a song like that is automatically the retroactive IP of the original holder. So like if you do a cover of a song, that's the reason why there's like so many like different issues with like rights and ownership of songs. Like a really popular one is Hurt from Nine Inch Nails, etc. So like you couldn't, like, if DMCAing you doing cover songs, what is there to DMCA? Because like it's not even you doing that. Like, that's the ownership of the original artist to begin with. Like, that's, you know, just complexity, right? But, again, it's not even true. It was her original music? Oh, it was her songs? Okay.
I've been wanting to do a singing stream.
Yeah, but if you're singing other people's songs, you can't DMCA that to begin with.
If you watch me, you know that. And whenever I do singing streams, I delete the VOD because I'm embarrassed of my singing. And I started the singing stream, and I played I sang some of my unreleased music. I sang 3 of my unreleased songs.
Okay, so it's her,
and then
her
people
music.
were threatening to upload that. And so, yes, admittedly, I was on edge and I was being
I'm
a
gonna
bitch.
be honest, like you really, y'all really gotta stop uploading content to the internet that you don't want uploaded to the internet. Why do I have to say this? Am I taking crazy pills?
About that. And I recognize that even saying this now, that might happen, that people might upload my unreleased songs. But I wanted to clear the record, and I was only thinking of my music being released. But I understand how that's being perceived now as Cutie is, you know, copy striking anyone that posted the combo. I'm not.
Okay.
I've not sent out one copy strike. And even if you uploaded my music now, I don't know if I do anything. So that's, it sucks that that's where it went. I have, you know, I even went into my mod Discord the second it happened. And I said, if you see anyone upload my music, let me know. That's what it was about. It was about my music that I've worked.
I'm not a mind reader. This doesn't even really matter.
Anyway.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she's telling the truth.
Blocking
it's impossible to know.
on Twitter. If you, again, a lot of this is coming from a lot of people that don't follow me and don't know me.
Yeah.
But if you do follow me, you know that I literally, like, I don't have Twitter on my phone. I don't have access to it. Twitter is bad for my mental health. If you've followed me for a long time, you know that I have multiple mods that I pay to block people on Twitter. I've done this for years. My team does not differentiate hate online. I do get a lot of hate. I don't look at it from.
I just don't think that, like, if you are a blind person, you should not be driving a school bus. If you don't have a sense of taste, you shouldn't be a chef. If you don't care about the law, you shouldn't be a police officer. If you're a pyromaniac, you should not be a firefighter. If you're a vegan, you shouldn't work in a steakhouse. If you can't read social media, you shouldn't be a streamer.
My own mental health, but I have a whole team that blocks people. I assure you it wasn't
Beethoven? No, Beethoven went deaf. He went deaf. He didn't start out that way.
my intention to silence voices. I've heard the upset. I've told them to stop blocking people, so you should not get blocked now.
Yeah.
I do want to listen to your lived experiences. I'm sorry.
Why?
That those
Just gonna be
voices were
stupid.
silenced. I understand why people are really hungry to have this conversation. And you deserve an outlet. And I'm sorry it was put on deaf ears. I'm sorry that
Okay, here we go.
balance between criticism and actual like feedback was thin. And And yeah, my team banned you. I'm not gonna blame. I'm not mad at my team for that. They were just doing their jobs.
Okay.
I've told them to stop. You can share. I promised to.
Why is it then that you did the milk advertisement thing with the comments deleted or the comments disabled? Because I don't necessarily completely buy into this. Because, like, why would you have done that? Like, because obviously, because you could look at all of our other brand posts. Are all of them also comment blocked? Or every single other one comment locked? Why would that one explicitly be comment locked? It's probably because you just didn't want to have hate and a bunch of negativity. It's okay to just say that. I think that what people really don't like is they don't like the dishonesty of this whole thing. That's the reason why there's been such a big pushback against this, is the inherent and blatant dishonesty of it. And it transcends just like one level, right? It's like the dishonesty of interacting with and being around these people all the time, and it's like, oh, I like these people, and then having these values that contradict with what the people think, and then condemning these people but still wanting to also collab with them, and then at the same time saying that, like, you're not doing any of this yourself, but somehow things are happening that are working in service of suppressing people that are criticizing you. Like, it just seems like there's a lot of coincidences here, right? She doesn't realize, but she's alienating all of her normal viewers and cultivating an audience of mentally ill, angry haters that will never accept her. Exactly. And by doing this, you change that percentage of normal viewers to weirdo viewers by just a couple of points. But it's a lot.
Continue to educate myself. I will never stop educating myself.
About what?
Ever.
About
that's
what?
Not
like
something
what?
that I do.
Also, the term educating yourself is such a pejorative and patronizing term because it implies that your viewpoints and your values are arrived at through a place of ignorance rather than a place of ideological difference. The fact is that you don't really have a ignorance of these people. You just simply disagree with what their viewpoints are. That's very, very different. Like, anytime that you ever hear somebody say educate yourself, what they're saying is you're a fucking idiot and you don't know what you're talking about. And if you were smart like me, you'd think the same thing that I do. It's massively patronizing. So whenever I hear somebody say, let me educate you on this, unless it's like, I don't know, Dr. K explaining psychology to me, I'm like, get the fuck out of here. I don't want to hear about you educating me. Yeah, it's the woke version of bless your heart. Exactly.
I know a lot of people are going to be mad and stay mad, and that's okay. I understand.
Yeah. Yeah. True. Yeah. Yep.
But I do believe this got to corners of the internet that I have never been a part of. I could never expect
Talking about me, the demon.
Strangers to know my intention. But I'll always stand for building bridges. I will always stand for that. Doesn't mean people need to use them, but I hope.
See, that was clever. I'll always stand for building bridges, but that doesn't mean other people need to use them. That's actually very clever. See, you're not stupid. You're not dumb. You just, this is like, should have thought this out.
I hope to be a good role model. It's all I've ever worked on. So I hope to
You only built
continue
no.
doing that and continue being a positive influence. Is all. But
Yeah. Yeah. True. Yep. Based. That's right.
I am trying to
Yeah.
read chat, but I don't know if it's entirely productive
It's not.
at the moment.
It's really not. I guarantee
because,
you it's not. I can guarantee you it's not productive. I promise you it's not a single message that you're going to read is going to be productive.
Going a little fast.
It's never, it's not going to be good. Oh, if I was going to start off defending QT, well, I do defend her. Like, I think that she is, honestly, I think that you're making a Faustian pact with the most mentally ill, deranged, delusional, stupid, dishonest, and fundamentally bigoted people on the internet who wrap themselves in the armor of being anti-bigot. But they're actually the most bigoted people on the internet, period. And I think that you are enabling them by doing this. I wouldn't really care if this was like some random person doing this because I don't really think it matters. It's like just another, woke creator. But I feel bad for Cutie to put herself in this position. Now, obviously, I think that you did put yourself in this position. You did do this yourself. However, I do see why you're in a position that's uncomfortable and unpleasant. And I can respect that and I empathize with that. What I'm saying, though, is that the more that you apologize and the more that you give ground to people that are unreasonable, rude, hostile, dishonest, and don't like you, the more you will replace audiences of people that do like you with audiences of people who don't like you. And that's fundamentally what you're doing. You're building an audience of people who don't like you by doing this.
Again, there's more people mad about the blocking and the cease and desist and
Yeah.
the deleted VODs. I covered that.
Cutie's a normal person apologizing for being normal? Yeah.
Feel free to watch it back. No one will be blocked on Twitter anymore. So feel free to post whatever. Again, I literally...
Keep in mind, her apologizing just throws the face group under the bus and paints them in a negative light. Yeah, it does.
I'm showing you, I don't have the app. I go to it on my phone. It's restricted. We do block and have always blocked people that were hateful. And
why would you even say that? Like, anybody that thinks that you're lying is just going to say you set it to restricted before the stream. It's the same as the dog collar with Hassan. Why even say that?
Say sorry.
Really?
I'm really sorry
Why even
that
say
you felt
that?
like... Not you felt, that's not fair. I'm really sorry that by blocking criticism, I was silencing voices and stories. That wasn't my intention.
It's not a voice in a story whenever somebody tells you a racist or like attacks your skin color.
Okay, I don't know if there's any more of a productive conversation I can have right now.
Yeah.
Because again, a lot of these people, a lot of people in chat right now aren't necessarily a part of my community, and but just know that I hope you come back and visit. And
I was watching a chat during this. There were some of us. There were some people trying to diagnose her with something and get help. It was really weird to see. So people think that she has a mental illness because she talks to her dad. You know what? On the internet, I believe that.
See that my community is a safe space for everybody.
Except for people
if you
that are
don't feel
normal.
After this woman designed her dream ring and wore it for only 3 months, she ended up in a jewelry store hearing a number that left her frozen.
Come with me to do something that I'm so mad about. Selling my engagement ring that I only got to wear for 3 months, that I custom designed, and then it was like thrown back in my face. No, I'm actually terrified because I'm scared I'm gonna cry in there. I cried so much last night, like thinking about me doing this today. I'm mad. Ugh. You guys, I'm dead. I am shocked. They literally offered me $450. It's new. $450. I was like, oh.
After this woman designed her dream ring and wore it for only 3 months.
That way I totally respect it. I totally respect it. So,
What's this obsession with safe spaces? The obsession with safe spaces is so people can find a rationale in order to remove people from spaces that they dislike or disagree with. It's a language trick.
I also know that there's been, TikTok posts and stuff like that on my TikTok. Again, I don't run my TikTok. I don't have it on my phone, but I've also asked my social media manager to stop posting TikToks for a while. And also I just social media is very bad for me. I stay off of it. I have a lot of pieces in place of other people that manage those things.
Apparently not. You're this wound up over this.
I'll say it again. There's not one.
Because like for me, I generally stay off social media too. Like I went and I saw that one art picture I had like 8 million views. I was like, damn, that shit must have made people mad. I guess I'm gonna play some Digimon. Like that's what actually staying off social media means. You will never have control over your relationship with social media when you apply false controls to yourself. Restraint is the only real control that you can have. You can't put a lock over it. You can't, I'm going to restrict the app or anything like that. The moment that you have self-control is the moment you can have something in front of you and you choose not to do it. If you can't do that, you don't have self-control. That's it.
Person that has been sent a cease and desist from me because I was talking about my music. I was talking about my unreleased music that a lot of people have worked on, and I was trying to protect that.
You wouldn't believe how many people post about the fan art thing? Absolutely astonished the amount of NPC Twitter users that did not understand the joke. It's just stupid. Who cares? Who gives a shit? That's what they do. They're dumb. What are you gonna get mad about an idiot?
You leaked it though? Yes, to 2,000 people watching live, which is something I've done many times.
Yeah.
I didn't leak it. I didn't leak my music.
You leaked it because you put it on the internet on a live broadcast. Like anything that you, here's a little tip, guys. If you don't want something to be on the internet, don't put it on the internet. So like, let me give you an example. If you stream something and you don't want the VOD uploaded, you shouldn't have streamed it. That's it. And this isn't like a mistake, right? Like, like somebody accidentally, has like a nip slip or something like that, or, the I Show Meets situation. Like, we're not talking about a mistake. I mean, you went into it, you were planning on singing. Like, you knew what you were going to, it's not like this was a mistake that just got uploaded randomly. No.
To upload it onto YouTube or for other people to make money off of it. That's not what I was doing. I sang it to my audience that I had. I would hope that no one would go against
Stability, precision. That's the essence of driving. Lawfin.
Lana, but you can call me Alana.
Wait, what is that? Come on, bro.
Hi, I'm Alana, but you can call me a Karambwan, because I'll let you eat me instantly. I want you to smite me so you can hit with no protection. I just finished the Ari Diaries, because I want to maximize the chance that I can put my hand in your pants.
She just stroked all of our fishing rods. Did you guys just see that? She was doing that multiple times too. Get away. Get away. Be gone. Hi, Smaraga. Get on. Get away. Get away. Get away.
Like a sack of feathers the way I'm begging for your tips to be used on me. You can call me an amulet of glory, because I'm about to teleport you to Edgeville. I hope you charge your ring of endurance. I'm like the Fossil Island tree patch, because I can grow up to 3 hardwoods.
What the fuck?
Are you a Chinchampa? Because I want to trap you in my box and then make you explode.
Zubzap, just for linking this, you're banned for 2 days. Minimum. Your links are always the weirdest, by the way. I don't even know how you find these things. Like, you're minimum banned for 2 days. Minimum for free as well. Not even a subber. Not even a $5, actually. Like, because, brother, the links that you link me on the daily, I've never seen in my life.
Uncompromising energy deserves uncompromising quality, crafted without compromise.
So apparently JD Vance is talking about Hassan.
He has this command place, which is basically
oh no!
I snap my finger and point. He will run to that place and lay down.
This is real, right? I mean, like, it's not AI or anything. Oh, I'm not. Okay, so there's another one here. It seems like this is actually real.
To zap him.
No.
Hassan.
Not like Hassan Biker. No. No electrocution of dogs here. If you mistreat dogs, that's almost 100% sign that you're going to be a really terrible person. It's like the Jeffrey Dahmer thing.
Yeah.
Like every serial killer ever has actually been really bad to animals. That's sort of how they started.
He just goes all the way. Oh no, he did not like this, bro. He did not look, bro. He did not like it.
He will run to that place and lay down.
You don't have to
I couldn't hear you over the video.
Did she just say that?
You don't have to zap him.
No.
Hassan.
Not like Hassan Biker. No.
Wasn't that disgusting?
No electrocution of dogs here.
How disgusting is that? What does that tell you about a person?
Well, I think it tells you that they're not that they're bad people.
Yes.
If you can actually cause suffering.
He's so mad. Oh God.
To an innocent animal, you're probably the kind of person who doesn't worry about suffering in people as well.
Yeah.
And that's been my experience. If you
Jesus Christ.
JD Vance has done spot training for his own dog, so he knows that it is not an abusive practice. And yet,
It's not what he said. That's nothing to do with what he said. How do you have a degree in political science and communications and you don't even understand what he said? It had nothing to do with place training. It had everything to do with how the training was administered.
he is still leaning into this fucking idea that I'm like abusing my dog, which is crazy because, hello, Kristi Noem, the secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, shot her puppy. What is happening? The vice president of the United States is talking about Reddit, Twitter drama.
Because it's funny.
Fucking God, I hate the left. I hate liberalism. I hate everything that's going on every single day of the goddamn week. I hate my life. I hate streaming. I hate socialism. I hate every single person who thinks that the peak of activism is being the most annoying holier thou.
William Shatner and his team of scientists have reviewed the best recent evidence of Champ, the lake monster of Lake Champlain. This creature is the subject of a book written by a retired Greenville County school teacher, which has been made into a film. So right now joining us, we've got filmmaker Richard Rossi along with author Kelly Tabor Cromer. Welcome. Good to see you both.
Hi, Margaret.
Good to see you. You're at the home of the lake monster right now, correct?
Yes, we are. We're here at Lake Champlain, where we got Champ captured on our drone footage.
This is awesome. The two of you, you were on the Access set before. For people unfamiliar, Kelly, give us the overview of the legend of Champ.
Oh, well, it goes back. Since I was a little girl, I always heard the stories of the Lake Champlain monster. And I know people that have seen the monster, and I've heard of stories of people who I do not know that have seen it. It's a big legend up here. The town neighboring Crown Point is Port Henry, which is considered the home of Champ. And there's been a lot of sightings right there in Boaga Bay.
It's cool. And so you tell the story to kids in your classrooms over the years, and then you write the book and then the film. And now, Richard, how does William Shatner and his unexplained team of scientists come to look at Champ for their episode on History Channel?
Well, we got contacted by a production assistant that worked for William Shatner, and we inadvertently captured, when I was in the boat, our little rickety rowboat, 12 feet long, with actress Emma Pearson, we were just getting an aerial shot for our film, Lucy and the Lake Monster, and lo and behold, Kelly's looking at it on a big screen and calls me from Greenville. I'm in Hollywood. Richard, oh my God, Champ is swimming behind the boat. This large creature. Now, she's the true believer, and I'm the doubting Thomas. And I said, well, Kelly, we need some scientists to review this that have PhDs in science. And William Shatner had resources that we didn't, because on Unexplained, they have a team of scientists that he tapped to look at it. And he said it's the best recent evidence for Champ, America's Loch Ness.
Wow, how exciting. So you shared this video with us. This is your drone video taken as you were filming the movie, and you say you're seeing a little bit behind the boat. What do you see in the video?
Yeah, in the bottom right of the screen, you see what scientists say is a plesiosaur body. You could describe the body really well, Kelly.
Yes, when I was in the editing process, I had it on my big screen TV home in Greenville, South Carolina, and I noticed something at the bottom right corner under the water that was just a number of yards from the boat, and it looked really big, and it had a small neck, and then the body became larger, and it looked like it had two fins on each side that was kind of propelling it forward, and the skinny neck was kind of going back and forth like this. You have to look very carefully, because when you first see it, you see something, and then a little ripples come across the water. There must have been a breeze, but then after that, there's a more clear image of it when you zoom in.
I got chills because here I am in the boat, and I was like, oh, this was right. Yes, it was such a feeling of awe,
And
right
we were expecting it to surface, hopefully. Little Emma kept looking for it every day. We never saw it surface, but little did we know that it was actually under the water, kind of close by to where we were filming.
Well, if it's good enough for Shatner to identify, I think everybody's pretty thrilled with this. The book and the film series are about a 9-year-old girl and her grandpa searching for the sea serpent in Lake Champlain. What's next? You're working on that sequel, right? When does that come out?
Yeah, that comes out in 2026, and Lucy's 16 in the sequel. In the first movie, she was 8, so now she's a teenager, and we're going to get to experience Lucy in this trilogy as a young girl, as a teen, and then as a adult woman.
Excellent. Well, thank you for uncovering the Lucy and the Lake Monster in that video for us. Richard, Kelly, thank you. We appreciate it. The film is streaming on Roku and Amazon Prime Video. The book series is on Amazon, other retailers, and digital platforms.
So my wife got me this piece of garbage for Christmas. God, do I love her. At first, I thought it looked like a Viking sword because it looked so massive compared to my other kitchen knives. I didn't understand how it would change my cooking experience, but I figured I've already wasted thousands of dollars on dollar store knives. Might as well give it a try. But after using it once, I could not believe the experience. It ended up being the best gift and best knife I've ever gotten. I've always loved cooking and grilling for my family and friends, and now this takes it to a whole new level. And I love how this elevates the look of my kitchen, especially with this magnetic knife holder. What I love about these Kulina knives is that they can cut anything, like butter, meat, chicken, fish, vegetables.
Disgusting. Well, I think it tells you that they're not, that they're bad people.
Yes.
If you can actually cause suffering to an innocent animal, you're probably the kind of person who doesn't worry about suffering in people as well.
Yeah.
And that's been my experience. If you mistreat dogs, that's almost 100% sign that you're going to be a really terrible person. So
JD Vance has done spot training for his own dog, so he knows that it is not an abusive practice, and yet he is still leaning in.
Yeah, but I thought his claw got stuck though. I'm confused, man. I thought he was getting a Zin so that he could Zin up. No, that wasn't, no, that's not what he said. I thought the dog was, guys, which one is it? Guys, I forgot. Guys, what page are we on? I completely forgot, guys, forgot what page of the book we're in. Because I think last time I checked, there was 19 pages of the What Happened That Day book.
Into this fucking idea that I'm...
The gates. Being a baby and the gates... Dude.
Like abusing my dog.
What?
Which is, and yet he is still leaning into this fucking idea that I'm like abusing my dog.
Hassan Abbey. Now, even if the dog collar gate was all fake, even in the realm where it was all fake, I'm going to entertain that. Okay, it's all fake. Cool. What about the clip of him pulling the dog's tail? Okay. Let's say that's Photoshop and ketchup. Oh, good. Let's say these are both fake. What about the one where the collar is so tight and whatever, and the dog is bleeding? No, the ketchup. No, that would be the ketchup for this one. So now we have three. Now we have three clips. You know what I mean, guys? Now we have three clips though. Well, AI wasn't really around that much in those times. It couldn't be.
Which is crazy.
So even if he was wrong, he would still be right.
Because, hello, Kristi Noem, the secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, shot her puppy point blank, ISIS execution style, and then threw the puppy's body in a goddamn landfill in front of construction workers. And the only reason...
Guys, this is going to be an awful comparison, but I think this is kind of like a Ms. tier comparison or a Ms. tier defense. Like, what is he talking about?
Why we know about it is because she wrote about it in her book.
Okay.
What is happening? It is so transparent that these people not only do not give a shit about animal welfare, they don't give a shit about human welfare either. Because remember, this is the vice president we're talking about.
Oh.
The vice president of the United States is talking about Reddit, Twitter drama while we're at the...
Chap, what happened with accountability? Like, if somebody only accountable is too high rated in the social lobby or too small, like who can hold them? Who's going to hold them accountable? High rating, low rating can't hold them accountable. Peers can't do it. Otherwise, they're trying to be mean to them. Who can?
Precipice of 40 million American citizens losing their SNAP benefits, as in 40 million Americans are about to starve. Okay?
Oh.
40 million Americans are about to starve in 2 days because the administration
Dude, chat, what about Gaza though, dude? Oh my God, how is he talking about this SNAP bullshit? What about the genocide, dude? Jesus Christ, Hassan, what the fuck is this guy doing? Brother, Really? Talking about all this, whatever? But what about that, man? That's crazy.
Not want to use the existing $6 billion that they have in their contingency funds to keep giving money to people. They are going to go to food banks, which will not be able to make up for the lack of SNAP benefits that they get.
I guess I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Sure, it's not abusive, but when you show your dog for getting out of the bed, yeah, true. Another good take, guys. I'll be honest with you, like that whole drama is so funny because even if you entertained all the arguments, it's still bad, still bad, still bad, still bad. You can slice it and take like 5 levels off. It's still bad. Like, dude, like you're not winning this. Like, why doesn't he just chill out on that?
Amica Insurance is proudly customer owned. We know what keeps you going, and we work harder to protect it. Visit amica.com today.
Before. After. We added Frank's Red Hot Diablo.
Absolute Batman breaks his no-kill rule, and this comic is going to be the talk of the town for a variety of reasons. So, what this does is this initially opens up with Bruce Wayne as a kid talking to his dad in the aftermath of basically an extremist bombing out in Gotham City. And he just asks his dad, right, like, why did they do that? And his dad just says, you know, I wish I knew, Bruce, like, I really, really do. But he asks, like, what do we do? How do we make them stop? And his dad just says, I don't know, but I'm just one person. I don't know how to fix the world, but I know what I'm good at, which is teaching. And he says, every student I meet, I know I have a chance to make a difference in their life. So maybe someday, one of my students won't make the same mistake these people made. And then he says, what about you, kiddo? Right? What will you do? And so that's when you switch over to this small town called Slaughter Swamp. And Bruce Wayne's driving through it. Now, it's clearly a rundown place, right? Opportunity is very, very slim here. Definitely hard to come by. But he just ends up walking into this gun shop, right? And the store owner is just like, as requested, explosives, modified rubber bullets, bean bags, the works. And Bruce asks, right, non-lethal? And the guy says, less lethal. And Bruce is just like, that'll work. And so the guy asks, right, I should know better than to ask, but what's all this for? And Bruce just says, I've got my needs. And this guy says, well, I've got mine. Thanks, kid, right? And like Bruce just takes the stuff and leaves. But he asks some questions about what's going on in this area. And he says, that large project on the edge of town, what's going on over there? And this guy says, some company came in with big money and big promises. 3 months into construction, they up and left. And Bruce is like, just like that. And the guy's like, I mean, who knows why? What's left is what you saw when you drove in. And Bruce just asks, right, where are all those people from? And this guy just says, hell if I know, right? Came looking for something better and they didn't find it. And so that's where there's a commotion outside. And Bruce initially moves to go do something about it. And the shop owner just tells him, like, there's nothing you can do, right? Just ignore it. And so when Bruce finally gets out there, it's these guys in masks who were just like beating the crap out of these immigrants, right? Just kind of like tormenting them. And one of them even says, right, what's that language that you're spitting at us? Don't you know where you are? And another guy says, this town belongs to us. You're the stranger here. And they say, you're the one who doesn't belong. And so they go after the kid, right? And they just say, like, time to grow up, kid, right? Get ready for a beating. And then Bruce Wayne steps in and just starts attacking these guys. The problem is they get the upper hand on him and they beat the crap out of him. I mean, they absolutely crush this guy. And it really comes by way of another guy named DJ, right? He shows up here and it's just like, what in the world's going on? And one of the guys says, like, it's an out-of-towner, right? A savior complex, right? This guy thinks he can save the world. And so DJ's like, oh, I love city boys, right? Ones who come from the big city thinking they can change the world, and then they meet us and they realize the world don't change so easily. And so that's why DJ is just like, hey, chin up, man. It's your lucky day. Tonight is when we get to pay back this horrible city that turned its back on our boys and embrace the swill. All that changes now. starting with you. The thing is, before they really get to like kill Bruce, essentially, a priest comes out of nowhere and protects him. And one of the guys is like, what are you doing? And this guy, Father Peters, he addresses one of them and just says, Jeffrey, right? Like, I've known you since you could walk. This is not you. And so ultimately DJ's just like, let's get out of here, man, right? Let's go do what we came here to do. That's kind of the insanity of it, right? Desperate times create desperate people. And in times of desperation, people will believe what they want to believe. They'll just blame whoever they believe is worth blaming, and it doesn't matter whether they're right or wrong. Emotion takes over logic. And so Bruce Wayne ends up waking up in Father Peter's house, and he just says, I hope you don't mind, right? The hospital is a good hour away. They really got you and us pretty good. And so Bruce just kind of looks at this photo that this guy has, where he's essentially a protester. And Bruce just asks him, right, is this you? And Father Peter says, a long time ago now. I made a lot of friends during that time, all of us chasing peace. Basically, it seemed like a never-ending journey, which is true, right? Essentially the human condition. You put 5 people in a room and you leave them there long enough, they're going to start finding problems with each other. And so Bruce just asks, right, the tattoo on those guys' arms, what does it mean? And Father Peters just says, 6 months ago, we had an outsider come, right? He was recruiting, and I don't know much about him except that he's been filling the holes in the hearts of our boys. Of all the men here, really, he's given them a dark place to go. And Bruce just asks, they said something was happening soon. And Father Peters just says the boy and his mother, they're from an encampment. And he says they plan to run them all out of town tonight by any means necessary. And so Bruce is like, not a chance. And so immediately he just like starts putting his clothes back on and then gets out to his truck only to find the whole thing's torched. But the guy asks him, right, like, where are you going? Like, what are you going to do? And Bruce just says, sometimes peace is not an option. Sometimes words don't work. And so what ends up happening is you have like DJ and all these supremacist guys, and cops just kind of show up and they're just sort of like, hey man, you know we can't let you do this. And then they all kind of start sharing a laugh because they're clearly all in on it together. The cops put on their masks to hide their face, and then DJ's just like, let's go, right? And they immediately go after the encampment and just start beating the crap out of everyone they find. Every immigrant they find gets the absolute tar beat out of them. And he just says things, right? Like, do you see us? Do you see me? I am the new truth. I am power. Pure power. And he almost goes to say it, does the whole salute and everything, and Batman shows up and snaps his arm in half, and every ounce of that strength disappears like that. And so at that moment, this guy gets crushed. Batman grabs one of the cops and just slams him head first into the ground. And so then like the shop owner, right, grabs one of the kids and it's just like, dude, I'll do it, man. 100% I will do it. And Bruce is just like, I'm willing to bet you will. So he grabs his batarangs and throws him in the dude's face. Right in his eyes, man. Like, just takes the dude out on the spot, gives him the knee, and that's the end of that guy. And so then he goes walking up on DJ, right? Scared for his life, begging for his life, right? Get away, starts firing off shots, and Batman just starts hammering on this guy, turning his face to mush. But Father Peters shows up, and Father Peters goes to protect this guy the same way he protected Bruce Wayne. And there's a kind of irony here, because Bruce asks him, right, what are you doing? And Father Peters just says, this will not fix it. It absolutely won't. And he says, I don't know how to make it better. I only know how to make it worse. And he just says, please, this is not the way. It's a twist on what happened in the beginning, right? Except it's Batman using his own justification to attack this guy, as opposed to DJ using his own justification to attack Batman. But at the end of the day, Absolute Batman just says, this is my way, and just like starts attacking that guy. And so at that point, one of the dudes escapes, goes racing back to their headquarters and just says, like, he got DJ, right? And one of the guys are like, what are you talking about? And he's just like, he came out of nowhere, man. And so one of the other guys is just like, tell us what happened, right? Like, start from the beginning. And this dude just says, somebody came at us, man. Someone huge. And so during all of this, Bruce Wayne is just kind of making his way around that bit of a field, and he ends up coming across this just gigantic bulldozer, right? Whatever. I'm sure there's some technical name for this thing, but it's the biggest vehicle that I've ever seen. It's the origin of the Batmobile in the Absolute universe. And so at that point, you jump back to the house, and one of the guys is just like, why didn't you grab more guns, right? What about Earl's? And the guy just says, we just came from there. Everything's been cleared out. There's no more weapons for us to grab at the shop owner's place. Only for one of the guys to look out the window and realize Batman is heading straight for him, like straight for the house. This dude is not taking prisoners, right? He's not answering people who are begging for their lives. None of it matters. This dude bulldozes the house. These guys open fire and he just starts taking it to him with his axe, man. Just like attacking these guys, cutting to pieces, the whole 9 yards. And one of these guys is just like, get back, man, right? You can't do this. We're human beings. And Batman gives them the same treatment that they were giving immigrants. He says, no, you're roaches. And he's like, there's only one way to deal with those. Then he grabs this flamethrower and turns it on, man. It's just like, holy cow. He torches the joint. He torches the joint and everybody in it. It's bonkers. So Father Peters finally shows up. And one of these guys is just begging, right? He was like, it absolutely hurts. And Father Peters just says, I know, son, stay still. And Bruce asks, why are you helping them? Right? Like, why would you help these guys? And Father Peters just says, you have your way and I have mine. And so at that point, you pick up with Batman grabbing this bulldozer and just heading back, right? This dump truck, whatever, and just like heading back to the Batcave. And it kind of reminisces back on this conversation that he had with his dad, where he says, you did a lot of cool stuff when you were younger, Dad. He says, I don't know about all that. And Bruce is just like, you made a difference, right? You did something. What you did had a measurable impact on the world. You weren't just sitting around doing nothing, waiting for someone else to fix all the world's problems. And he's like, I'm going to do that, right? I'm going to be just like you. And he says, I just have to figure out how. And that's kind of the craziness, is because the picture that he's looking at is the same picture that Father Peters had. Father Peters was a friend of his dad's. It's why the picture was so significant to him. And so his dad says, that was before the mustache. We barely knew what we were doing back then, but I guess I barely know what I'm doing now. He says, but you, Bruce, I know your nature. I know who you are deep down. You have a strong and compassionate heart. All you have to do is believe. And so Batman just looks down at all this blood on his hands. And his dad just says, no matter what you do, I will always be proud of you. It's kind of nuts because in the aftermath of that, he's just in front of his Batmobile breaking down because seemingly he's betrayed the memory of his father. He betrayed the memory of his dad. But yeah, this is going to be, I imagine, a relatively controversial comic. So with that being said, guys, we're going to bring this video to an end. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. If you did, drop a like. Make sure you guys hit the subscribe button, and I will catch you all later. Peace.
Got safety protocols? Grainger has the safety pros to call. Shop our vast inventory of safety products at Grainger.com. Call, click, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With Chewy Pharmacy, save 20% and make every pet a healthy pet. Get quality meds to help with anything, fleas, allergies, or recoveries, delivered fast. For great prices, for life with pets, there's Chewy Pharmacy.
Oh no! 183 million passwords were leaked. Check if that Gmail account is compromised. You know, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think I say it enough. I actually really despise sites like Forbes. So a day or two ago, I got a bunch of comments, emails, messages about, oh my God, Muda, did you know about that big old Google breach? There's like 183 million accounts that actually ended up getting leaked. Now, of course, 183 million is huge, right? That's like what? Almost half the population of the United States of America, maybe even more than half? I mean, that's crazy. But is it actually real? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you that no, you're being sent misinformation by Misinfo Mary. I'm not a fan of it, okay? I really don't like a lot of these news sites pushing this kind of filth, even though we've talked about this literally a couple months ago. So what is actually the truth of this situation? Have 183 million accounts been leaked? Yes, actually, yes, that is true. There's a kernel of truth in this story that I'm going to focus on, but I'm going to ignore the fact that Google has been hacked or breached. Look, breaches happen all the time, okay? Goatsies occur to anybody. You know, I looked at things like the Twitch breach. I looked at things like the 23andMe breach, you know, where you had allegations that, you know, a bunch of these people, you know, they were giving out their they were giving out their genetic ancestry, okay? That was getting leaked. It was crazy stuff. But of course, to give you an idea of what's been going on over here, this is basically an amalgamation of like 100 leaks and put into one. So the TLDR is actually from the guys over at Google. There were these crazy reports. And even Google's like, look, Gmail defenses are strong and you are protected. So of course, they basically say that a lot of this comes from misunderstanding from InfoStealer databases, which routinely compile various credential theft activity occurring across the web. Users can protect themselves by turning on two-step verification and getting actual passkeys. So if you're actually really scared about this, guys, it is the year of the Lord 2025. Just get a fucking password manager. Get yourself, put on two-factor authentication, okay? Like, just do the basics, and you'll be fine. It's one of the reasons why I haven't had, like, a heart palpitation about any of this shit since the goddamn, like, Obama administration. Now, if you ever want to see if your account has been hacked, you can go to a site called Have I Been Pwned. Throw in your email address, and it'll tell you, whoa, buddy, you've been privy to 21 breaches. Now, in this case, you'll see that the breaches I'm privy to are things like Earth 2, October 2024. Remember that scam of a game where you could buy Earth real estate in the metaverse? Yeah, it turns out email addresses and usernames were compromised in it. But sometimes a data breach can get more insane. So for instance, in things like Club Penguin Rewritten, which was a private server for Club Penguin, this actual data breach revolved email addresses, IPs, but more importantly, passwords. So if you're somebody that used your password, you know, if you use the same password of like 30 sites, and for instance, Club Penguin was a site you used, remember, it's like having sex with like multiple people, right? Like, you know, if you have sex with one person, apparently you have sex with everyone. And if you just have one password, well, if Club Penguin gets breached, the other 29 websites also get breached. So that's kind of the gist of it. Now, to give you guys an idea about how these hacks occur, I wanted to show you guys in real time. I feel like I don't really do that enough, and I want to kind of go back to showing you the visual style of what happens when somebody hacks you. So for instance, this is a attack virtual machine that I have set up. Now, the attack virtual machine in this situation, ladies and gentlemen, has used a remote access Trojan software. So for instance, it builds a server, it builds actual malware, and in this case, it built a malware known as test. Now in this case, I used this test malware, this exe file, and I sent it over to a victim computer. So victim Vince has been infected by infector Ian, okay? So infector Ian sends the file over to victim Vince. Now victim Vince could have downloaded this file through a fucking email, he could have got it through Discord, he could have downloaded it through a YouTube description, which we'll get to in a bit. Yeah, anyways, he has his file sitting on his computer, he runs test file, and then bam, Lord, he has been completely fucking hijacked. Now, if you're ever wondering how people hack your systems, they sometimes use remote access Trojan tools. And the tool that I'm showing you is something from like 8 years ago. So the reason I'm showing you something so old is because I want you to understand the concepts, and I want you to be able to grab this stuff and use it against people, okay? That would be a no-no, that would be unethical. Again, this kind of a malware has already been stopped pretty much by, I don't know, fucking every single antivirus software out there. So for instance, on the victim computer, I'm going to open up Edge, right? So this is what, you know, somebody's doing. Maybe they'll type in, I don't know, google.com. Maybe they'll look up, I don't know, Battlefield 6 or something, right? So they're browsing the internet, yada, 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 yada. Now, of course, infector Ian decides, I want to do a little surveillance on them, so let me fire up a remote desktop. So at this moment in time, you fire up the remote desktop, you stream what they're actually seeing. So again, since you're doing surveillance, you can also grab other things from their system too. You can also look into their webcams if they had one connected. And let's say they were watching pornography, well, ladies and gentlemen, you can screen record that to your heart's content. And you can actually screen record somebody busting a nut to whatever pornography, which is where a lot of that sextortion stuff comes from, where children are unfortunately targeted on the internet because of hackers who do sick shit like this. So again, don't just run anything randomly on your system, okay? These are small files, usually attached to larger files for disguising, and they can get away with some nasty shit. Now, of course, inside this remote access Trojan tool, you can explore, obviously, the file system of the target, so you can see exactly what's in their system. This is a pretty virgin device, so you don't necessarily have to worry too much about what's in there. Of course, there's also the ability for you to download, files to the actual system, and of course, this can be used for further persistence, further, infections, so to speak. And you can also look up the processes on the actual attacking system too. Now, when it comes to things like keyloggers, right, sometimes these systems come with keyloggers built in. So you can actually view a live keylogger. So for instance, a live keylogger that I started monitoring on the attacker system over here, immediately you can see that when it comes to the victim, without them really knowing, their actual prompts are being written into this person. So let's say this person goes to, I don't know, youtube.com, for instance, right? And in youtube.com, they want to log into their site. Actually, this is one of the oldest accounts that I have that I don't know the password to. But let's say that I wanted to type in a password. Well, inside this field that is hidden, obviously in the actual, keylogger, it is completely unfiltered and available. And so this person can then save this log and keep this record on the user. Now, obviously, this is all complete malware. So to give you an understanding, ladies and gentlemen, you should not be playing around with this, even in a virtual machine. Remember, again, if you don't know what the fuck you're doing, don't play around with computer viruses. So anyways, now that I've kind of shown you what this stuff sort of does, I want to actually focus back onto that data breach. So using some of these tools that I showed you, this is how hackers also grab, and this is a more granular way to hack into people's systems, right? To hack into a specific person. But again, you can basically make an unlimited list of people that you infect with these tools, and you can do God knows what. Now, when it comes to InfoStealer malware, this is stuff that's been around forever. What I showed you was kind of an early variant of this technology. So if you go to a lot of these hacker forums, for instance, they'll sell you tools like Luma, Redline, Vidar. All of these have one thing in common: unreliability. So these people are billing their own actual tool. And of course, they mention things like full credential harvesting. So they exploit actual security measures on the popular browsers in the world and grab Discord tokens, Roblox cookies, Unreal FUD stub sizes, advanced anal loop harvesting. Obviously, some of these are a little jokey, if you will, too. But understandably, they grab information, they download it from users' computers once they're infected, and they send it to a command server for these people to effectively start cataloging and putting into these big databases. So again, looking at guys like Synthian to have actually shown how some of this stuff works, they advertise not just on these hacker forums, but they've also advertised pretty much available to anybody on Telegram, for instance, right? Where these people sell this as a service. So a lot of people now can hack people, through, again, easily accessible methods. Sometimes it can cost as little as $60 a week, which if you consider how much money you can steal, it's kind of not a bad investment. Not that I'm promoting it or anything. That is wrong. This is very illegal to do. So of course, inside a lot of these tools, you'll notice that everyone kind of formats things differently. So in these leaks, you'll see that there's email, passwords, URL logins, and passwords. And so in this breach that people were looking at, like Forbes, if they even had access to it, these breaches consisted of not just Gmail accounts, but Outlook, every popular service imaginable. Gmail is one of the most popular mail services, so there's a good chance it's going to be in there. So basically, what's kind of been going on for the last few months really is that a lot of these hackers are sort of like taking old databases that have been grabbed by these tools and just stuffing them into a big database to make it look like a bigger hack than it actually is. Because ultimately, when you actually look at the database and the sample provided, some of the stuff can be super old, some of the stuff can be duplicates, and sometimes there's information that, is just like, sometimes there could just be entire cells that exist inside here with information that isn't even valid to begin with, and it just is there so that they can make the attack look bigger than it actually is. Because the ultimate end goal is to take all this database and then sell it for a large amount of Bitcoin on the internet to some gullible rube out there. Now, it's not to say that hacks aren't available. They obviously are. You can download some of these LumaStealer malwares. And just for educational purposes, I think I'm going to show you what it looks like when you run this kind of shit on your system. Now, obviously, inside my system, I have what is a Luma Stealer sample, and of course, the moment I run it, you'll notice that, whoa, there's something crazy that popped up on Muda's screen there for half a second. What could that have been? And that, ladies and gentlemen, is when you know you are effectively fucked, right? You know when you run that shady, cracked game that you fucking found on the high seas, and you see that for a second? Sometimes it can be that. Now, provided if the C2 server is still active when it comes to this malware, which very much could be because it's only a few days old, the sample, that would mean that whatever sensitive is sitting inside this system, you know, credential-wise, whatever it's looking for, is being grabbed and sent off. So at that moment in time, now this computer is part of of a big database. Okay, we made it, boys. Pretty much what it is. So yeah, that's kind of how this infection sort of works. Now, obviously, I'm going to kill this virtual machine. Yes, virtual machines have been harmed in the making of this video, but that's just par for the course when you're on the Some Ordinary Gamers channel. So when it comes to this hack, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of this is mostly just misinformation, and unfortunately it sucks because Google has to go out and effectively jump in and straight up tell you guys that, guys, you're being misled by the fucking Daily Mail of all places, right? Like, unironically, the biggest gossip rag in the entire world at this point. So, you know, what is a real issue on YouTube? For those of you who don't know, there's a massive issue on YouTube. They call it the YouTube Ghost Network. And it doesn't have anything to do with being spooky. It's actually a network where a bunch of bad actors are working together to spread malware on the internet. So, for instance, to show you how wild things have gotten over here, this is a video that I found within one simple Google search, right? So for example, if I go to YouTube and I look up Battlefield 6 hack download, I'm pretty sure there are people that go and look for hacks to download on the internet. So again, Battlefield 6 is a popular game, but immediately right over here you can see that, you know, there are people sharing how to download Battlefield 6 cheats. So this one video right over here has a download link provided. So again, I'm going to blur the download link, but this download link, I'm going to download it and I'm going to show you exactly what's going on here. So in this case, obviously, I go to their website, I download Human Pro, for instance, right over here, and it gives you a little download. So you go to their website, you'll download this pile of dog shit software, and again, this is most definitely, if I had to hazard a guess, complete malware. But again, it's only a megabyte large, so to show you what's kind of going on over here, we'll download it, we'll actually extract it, and see what's going on. All right, so right-click this, show more options, 7-zip, open archive. I don't know why any human being would use anything other than 7-zip. WinRAR is not a good solution, so we'll extract that right over here. And of course, obviously, when we open it up, it's another folder to extract, so open that up with 7-zip. All right, drag that shit right here. And what's the password? 4545? Sure, let's drop that bitch in. So of course, this is Human Pro, Human. So of course, the moment we start this up, you'll probably notice that nothing is really happening, Muda. In fact, if anything, it's a pretty quiet little file. And yeah, of course nothing is going to happen because no, these aren't Battlefield hacks that you've been given. You literally just got hacked. You know the YouTubers that are like, man, why did fucking my channel get hacked? Well, you clicked on a sponsorship deal and you clicked a PDF file that contained malware. What could this file actually be? Well, it's not difficult to go to virustotal.com, drag that bitch right in here, and figure out what's going on. And what's really funny about this is they make the file like 800 megabytes, even though I'm pretty sure it's not actually 800 megabytes. It's just that size to make it look as if it's not, you know, to not throw it into VirusTotal, so to speak. But that's not the end of the world, because when you've got garbage data, in this case, you can just, you can basically add this to an archive and just sort of drop it in. So we'll add it to an archive again. We'll compress it like normal human beings. The actual file being literally 1.59 megabytes because there's nothing in this file worth having. We'll drop that into VirusTotal and have it unpack there. Now, of course, according to the old VirusTotal, one of the things I got hit was something known as Trojan Darkgate A. Now, Trojan Darkgate A, for anybody that doesn't know, is a malware infection. It's basically been around since 2018, but it goes through Microsoft Teams, phishing links, malvertising campaigns, which is exactly how we got hit. And yeah, it's basically the same thing that I showed you towards the beginning of this video, where again, some asshole infected me and now they're looking through everything in this virtual machine. So for the hacker right over here who's fired up his little machine, I'm just going to leave them a little message. Go fuck yourself. And of course, we'll blow that up a little bit. Make it look good old-fashioned YouTube 2008 in a way. So of course, obviously, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to nuke this virtual machine out of orbit, simply because that is the right thing to do. Again, not just one virtual machine, but several were harmed in this video. That being said though, ladies and gentlemen, this is a huge problem that I think, you know, instead of focusing on the 183 million fucking passwords that have been hit, there are some serious issues. And those serious issues lie with actual, like, real malicious actors that go beyond just this info stealer stuff. Again, this is the kind of stuff that's been happening on YouTube, happening on Google, happening everywhere. And it's one of the reasons why, you know, you hear me talk about get ad block, get a lot of these things, because, you know, these people use a lot of vectors to attack the innocent person out there. And ultimately, the best advice that I can give you is always be vigilant on the internet. Don't just download and run anything that you don't trust. I mean, that's just basic common sense. But honestly, you'd be surprised how much common sense saves your ass when it comes to keeping yourself safe on the internet. But ladies and gentlemen, yeah. Is the misinformation true? I mean, it sounds interesting. It's a cool headline, I'm pretty sure. Great for a YouTube title. But reality is often far less, I guess, explosive than what these clickbait articles will tell you. But yeah, hopefully you learned how a lot of these hacks work. Hopefully you actually enjoyed seeing from the hacker's perspective on what it looks like when the hacker hits you. But yeah, let me know in the comment section below. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it, I am out.
Got a craving you can't shake for sizzling, juicy, mouth goes ah. Flavor only Taco Time can deliver? Grab your all-new grilled steak burrito and quesadilla for a limited time. Craving? Shook. When you know what you want, anytime is Taco Time.
So good, so good, so good. I got what I need and it feels so good. So good, so good, so good.
So what's going on, my toxic BBC gamers? The community is going batshit crazy yet again, man. We got the homie Dr. Disrespect. We have the homie Swag, who was having withdrawal symptoms because we didn't have Battle Royale. But finally, we got the Battle Royale. So we're going to be taking a look at that. You got the homie Dr. Disrespect. So yeah, let's actually dive right into it. Let's lay the wood down. Pause. You don't have to like the video. You don't have to subscribe. But right now, the community, I've seen so many people call it garbage. And so many people are saying it's amazing, it's gonna kill Warzone, it's a Call of Duty killer. What is true? What? Yeah, let's actually get to it. Let's find out. And I want to know your thoughts as well. Roll it.
Hey, I'm over here. You see that Dr. Disrespect over there? He's playing this new amazing Battlefield 6 Battle Royale. Oh my god, this game, oh my god, Battlefield 6 just killed Call of Duty. This is the most amazing game I've ever seen in my entire life.
Okay, bro. Yeah, you gotta slow your rolls. You gotta slow your rolls, Thoughts. You gotta slow your rolls.
Is Doc gonna get a win here? Oh my god. I have Dr. Disrespect gameplay in the background. They're all dead. They're all gonna die. Here comes the fire. Oh my god, they didn't get their smoke alarm batteries checked, and now they're all gonna pay for it. It's over. The fire is closing in on them. This is just a friendly reminder to my black friends out there. Get your smoke alarm batteries checked. The doc just burned up. This could have been avoided if he didn't die in the fire. This game's so
holy. So he basically came #1, but because the game did not register in time, he's like second place and he got burned by the fire.
Amazing. That's right, guys. Good try, Doc. Good try.
Yeah, they're probably gonna nerf it. They're probably gonna like work around it or do something about it.
This Battlefield 6 Battle Royale is amazing. Let's go live right now. Let's do what the Doc has to say about this amazing Battle Royale, Battlefield 6 Battle Royale.
Man, the rage baiting is crazy with Call of Duty and Battlefield. I love it, bro. I love it. Because yeah, we all saw the homie Swag, right? He was rage baiting as well, so I guess that's what the homie A-Thought's trying to do. But honestly though, what are your thoughts though? You played it, you didn't play it. Yeah, let me know your thoughts, because I personally, I don't really care for Battle Royale though. I played one game and that's about it, right? I do like the visuals though. I do like the visuals of it, and I played one game and I went back to the normal multiplayer. I wanted to try out the new map and I had fun there. But in terms of the Battle Royale, I cannot necessarily give you my opinion because I haven't played it too much. And also, I'm not necessarily a Battle Royale player. I don't even give a damn about Battle Royale no more. But those of you that care for it, you live and breathe Battle Royale, or you like Warzone, or maybe you don't like Warzone, but you love Battle Royale, I want to know your thoughts on it. Like, you think it's gonna last, you think it's not gonna last? Yeah, what's your take?
That just killed Call of Duty. Here we go.
Yeah, let's find out what Dog got to say.
Say it.
Dude, I got kicked for inactivity spectating, I think.
Respect. Hey, buddy.
Like a couple games ago, though. Didn't
hey,
you
yo, let's fucking ruin the in game by making everything black and red, and you can't see shit.
All right.
Yep. The Doc thinks it sucks too.
That was my first time getting to try the cord. It was actually.
He never said it sucks though. I know you're trying to rage bait it, man, and whatnot, but shout out to the homie 8 Thoughts, man. Love the homie 8 Thoughts, but no, he didn't say it sucks. He just said that he didn't like that aspect where it becomes black and red, you know, like it becomes black and red like that. He don't like that. That's what he said, and I think he right on that one. And they need to nerf it. They need to patch it. They gotta fix it. It's only day one. I mean, it hasn't. Yeah, it's day one. It's been a couple of hours.
Seemed pretty good.
But I played this game for about 10 minutes, and I can tell you, this game fucking sucked. Absolutely horrible. Oh, let's see the Doc. We're back live with the Doc, guys. What?
Big Bob. I'm not gonna lie, dude. My fucking well, dude, I had to change my bind. Every time I hit 4, it usually does my armor plate, and then it would throw my recon drone up, so I keep putting him in a shitty spot.
You get him all. It's like Bobby's like an anthill. You get him all riled up.
Okay, we're back. So I played this game for about, I don't know, maybe like 15, 20 minutes. And I can tell you right now, this game is totally going to kill Call of Duty, Black Ops 7, Battlefield 6, Red Sec.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting when Black Ops 7 drops. It's going to be actually interesting to see, like, what happens. Now, is it better than Warzone? Is this Red Sec better than Warzone? If you think so, drop a 1 in the comments. If you think it's not, drop a 2 in the comments. I wanna see where you all at, man.
Just kill Call of Duty, guys. Oh my god. Anyways, yeah, so this game fucking sucks. Alright, let's just get real. Alright, you listening?
Damn. Oh, he a hater.
You listening?
Toxic gamers.
Hey, this game is trash. Alright? It's not good. Everyone's getting mad at me again. Call me a COD fanboy. I think Call of Duty sucks too. I think Black Ops 6 is one of the worst Call of Duties of all time. Haven't played in 5 months. Have you ever seen any Call of Duty Black Ops 6 gameplay on this channel? No. You know why? I ain't got any because I don't play it. So, fanboys, get mad.
I personally have been liking Battlefield 6 a lot, though. I've been enjoying my time. Now, is it actually better than, let's just say, Battlefield 4? Debatable. Because the map, I would say the maps in Battlefield 4 were just amazing, right? So, we're nowhere near close that element and that aspect. But Battlefield 6 is a very solid game, at least for me though. That's my experience. I've been enjoying it and unlocking weapons, attachments, and you know, completing challenges and all that, and playing. I've been liking, honestly though, I've been enjoying Breakthrough a lot more. I played a couple of Conquest games on the new map. I think that was alright. That was bussin' as well. But Rush, they killed Rush, man, in my honest opinion. At least for me though, you know, it's like 12 versus 12. Yeah, I mean, you know, we need to get back to 32 versus 32 for Rush. We need that, and we need and also make TDM be available on all the maps, man. It's not available on all the maps by the looks of it, or at least the playlist that I play on. We don't have TDM on all the maps. Gotta make TDM, Rush, Conquest be available for all the maps. I know they got some smaller maps, some bigger maps. Yeah, you need some smaller maps, I get it. But at the same time, we're talking Battlefield. This ain't no damn Call of Duty. We need bigger maps. We need bigger maps like Battlefield 4 and all that. But other than that, other than this criticism, the game is pretty solid though. You know, in a long ass time, Battlefield 6 is very, very solid. Now, if you don't like it, yeah, put your reasons below. Like, I'm curious to find out like why people that don't like it, why they don't like it. Essentially, like I want to see why people don't like it. So.
I'll be right again. This is what's going to happen. Let me break down again for the 50th millionth time, and then have a bunch of people make a bunch of stupid excuses to do the copium that I'm always right. Here it is. Here, you ready? Let's get this mic real quick. Wrong. You guys here. Hey, Doc. How you doing? Big fan. All right, guys. Here we go. You guys ready? This is what's going to happen. The numbers are going to explode right now. Okay,
yeah,
the numbers are going to explode. You're gonna have really big numbers.
Yo, how's it going, my dude?
Everyone's trying this new free-to-play game. It might even overtake Call of Duty. I'd bet it might. I bet it would. And then about a month from now, after everybody's got their chance to play this game, they're all going to realize. Probably.
I mean, generally speaking, he's right on that one. Yeah, a month later, the number's gonna go down. But the interesting thing would be, if Black Ops 7 numbers, they're also probably gonna explode day one. Let's be real. If it doesn't, then yikes, okay? Then yikes. But they're probably also gonna explode. But, you know, let's just say after Christmas, right? After the holidays, like January. Yeah, let's just say January. That's when we're gonna have that's gonna be a good indicator.
I got home not too long ago and just got out of the shower.
Call of Duty. If
I'm
it's
about
neck
to
to
smoke
neck,
and then
yeah,
he'll
whatever.
be ready to slay
But
on
if
something
Battlefield
sometime.
6 got, let's just say 2 times more player than Call of Duty, then yeah, Call of Duty, that's when it's gonna be in serious trouble. And let's be real, yeah, man, if you're a Call of Duty fan or you're
I
a Call
don't
of
know
Duty
why it
D-Rider,
put sometime
or Battlefield
LOL.
D-Rider or Battlefield fanboy or hater or toxic gamer, whatever the case might be, yeah, we're gonna have lots of fun and all that. But if you want Call of Duty being good though, you definitely want Battlefield 6 killing it. The entire reason Battlefield 6 came out the way it did, and a lot of people are liking it, I know not everybody's gonna like it, like duh, which is fine, but the reason why a lot of people are liking Battlefield 6, at least the multiplayer side of things, is because they sucked massive, I cannot say that word on YouTube, pause real quick, they sucked massive Johnson for so many years, okay? For the Battlefield 1 came out back in 2016, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so Battlefield 5, Battlefield 2042, Battlefield Mobile literally got shut down as well, which is, I mean, damn, bro. So yeah, so many, they flopped so hard, and Battlefield community is quite tough though. So, you know, things did not fly. This is why so far we don't have colorful skins in Battlefield 6 so far, right? You don't have the BBC on Linea skin in the game, right? I mean, BBC skins are fine, but I mean, come on now, we're talking about a war simulator game. There is no reason for BBC to be online, okay? Keep that shit offline, man. Keep it offline, bro. Keep the BBC offline, and pause real quick on that. But yeah, I mean, so far we don't have any of those skins, which is good. But yeah, if this game, the game is killing it right now. But if it keeps on killing it, and if because they're inching closer to dropping skins, they are testing a lot with skins right now. And they're testing the waters, and if the waters that they're testing, if the results are positive, they're gonna, I bet you, man, they're probably gonna start dropping like Nicki Minaj's Burna in the game. They're gonna do all of those shit that Call of Duty is doing. So, you know, we gotta call them out when we have a chance, when they do any of that bull squash. But make no mistake, if Battlefield 6 does well and it keeps on doing well, Call of Duty would eventually start to follow its footsteps and start to do what Call of Duty used to do back in the days, and not do any of the modern day bull squash, right? So maybe Call of Duty is going to be back on track as well, and that's exactly what we want, right? We want Battlefield doing good, we want Call of Duty doing good, we want gamers playing good games, right? Essentially, we want good games in general.
Even sooner than that, this game fucking sucks. And it's going to be dead, just like the Battlefield 1 or 5 or whatever the damn version did this last time with. This game feels bad. And you're like, hey, Ghost of 8, why is this game so bad? Well, let me tell you why this game's so bad. It feels horrible. It has no intuitivity of feeling at all. It feels like you're detached from the game. Movement sucks. The whole feeling of the gun, everything's garbage. Graphics don't look that good. I thought they looked good when I actually was playing it. It felt like I was playing a mobile game. It's like overly weird, sharp. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like it. That's my take. And I usually am, I am always right.
Okay, I don't know like whether he's rage baiting or being honest. Now, if he's being honest, yeah, he's entitled to his opinion. Not everybody's gonna like it, and that's fine though. That's cool though. You know, if you don't like it, that is perfectly fine. But I'm not sure if he's rage baiting or not. I guess he's rage baiting, right? That's his second channel, the Call of Duty trash can. So he got that AI trash can there. So yeah.
Right. So let me tell you right now. We're gonna listen to Doc. Doc, got more to say? What's up, Doc?
It's also fun. But, you know, there is... You know, the adventure is forcing us to use default weapons for a while. kind of sucks that that ending happened right there where we just couldn't see the fucking guy. He had a flashlight.
Yeah. No, they gotta fix that. They gotta fix that. That's a genuine feedback. They gotta fix that. Absolutely.
And on two. But it just not being able to see anybody, to be honest. That kind of sucks.
There it is right there. Dr. Disrespect says Battlefield 6 Red Sec sucks.
He says that thing specifically sucks, not that Battlefield 6 sucks. He never said that, man. I knew he rage baiting, but okay, man. All right, let's actually check out the homie swag out here. Yeah, let's see, because for the longest amount of time he was having withdrawal symptoms, so I want to see like what's up here. Roll it. So that's the trailer. Yeah.
Expect heavy resistance as you enter the redacted sector.
Red sector.
Consider everyone down there a threat. Good hunting.
We're like Al-Mazrah. We're like Al-Mazrah.
The colors are actually very good. I do like the visuals of the map though. Even though I'm not like a fan of Battle Royale though, but
let me welcome everybody to the Wild Wild West, a state that's untouchable like Elliot Ness.
okay, so you're reacting to the trailer, so we're gonna have to wait before we get some clips. All right, so we're gonna skip on that. Let's actually check out what the homie Dreamcast Guy he rolling.
Hey there, gamers, Dreamcast Guy here, and this is Does It Suck, the show where we take a deep dive look at a new game and see what's good or bad about it. Now, today we're talking about Red Sec, which is the name, apparently, of the Battlefield 6 Battle Royale. Yes, you heard that correctly. 100 people just dropping into an explosive valley until there's only one team standing. Now, I've been playing this for a couple hours, and it is fantastic, but I'm already a very big fan, specifically of Battlefield 6. I've been craving these ultra-realistic shooters, specifically meaning, like, I just hate all the weird Fortnite skins. I don't like Nicki Minaj in Call of Duty, but also just the jumping around, the weird, crazy...
Yeah, let's hope that they're gonna keep their feet to the ground, man, because if this becomes really, really popular, you know, man, at least for Battle Royale, though, they're gonna wanna drop, like, Nicki Minaj's Bruna skin in the game, Rick and Morty, you know, Butthead and Beavis, right, this, that, the other, BBC Online skin as well, and all that. You know, come on, man, keep it offline, though, you know what I'm saying? Like, keep it offline, man. We don't need BBC Online. It's a war simulator, man. Damn it, Activision. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. Like, we're playing a war simulator game and BBC popping out, right? Pause on that one. But nah, brother was online there with the cat ears and all that. Yes, that's Call of Duty for you. I mean, holy shit, man. But let's not kid ourselves. Whether you're a Call of Duty D-Rider or a Battlefield D-Rider or a hater, a fanboy or a toxic gamer or just a normie or just a normal fan of the game, right? Just a guy, or maybe you're just a guy that just wants good game. Let's not kid ourselves. If it gets too popular, they're probably gonna want to drop Nicki Minaj's Bruna in the game. Yeah, I don't know why Nicki Minaj's Bruna, but they're gonna drop Nicki Minaj's Bruna in the game because they're gonna make that money though.
360 no scopes. I like that in Battlefield 6. It is harder. It is a quicker time to kill. It does require you and your teammates to coordinate, to revive, to actually care about strategy and placement and ammo. This as a Battle Royale is fantastic, but let's break down the goods and the bads and sort of just explore what makes this such a unique beast in a genre of free-to-play slop. I hope you're having a great day, and if you could, please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Now let's start with what makes this a little bit different from other Battle Royales and sort of break down the concept of it. Now, obviously, every Battle Royale sort of works the same, right? Big ring slowly closes in. It crunches people onto a map. But in this case, the ring is instant kill. If you're even close to the barrier, it will actually catch you on fire.
Yeah, we saw that with Doc. Okay, no, they gotta work that out, man. Because especially, like, at the end, yeah, I felt like that Doc won the game, right? He killed the last guy, but then he touched the fire and he insta-died there. And then he became second place, or perhaps there was one more guy alive. I don't know about that, but it felt like that he killed the last guy and then he was supposed to win the victory. He was supposed to get the victory royale. So now they gotta fix that. Also, what are your thoughts about like tanks and vehicles and the battle royale? I got no issues though, but see, like, that is, I guess, probably because I'm not a battle royale fan to begin with. Like, I don't care for battle royale, right? But because this is Battlefield, I guess it's fine. But what are your thoughts, like, in general, right? Like, if you like Warzone, or if you like Battle Royale.
Fire. They're basically firebombing this tiny country town bit by bit, and it does have a golf resort, it's got hotels, it's got already pretty destroyed apartment complexes, it's got water filtration plants. All the spots on the map are fantastic, multi-layered, and of course, fully destructible. By far, one of my favorite things about Battlefield 6 that I think is just so freaking superb is the fact that everything can be broken down. They give you airstrikes like crazy for this. So if you're running into a team that's literally just perched at the top of an airport tower and stuff like that, you can just level it. I kept doing that. I kept just bombing the hell out of everything. It's so great that the end of every match, the level is so 100% different. But I do.
Yo, bro, trying to be Netanyahu, man. Like, he's trying to be Netanyahu, bro.
Like the other thing that makes this feel so different from other battle royales is I do feel like I don't like those.
Only in the video game, which is good, right? Only in the video game, that's good.
Tanky battle royales. Times where it takes so freaking long to get any kill, right? You know, that's part of what just sort of annoys me about even the Warzone, the Call of Duty battle royale. I always felt like even that had too long of a time to kill. I like the fact that here it feels very brutal, but it makes it where everybody feels much more careful. Everybody is trying to be more strategic. Now, I want to talk about the guns, and specifically the weapon.
Sweaty ass toxic gamers, essentially. Yeah, that's what you're trying to get at.
Upgrades, because I think this might be one of the most brilliant systems about the guns, and specifically the weapon upgrades, because I think this might be one of the most brilliant systems. So when you're playing, you find the typical stuff all throughout the map. There are these big gun cases. Opening up gives you a random set of items. Sometimes you get stuff like airstrikes, like I mentioned, but you also get a randomized version of one of the guns. Shotguns, assault rifles, LMGs, sniper rifles, stuff like that, right? But they'll have random rarities. Sometimes they're very, very bare bones, just a very basic gun, but you can get stuff that's green, blue, epics, things that actually have tons of attachments, foregrips, extended scopes, extended magazines. But what's cool is that there are sometimes these weapon upgrade kits, and you can carry these. They actually make it where you can select a weapon upgrade. So if you use it on, like, you get the assault rifle weapon upgrade kit, you can use it on your assault rifle of choice, and it upgrades it by one level, but you get to pick what you want, whether it is an even better scope. Do you want a better accuracy? Do you want a longer magazine? I think that this makes a very fun sense of progression, and I also like that it gives you more control over your loot. I do think that something I don't like in battle royales is where they feel too RNG focused. Sorry, you got bad loot, you just insta-lose. I like the fact that here, it does feel like there is more control. There is still a lot of luck. You are going to have times where you accidentally drop onto an area.
I mean, you need RNG, though. For a battle royale, though, you got to have RNG, though.
55 other players who grab all the guns and instant cream your ass. But I like the fact that it does feel like you can be more strategic in your movements and in your weapon planning in a way I feel like I haven't really seen in any other battle royale other than like OG PUBG. But I also
honestly, like, this battle royale also gives me Blackout vibes from Blackout so heavily, and I loved Blackout though, honestly though. Came out 2019, 2018, yeah, 2018, 2019, right? Yeah, Blackout was honestly was really fun though. Then we got Warzone though. Warzone day one or the first year was also quite fun. Wouldn't lie, no cap. I played a little bit of, but even then, like, I wasn't super big into battle royale though. I never really been super big into battle royale, but I do remember completing challenges in Blackout though. So I remember playing that quite a lot than something like Warzone and Fortnite even as well. Yeah, Blackout was honestly really, really fun though. So this is kind of similar, but obviously it's the Battlefield version.
I want to talk a lot about how good this entire time to kill feels. So if you die in the first half of the map, you get a free redeploy. Now the redeploy goes off in about 30 seconds. Now the reason that's cool is that if you die and your teammate dies, it'll actually redeploy you together. Now it usually drops you back roughly in the area you died. So if you one-shot somebody, if you got somebody super low health, a lot of times you can actually come back and kill your killers and then get back all your original loot. Or it is nice when I actually was playing with some really good people at times.
Yo, WRL. So far I only had one game in it. And yeah, the redeploying thing is actually legit, so that happened to me as well. But WRL, I would say W for me, but am I gonna be playing this over and over? Man, with friends, this might be lit, actually. You know? I have yet to try that, but with friends, it might be lit.
It was nice.
But with friends, everything is fun, though, so...
When my teammate would team wipe, I could instant redeploy, and when I came back, I could regather all my original stuff instead of dropping onto the other side of the map. But I do think that something I really enjoy about Battlefields is how short everybody's life is. Now, this does have plates. You can actually put like these armor plates in that make you take quite a bit of extra damage, and your life does heal back. So if you get down to one hit, you'll regrow. And as long as you get a bunch of those armor plates stocked up, you can keep shoving those in and have a pretty good chance of surviving fights. I like the fact that it works in this fine line fashion. If you're screwed, you get insta-killed. But I do like that it's just enough health that you can counterbalance an ambush. There are sometimes where I was getting sniped by somebody above me and I managed to flank them and take them out and actually outplay them. I like the fact that the time to...
What are your thoughts, man? So we played a clip from a toxic gamer, and we played a clip from let's just say a D-Rider. I'm joking around, of course, I'm exaggerating.
Bruh.
But yeah, we have like both sides, right? I want to know your thoughts. Did you see this video though? Man, the stuff that just came out, we ended up getting the Miski files dropped. Yo, the files are crazy, man. Check it out and I'll see you there.
So you found an awesome job post, but your resume is outdated? No worries. With Adobe Acrobat Pro's super easy editing tools, you can quickly make updates right in the PDF without needing to find the original Word doc. Just click what you want to modify, and in seconds, you'll have a resume that you can feel confident in. Now go land that dream job with Adobe Acrobat. Start your free 7-day trial now.
I'm out here telling people how they can save money with Experian. You guys know how many subscriptions that you have?
Well, I think more than we'd like to admit.
Yeah. With Experian, you can see your subscriptions all in one place and cancel the ones you don't want.
Sign me up.
Get started now with the Experian app.
The EU wants to kill microtransactions. Thank God. This has been, and I really think that microtransactions in games, it's just there's too many of them now. There's way, way too many of them. W? Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Well, the EU are up to regulatory shenanigans again. The question is, will this be good for us or will it be bad for us? With that in mind, here's a quote. Let's not kill one of Europe's few tech success stories. That was a rather damning statement given by the CEO of Supercell, and its latest shot in a war that has been silently raging since April, because that's when the EU unveiled new guidelines for microtransactions.
If your idea of tech success is guilting and like tricking kids into spending their parents' money, like I wouldn't really say that's a tech success. That's like saying a Nigerian prince email scam is a tech success.
Actions in gaming. And now, after a summer of adjustment, the industry is speaking out. Now, obviously, in one way, that's all kind of hilarious, and we do sort of think, yeah, you've rammed our games full of this bullshit, a lot of it has felt fairly manipulative, it's probably good that someone is getting involved. In big picture, that is what I think.
I do think so. I think they should regulate microtransactions, absolutely. Any sort of payment, like basically, I think they should make it to where you can only buy things in video games for the local currency. So there are no gems, there are no tokens, there are no crystals, there are no Prima gems, there are no, icons, there are no tickets, there are no coins, there are no bars, there is no silver, there is no gold, there is just dollars or European fucking, whatever the fuck they use over there, European euros, anything, right? No V-Bucks. Yes, local pricing only. Now, I would be willing to compromise with local pricing being required next to the pricing in terms of the gems and in terms of everything else. I would be okay with that compromise, but even that I think is just, it's obfuscation.
Said.
Because again, like the reason why they have those tickets and all those different currencies, the reason why they exist is so you don't know how much money you're spending, right? It's to confuse you. It's to like abstract the money that you're spending and to separate you from the dollar amount, and that way you're confused. And on a fundamental level, what are you doing? You're misleading the customer. Well, I don't think you should have a business model that's built around misleading the customer. That's bullshit.
People in the industry are saying that this will ruin everything that they've built. I mean, just look
at... Maybe you shouldn't have built a piece of shit.
What the Supercell dude said. Basically, according to a lot of them, they say these regulations would worsen the player experience and also wouldn't improve protections.
How is the player experience improved by having to spend money in your game? It's not.
Certainly is a bit that I'm at least interested in. They also say that this would cause widespread collateral damage to one of EU's biggest tech success stories.
Thank God.
So here's the thing. He's not entirely wrong. He's not entirely right. There's definitely stuff for us to talk about, and this one's going to be a goddamn trip.
And I get this all can be a lot. We've got tariff and trade negotiations affecting everything from Switch 2 pricing to gaming privacy laws.
And that means you need a full picture. And that's where Ground News comes in. It's where I go to cut through the clickbait and to understand what's happening. They're today's video sponsor.
For me, the way I get my news is I just make it up.
And here's the story of the EU pushing back against Trump's tech regulation threats. We've got 107 sources here covering it, but a striking 63% on the left, 29% in the center, and only 8% on the right. That's an imbalance that put it straight into Ground News' blind spot feed.
I believe it.
And the headline comparison is kind of fascinating here. You've got
make up
Le Monde,
statistics.
a left-leaning and rated very high factuality outlet running EU defends its digital rules as sovereign right after Trump's tariff threat. Another outlet, Americans for Tax Reform, who are right-leaning with mixed factuality rating, flips it, saying Trump slams EU digital regulations as discriminatory attack on US giants. So you see the same diplomatic clashes, but opposite heroes and villains. And just those factualities alone show you where you are or are not seeing spin. So Ground actually means what you see is reliable. And when only 8% of right-leaning outlets are touching a major piece of US EU tech news, you're kind of missing how this is playing politically. Now,
honestly, the reason why is because all these people and what they do is, what do you call it? They, like, these news outlets are total fucking propaganda places. Totally full of shit, totally propaganda.
All of this with Ground News.
Did you lose your check mark in Twitter? Yeah, because I changed my profile picture.
Vantage plan. It gives you bias ratings from free independent agencies, side-by-side headline comparisons, and with, say, their tech interest page, you can just see all the tech stories from all the angles. And if you go to ground.news/Bellular, you'll get 40% off unlimited access with the Vantage plan. That's the plan that I use, and that is the best deal of the year for my subs for limited time. So, if you want to check it out, hit up that link down below.
Wow.
Here's a fun fact to get us going. This was kind of kicked off by a Swedish horse girl game.
That's what you get.
Here we are. Let's get into the story. The autumn legislative sessions are starting, and we're right at the end of the consultation period for the Digital Fairness Act. So, would you like some fairness in digital format? Maybe this act is for you. Now, what it is
everything
an
should be fake.
overarching EU legislative agenda that covers loads of tech fields and where they intersect with consumer protections. Now, for our purposes, it includes features like deceptive interface design, where, well, there's all sorts of shady shit that they do. Manipulative elements, addictive elements, and unfair.
Oh, I remember I got that character.
Personalization practices. You might think, oh, I love things.
I remember Emmy rolled for that character, and she spent all of her money and time making that character as good as she possibly could. Mine was still better. And it wasn't even close. Isn't that sad?
To be personalized. Less so whenever a game is trying to exploit you really wanting that next upgrade and is giving you a targeted deal that probably has 900% value or some made-up bullshit like
800% value? I'm about to buy it right now.
It hits consumer vulnerabilities and where people can be exploited. Now, you may remember our coverage from back in April, where we got to talk about the Swedish horse girl game.
Digital currency is bullshit. It's intentionally a scam. It's made to scam you. It's made so you waste your money. That's what it does.
So that's when the EU took on microtransactions. And what happened is that the Consumer Protection Cooperation Network, rolls off the tongue, laid out some new key principles. And this all came as a part of a case made against the Swedish mobile game Star Stables. Now, what we're talking about today...
The Virgin Star Stables versus the Chad Una Musume. You don't hear anything like this happening to Uma Musume, do you? Absolutely not.
The Digital Fairness Act and its consultation period, it is building on those principles from the whole horse game saga. Now, what that means is new systems requiring real monetary value on listings, not just, made up gem bullshit. Removing...
Wait, so they were watching the stream? Damn!
Multiple currency options, ensuring refunds are available. Imagine that, a refund on a gem. Crazy stuff. And also ending a lot of the FOMO practices. And especially because these things were often targeted toward kids, but also they would apply to everyone because games would need to implement them across the board. Now, at the time, the industry was obviously not really thrilled. They love making money from all of the things that I just listed.
Here's the thing. A lot of these companies make a bunch of money because they're able to hoodwink stupid kids into spending their parents' money. This is a predatory system. It's based off of something that shouldn't be happening. It's fundamentally unethical, and there should be laws and regulations that keep it in check. Anybody that disagrees with that is either getting paid because of it or retarded.
That feel sketchy. And they framed these as new legal theories, as a disruption that could see games pulled from the EU if those games couldn't comply. Think about the poor monetization designers, guys. But where things left off is that the CPC was supposed to work with them, work with the industry to help implement everything. But 6 months later, the industry mood has not improved, and they are quite worried. That open letter from the Supercell CEO, and by the way, Supercell are the Clash of Clans people, so
I'm thinking about going back to Clash of Clans pretty soon. I'm thinking about playing it again.
Some top-tier creative gaming content. That's just one of several press efforts that we've seen in recent weeks. But it's the most striking one from a senior figure. Basically, he says that he doesn't want the EU's 27 billion euro industry harmed
baby
by
rage
the
popcorn
DFA or the guidelines
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you don't want to lose money. Okay, yeah, wow, what a surprise. I can't believe it. Oh my God, what a shock. You don't want to lose money.
This year, and he argues that they will, quote, break how many games fundamentally work, that they will harm the player experience, and especially will do this for free-to-play games. He uses a familiar metaphor for how in-game currency works, but it's one that was okay per the legal framework before the new guidelines in April. And basically he talked about theme park tokens. The idea that a family can buy tokens in bulk, or they can buy tokens individually, or they can even win tokens in a theme park. And to him, this is all framed as, quote, convenient and...
Retard argument, retard logic, retard argumentation. The difference is that it's the same as like the difference in like a strip club versus like an online OnlyFans, like or like a casino versus an online website where you can gamble. A casino that you go into has in-person age verification, and you're accompanied by a adult that is there to chaperone you around in the area. If you compare this to video games, these video games do not have that same type of thing. Everybody knows that. And because of that, Q's Live, I get that. I don't want to hear it again. But like I'll look at it later. I don't want to like fucking watch it live. I'll watch it later on. And so anyway, it's not even just kid takes advantage of our brain's reward centers to get you to spend money easily and fast. I think that if you want to get into it takes advantage of your brain's reward centers, you would actually end up painting with such a broad brush that you attack all advertising, period, right? And so, like, I do think some types of advertising maybe should be illegal, but for the most part, I think generally letting adults make adult decisions is good. Letting children make decisions that are against their best interests because of the lack of adults' supervision is bad. It's pretty simple, right?
Fun, avoiding repeated cash transactions. You know, the idea you can buy loads of tokens at once. And he then contrasts this with the potential worst case under the new guidelines, where individual parental approval for each token used, including signed contract agreements, regardless of purchase value and all of that, would basically harm the experience.
Exactly, it would. It would harm the... You're right, it would.
He's saying that regardless of purchase value, rides must display a real cost in euros based on a fixed standard, not, you know, a token cost. Now, when children win prizes, they believe that those prizes are worth real money, despite obviously not being able to cash out. In his analogy, the visitors get frustrated and leave. Why? Well, because the experience isn't simpler or safer.
Well, it's simple. It is. The thing is that what's simple for you is getting their money. And maybe it shouldn't be that simple for you to be able to trick a 9-year-old into spending their parents' money. Maybe that shouldn't be simple.
What exists now? So, why change the token system? Well, his argument, he believes the existing frameworks can just be strengthened. You know, improve what we've got. Don't do a big new scary thing. Now, we will come back to how Supercell responds to those existing laws later on in this video. But going on, he suggests these new policies could result in companies...
They're also forcing video game companies that rely on optional purchases of in-game content to look at other business models like advertising-based revenues, which we all know undermines the user experience. Well, how about you just figure out, like... The thing is that if if your business requires you to engage in unethical practices in order for it to exist, maybe your business shouldn't exist. That's the main problem. Is that like if you have your business and it's taking advantage of people and it's problematic, that's it.
Using other monetization models, things like more in-game advertising. And this feeling has actually got a lot of backing. Multiple large European game developers sent a letter to the EU. And I have to say, a massive thank you to one of our members, Neo Nebulosa, for helping us navigate the fun industrial nuances of the continent.
Let's legit predatory practices? Absolutely.
For real, this shit's complicated. Now, what happened is that Euractiv saw the letter, and then industry-wide bodies like the European Game Developer Federation also got involved. And they're all very worried, and this is based on legal interpretations of current proposals and what they would mean for them.
What you have to understand is that everything that they do and everything that they say is intentionally structured in a way for them to figure out how to make you give them more money. Their goal isn't to make sure that the consumer experience is as good as possible. Their goal is to make as much money as possible. And you should approach everything that they say with that mindset.
Let's go to the heart of the issue. This fundamentally comes down to a fairly simple question, but it's one with significant legal ramifications. And it's this: is in-game currency the same as real currency? Because if it's treated as such...
Well, yeah, it's basically the same thing. It's treated the same way. I mean, if you can... Is it the same? It is and it's not, right? I mean, like, that's the answer.
As, quote, digital representations of value, then the company's
trading... It is a
trading...
digital representation of value. It obviously is. Yeah, I mean, if that's the definition of currency, these are digital representations of value. Nobody can argue otherwise. If you are, you're lying.
In them face significantly more scrutiny.
Yep.
And if you're thinking about, say, I don't know, banking, crypto, and other things, yeah, you're kind of thinking along the right lines. Because effectively, they would then be a little bit more like Bitcoin under the law. And to be clear, that is the position of the CPC. And therefore it's inherent to the current consultation for the Digital Fairness Act, which is the big thing that would really change a lot. Now, the fundamental argument is that people are putting real money into these systems, and they are getting in return for their real money a digital representation of that money in the form of products, like, say, your gems or your
obvious.
Call of Duty points, whatever it may be. So because of that, they should therefore have transparency and safety when they are spending.
Of course.
Now,
Of course. How could anybody be against that who isn't trying to scam you? Really? It's so obvious.
Those are good, noble goals. But implementation could be a little tricky, and it would mean some humongous changes. Now, we can't just dismiss those things because we like the principles behind the changes. And for the avoidance of doubt, we here are very much behind those principles. And what the industry is putting forward really are based on worst case scenarios. But that doesn't mean that they won't happen, and we should talk about it because it would impact the industry. Now, they already don't trust the EU elements implementing all of this, as flagged by
Well, they don't
George
trust them because they're against their best interests. It's not like they don't trust them for any sort of like a ethical reason. It's just because they're going to cause them to lose money.
All that one.
It's the same as how companies are pissed that they have to make it easier to cancel subscriptions. Yes, like in order to cancel a subscription, you shouldn't have to click 3 buttons and go through 3 different web pages and do like a survey. You should just have to be able to click it and that's it. And anybody who's arguing against that just wants to take your money. That's it. That's all they want to do. They want to take your money. They want to scam you.
Excellent video games industry memo newsletter back in April, his sources suggested to him something rather troubling, that before the new guidelines, the CPC did not engage with industry trade bodies, let alone get impact assessments. I know, impact assessments, it's real sexy stuff, but then again, we are dealing with, billions of euro and how the industry literally works.
Yeah.
Now, that's part of why these bodies are emphasizing certain facts. Things like, only 18% of kids are allowed to make purchases, that 95% get
18% of kids, that's like 1 in 5. That's massive. Like, what do you mean only 18%? That's insane. That's a crazy ratio.
supervision, and that monthly spending has actually gone down year on year, which is at least a silver lining if you're not a fan of microtransactions. But basically, the industry is putting forward that they see all of this stuff as using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, and basically...
Shouldn't have made the nut. You made the nut. You didn't want the sledgehammer? Why'd you make the nut?
That's why they've been so frustrated. Now, the CPC suggested
I'm just
that
saying.
they would work with the industry
No, that's
after
the way
they
it
did
is.
their big publication. And without direct
What?
leaks, we don't literally know what those discussions looked like over the summer. But based on current reactions, they did not go well. But more than that, apparently, the CPC also didn't work with other EU bodies. Yes, this is really getting all quite complex. People may wonder why, I don't know, nothing ever gets done. Anyway.
Yeah, it's because it's designed that way. It's a bureaucratic entropy that's created intentionally in order to obfuscate any sort of change or benefit for the actual citizens that it's supposed to represent. It happens in every single company. It happens in every single bureaucracy. It happens in every government. It happens in every system. Is that systems continually grow over time, and they do not have culling mechanisms that are able to keep them in check in a way that is healthy, and at that point, then they get worse. That's what happens. That's the way it is.
What it effectively means, the point the industry is trying to get across, right, is that this one group tried to set a new central philosophy on microtransactions, but they kind of did that without getting everyone else involved in the situation involved in what that would look like, which
It's a bureaucratic bullshit.
Messy. And for an example of said mess, we've got to say a big thanks to this pack of Lithuanian RuneScape gold farmers. To put a very messy situation in very simple terms, in Lithuania, currency transfers are tax exempt. So because of this, the gold farmers thought that they would not have to pay value-added tax. But the Revenue Office disagreed. The Revenue Office...
What a surprise that the people that collect the money think that, actually, you know what? We need a little bit more of your money. What a shock.
Believed that the gold farmers weren't trading a currency whenever they were doing their trades. So yeah, they were like trading a product, and that would mean that they would need to get their value-added tax. Now, they needed clarity on the law here. So what they did is they went to the EU, and they went to a specific bit called the EU Advocate General. And the result of that was a ruling by the EU Advocate General. And that is that in-game currency should be considered as a digital second-hand product, not as a currency in itself.
In-game gold as an electronic service does not merely serve to procure a later consumable benefit in the form of an as yet unspecified service, which the issuer of a voucher would be obligated to supply, but is itself already a consumable benefit. Therefore, it's not a voucher within the meaning of Article 30A within the VAT directive. That's retarded because it can be both. You can spend in-game gold as a direct consumable item, and you can also use it as a currency. This is like saying that you can't melt down quarters, or sorry, it's like saying that because you can melt down quarters and then turn them into like some type of metal, or like pennies and you can turn them into copper, that somehow, oh, well, that means that that means that pennies don't have any value. This is the most retarded dumb fuck argument, and it's probably made by somebody that has erectile dysfunction with fully gray hair that can't use fucking email. It's either that or a fucking retard. It's embarrassing. Isn't it? What a stupid thing to say.
Now, that's actually quite fun for today's story, because that's actually not how the guidelines from the CPC frame them. Same goes for the Digital Fairness Act proposals as well. And that just makes everything here so much messier. Because different
It's only messy because they're stupid.
Of the EU, different arms of it, are taking different opinions. Obviously, that makes it very hard to get...
different opinions are because they're stupid. It's obvious. It's so obvious.
Anything goddamn done. And that's part of why the company seems so pissed off here. To them, the CPC wants compliance with their guidelines, even as another EU judiciary is suggesting another interpretation. So they're, in a way, saying, oh no, look at us, we're caught in the middle, this is a nightmare, what do we do? And honestly, in that case, yeah, they do have a point. It's like different arms of the same body are saying different things about basically the same issue. that's obviously chaos.
Yeah, you want to know what the problem is? It's like the only metaphor, the old metaphor of a blind man, the three blind men and an elephant, right? Feeling different parts of the elephant, explaining what the elephant is, and it's completely different. You feel the trunk, it's like, oh, it's this thing, it's like a snake. You feel the side, it's like a hippo. You feel the legs, it's like maybe like a fucking deer. The reality of this is that the problem is that they're blind. It's that they can't see that it's a fucking elephant to begin with, because the commission and the people that are running this are incompetent and they don't know how to do their jobs. That's the reason why they can't come to a consensus on this, is because they don't fully understand what they're even making decisions on, which is embarrassing. It is absolutely embarrassing. And I think also there is a probably good amount of this that is intentional, malicious dishonesty. They do know it, but they're pretending not to, so they can protect companies that they might be making money from, or they have some sort of value attached to. It's bullshit. The reason why they're either stupid or paid off. Probably
Chaos that
both.
could get worse with the Digital Fairness Act being implemented next year. And that would mean that, well, everything that they work on, these companies that is, may now need to be changed.
Good.
Changed again to comply with the new requirements.
That's what you get.
Which would be a good thing, going solely off the principles, what we're trying to protect and make better here. But, implementation is often the hard bit, and that is why the companies are very much worried. Oh boy, we're getting there. And
They're not. No. That's a lie. They're not worried about implementation. They're worried about the principle of it. They're worried about the principle of it, and they're worried about the accountability of it. They try to act like implementation is the problem, so they can make an appeal to people that are anti-government by saying that the government is a bureaucracy and ineffective. But the truth is that if the government was effective, it would be even bigger threat to them. And it's in their best interest the government remains as ineffective as possible. That's why they try to pay people off in the government. That's why they try to continue to reinforce the status quo. This is such a very obvious fucking...
may have noticed in this
So
video
obvious.
is it might all sound a little bit schizo. I mean, here I
It's
am
not
in
schizo.
1 second being very much, look at the things the Swedish Horse Girl game was doing.
Yes.
That's all pretty sketchy. Let's regulate some of this stuff so that, we don't have exploitative
The
bullshit
government loves
happening
me.
that's,
Yeah.
aimed at teens and stuff. And then you'll also see me, talking about the industry's points. And to understand this story,
yes,
I think we've just got to accept a very basic fact. Everyone involved is going to present their argument in the best light that they can.
Of course.
CPC will. The people at Supercell will.
Yes.
I will. You will. We'll pretty much always be trying to put our argument forward in the best way. And the upshot of that is everyone involved, from their perspective, will play up the risk and then downplay anything that will undermine them. And even if we return to the Supercell dude's letter, you can start to pick holes in some of the logic that he puts forward. If you're
Well, yeah, of course you can. If you look right here, I mean, does The Witcher have a bunch of microtransactions? No, it's a completely fucking it's a AAA game that's a premium game. Clash of Clans and Candy Crush, comparing that to The Witcher is dishonest, and anybody that knows anything about video games knows that. And this is what the problem is that this is a letter written by for people that are retarded. They are retarded. They don't know anything about technology. They don't know anything about computers. They don't know anything about video games. And they're just going to go off of what somebody who is into space thinks. That's it.
If you're going to update his analogy to actually be accurate to the real industry, well, then his theme parks would be having 3 or 4 or 5 different types of tokens. Just look at, what you see when you open a gacha game and you just bombard it. And to undermine his points even more, he tries to talk about how, you can win one of the tokens as a prize. Yeah, but in so many of these games, the only thing you can win as a prize is, just for participating in something, is the lowest value of token. But then you can only buy some tokens in massive bundles. Bundles that don't match the price of the product you're trying to buy.
It's intentionally a scam.
Which is a good consumer experience.
Exactly. And I think that what Bellier said right there really makes a lot of... I think that really just ties everything together. Is this a good consumer experience that is healthy for the user? The answer to that, I think, is obviously no. So whenever you have a system that exists as a parasite on the user, why does the system exist? Why is it not being regulated? And also, it's very important that the big difference between this and, let's say, buying cigarettes, for example, is that when you're buying cigarettes, you know what you're buying, and it's that simple. When you're buying this stuff, you're going through multiple levels of intentional obfuscation in order to confuse you about how much money you're spending. This is intentionally obfuscating, intentionally trying to make and impair the user's ability to make an informed financial decision that the company is doing while they are trying to sell them something. That is bad faith, unethical business. And I don't see how anybody can defend that.
Much as this just web of absolute
that
goddamn
simple.
insanity does make these companies a hell of a lot of money. And when he talks about wanting to make existing legislation stronger, well, yeah, Supercell would know all that they need to know about that.
I bet.
Because they've been accused of being non-compliant with UK loot box regulations.
Uh-oh.
You know, clearly,
Who knows?
self-regulation and current legislation are not working for everyone.
Well, they
That's-
don't want self-regulation, or they do want self-regulation because they can use that as a weapon to regulate smaller companies and pull the ladder up from them.
That's why we need these changes in the first place. But it is also true
That's the reason.
that he does have a bit of a point. These bodies should probably have a talk with the industry reps to implement changes in a way that won't have unintended negative impacts.
Yep.
And we have seen many examples of that. As an example,
GDPR.
GDPR. You having more control over your data, all that privacy stuff, that's pretty great. But
I agree. I think it's
really
very good.
annoying having that pop up every time you go to a website and you got to install an extension to deal with the annoying thing. Yeah, that does kind of suck. I mean, I get the point. I agree with the principle, but the implementation clearly isn't really that great. And where it risks getting worse is that today we've been talking about the concerns from big trade bodies and companies like Supercell. And here's the thing with those groups. They've got money. They can afford to be compliant with new laws, like, say, all the stuff that's been going on with the UK's Online Safety Act
Sure.
and similar laws around the world. The incumbents can fork up the cash to be compliant. They can do that. Hell, if the compliance is a real nightmare, then maybe you can be an entrepreneur and sell the solution.
Oh!
But the smaller teams, the people who are just on the cusp of being sustainable fiscally, well, they'll be hurt more. The worst case scenario.
This is always what happens with regulation, but it's something that should happen to everybody. You're right that it will negatively affect smaller companies more, but ultimately, I think that more transparency and making, like, think about what company would be against putting a dollar amount in regular currency next to every single transaction that you make inside of an in-game store. Think about what could the argument possibly be that is a bad idea and that's bad for the user. And that's the big problem that happens, is that I think a lot of people never think about basically why are people advocating for this? Yeah, all of them. It's less profit. Yeah, they're going to make less money.
Something that looks more like regulatory capture, that perhaps looks like the incumbents adapting to the regulation, but then the regulation being so onerous that new companies basically can't really get started up. That can be really bad. But to cut through all that fluff, something needs to happen. And the reason why is simple. A reckoning is coming, and we are very much on the clock. Here's the deal. The Digital Fairness Act is expected to be delivered in the next year or so. And what's happening right now is the ending of the consultation period for the virtual currency stuff. And clearly, after 12 weeks of consultation, well, these companies have been reacting in this way to make a point that they don't want the Digital Fairness Act legislators to treat them the way that the CPC allegedly treated them with all of that Swedish horse girl stuff. They basically want a chance.
Because they don't want to get regulated, because it's going to cause them to lose money. They can make arguments about how it's actually about bureaucracy, or it's actually about some sort of principle, but the only principle they care about is their principle balance. The truth is that the reason why they're trying to throw every wrench they possibly can into the machine is because the machine is making them money, or the machine can stop them from making money. I think that's probably a better way to say it. That's the reason why. Like, it's not any more complicated than that at all.
To make sure that their voices are heard. And you know what? That is their right. They are literally entities contributing to the economy within the EU. So yeah, they should have a seat at that table. I want them to be listened to and respected, but also treated with the skepticism that is due, because they are very much not unbiased here. And just as these companies need to turn a profit, they also need to do so in a way that is not predatory toward the public. And
that's the thing that I don't understand why people let and give this a pass. Because fundamentally what they're doing is misrepresenting what people are buying and making it confusing, and then relying on kids to make uninformed purchases that their parents aren't aware of. Everybody knows that's the way it works.
Ultimately, it's that last bit that's where I land. You can see enough horror stories of this stuff going bad, or even just the simple, basic goddamn thing. You look at your phone, there's a social media app that's just trying to play around with your brain chemistry to get you hooked. You open a video game, and now it's doing the same thing. There's all this predatory bullshit everywhere. I don't know about you, but I've had enough. And the profit of these businesses is, yes, relevant to them, the shareholders.
Yep.
But it's also not goddamn sacred. And the whole point of governments and bodies like these is that we can be represented.
Exactly.
And in some way, we have some buy-in to the rules of the game that everyone should be able to play fairly, which is a bit of a stupidly optimistic, lofty-ass goal. But in this case, you know what? If they make less money because they're not allowed to be as manipulative and people lose their jobs because of that, that's okay.
Too fucking bad. Exactly, yes. If your job is relying on scamming people, that's what you get. If you have to rely on unethical business models in order to make money, too fucking bad. It's that simple.
Maximizing employment's not the only fucking goal. There's other stuff going on. There are negative externalities. That's another thing to consider. Yes, you could just deregulate gambling to the tits and then tax it and say, look at our number go up.
Yeah.
But then you can also think about the negative externalities on society that are a result of sad gambling bollocks.
It's a lot of gambling.
And don't worry, you guys in the US are heading in the direction that the United Kingdom has been in for a long ass time regarding the old online sports betting. Anyway,
well, sports betting is massive now.
I see the point. Yes, these guys should be listened to, etc., etc. Do you know what? We should have some say in the goddamn rules, and people have had enough. I know this wasn't the most light and breezy video in the world,
no,
so
I appreciate this video. I definitely agree
with
this.
Next.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real. Like, I think this is a huge problem, and I don't know why these companies haven't gotten regulated already. And I think the reason why is that a lot of people, let me link you guys the video, give it a like. This is a Bellier video. I'm a very big fan of Bellier, like it a lot. And like him a lot, excuse me. And do betting in general. Yeah, and so anyway, playing games today, I'm not sure. Let me focus on this at least right for now. Good video, it's very aware. Yeah, I think the problem is a mix of corruption and ignorance, basically. I think a lot of these companies are ignorant and they don't understand what the real problems are. And because they don't understand what the problems are and they don't understand really what's going on, these companies are able to run laps around them and take advantage of them. Because a lot of the people in the government are either bought off or so stupid that they don't understand the nuances of these different programs and these different games and their monetization structures, right? So if they understood it better, they would be able to do it. But unfortunately, they don't. And so that's basically what I think is happening to them, right? The internet moves too fast for regulators. Well, not really. I mean, no, it doesn't. The thing is that if they were able to fix this, they could have fixed it in a lot of ways. Like, there's a lot of kind of like broad rules that they could have and then apply them to bad actors in the intermediary. I do want to say that the reason why these companies are talking about how bad this is, it's actually very simple. It's because it will cause them to lose money. There's no big reason why. There's no, explanation or anything like that. Like some sort of like principle to it. Absolutely not. It's just literally as simple as them trying to make things sound confusing so they can make more money off of you.
The incredible tale of a most unusual character. Rated PG-13. Select engagements start December 7th. Opens December 14th everywhere.
Yes, sir.
Mod Tricka, back up in this thing, man. Today, we'll be continuing Modtoberfest with some of the most mysterious videos in the world. But before we hop into that, go ahead and spam that like button right now so we can run the numbers up on the algorithm, and you don't even gotta think about it later. And if you haven't already, go ahead and hit that sub button too. Sub up, join the family. This is the most lit and active community on YouTube, period. With that being said, guys, let's hop straight into the video. I have no idea what this blue stuff is, but I would throw the whole 2-piece away, because if you eat this, you might actually shapeshift into Colonel Sanders.
So we all just got woken up to some disturbing sound all through the whole area. I just called 911 and they said they've gotten like over 50 calls about it.
It's most likely a tunnel boring machine or some sort of construction equipment, but it sounds like Godzilla, so I could be wrong.
They did research for a movie and they were using actual spells to do it, and everyone got sick with some disease they hadn't seen in thousands of years. Vampire Diaries too. They had witches from Salem actually say you don't know what you're dabbling with, because apparently they were pulling like actual curses and using them in the filming of that.
I mean, you think about it, like how the governments use witches and occult stuff in their own psyop experiments and, you know, everything like that. So it's like Pentagon has their own thing for cinema and for film. Like, who knows, man? It's weird. It's strange. It just makes you want to become a monk. They list out everything that they lived with, and it's like, maybe that is a little bit of how we're supposed to be living. Very minimalistly.
Think about music too, though. The Psalms are supposed to be like actual penned notes, so you can take the Psalms and actually like play the music that was the melody that was intended to be played. But if that's true, then that would imply that music, sometimes when we hear something, like think about that opening hook. I'm just using Harry Potter because we're talking about it, but you know, dun 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 dun, you know, like that opening thing, why does that make us feel mysterious and odd? It's like, if they are dabbling in things, could the unsettling be actual auditory? Maybe it's not an actual spell, but it puts you in a place to be susceptible to something.
It doesn't matter if you film in a movie or not. Once you start doing actual spells and you get actually cursed, it's hard for me to feel bad for you. I would barely be able to balance a broom upright like this if I tried intentionally. She need a full ride scholarship to Hogwarts.
Major breaking news in the 3i Atlas case. NASA has for the first time ever activated planetary defense systems. NASA's Planetary Defense Network has just added 3i Atlas, a Manhattan-sized interstellar object, to its list of potential threats. Scientists say it's emitting an alloy not found in nature, defying all known comet behavior and emitting a light. Harvard astrophysicist Avi Loeb says it could even be alien technology, probably a probe using the sun's gravity to change course. NASA is launching a comet campaign this winter to track it. They're calling it a test, but others are saying it's a warning. What do you think? And I'll keep you updated.
I want to believe that 3i Atlas is an actual alien mothership, but the way the mainstream media has been fear-mongering is the perfect setup for Project Bluebeam. I won't believe it until I get abducted.
Now, this is on a man's surveillance camera deep in Michigan. He said that he has several missing animals. His partner, his dog, he had a bloodhound, all of a sudden became missing. And, you know, there's a website called the North American Dogman Project for people who say they are seeing a upright mammal that looks like pretty much a werewolf. And we've covered this topic before here on Off the Grid. It goes back to 1610 with Catherine Cross. On her tombstone, it said, by human wolves. So you got to think about all of this. So this photo right here was captured on a man's security surveillance phone on his home. You know, he hadn't been to his cabin since he'd seen this photo. So, you know, and this is a man who has an artillery of weapons. You know, he believes in the right to bear arms. And he said, you know, it's just not worth it. You know, he has a family. He said, you know, the footprints were almost size 20.
When Dogman started to be talked about more, they came out with the movie and the book series Dogman. And so when you Google, that's what pops up now instead, is the children's book and the children's video. So I wonder if that's another like Disney's Frozen kind of thing to just kind of muddy the waters if you're going to try to research too deep into it.
If this picture is real, then the dog man is actually terrifying. It looks like a human-sized labradoodle. Your only chance of survival is convincing it to come with you to Starbucks and getting it a pup cup. When it comes to these major brands and corporations, everything you see on the packaging has been approved of by somebody, so this is very intentional. Now I understand why they say don't drink the Kool-Aid.
This has always been a tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist type topic, but if you look at where we're at today with the nanotech, we now know that this is conspiracy fact. There's a gentleman by the name of Dr. Ido Bachelet. In 2013, he gave a TED-Med talk. He's holding up a 1cc syringe, and he's saying, I just brought this from my lab, and then the tip of this needle are 1,000 billion robots, 2,000 times the width of a human hair. Not only does he brag about these robots being in the syringe, talks about how it's a benefit to humanity. And I would agree with him in one aspect. Technology in and itself is not good or bad. It's who is in control of the technology. He also expresses to the audience how these nanorobots basically are designed to be controlled by computer code, various languages. And he teaches his students how to control these things with an Xbox controller.
Are they electronic components? How are they being powered? How are they keeping power?
They keep power through the piezoelectric effect. Our body naturally produces a certain amount of amperage. There's a thing called graphene oxide. It's the main component that allows these things to self-assemble, self-replicate.
I'm sure these robots could be used for medical purposes, but I don't trust that that's all they're being used for because it sounds like DARPA's smart dust.
The Naga Cave, otherwise known as a snake cave of Thailand, received its nickname for a good reason. Parts of the cave clearly resemble that of a structure of a giant snake. Although scientists have concluded that the cave received its appearance through thermal expansion and water erosion, others believe that it's the petrified remains of a giant snake, and others simply believe it was man-made. Do you really believe that this was a cause of water erosion?
It seems like every time archaeologists discover something that contradicts the mainstream narrative, they always resort to water erosion. You can't tell me this isn't a giant Burmese python.
If you're a Swiftie, you are going to hate me for saying this. This is Taylor Swift in 2006. Sweet, country vibes, she's fun, she's safe, and all the children in the world sang along with her. This is Taylor Swift in 2008. Love story. Romeo, take me somewhere we can be alone. It's just a fairy tale. It's innocent, it's playful. It makes all the kids happy. This is Taylor Swift in 2012. Red, I knew you were trouble. Now we're getting into heartbreak. Now things are getting messy, a little wild, but it's still catchy. And because she had the children's hearts, they'll go along with her. This is Taylor Swift in 2014 singing that viral song Blank Space. Got a long list of lovers. They will tell you I'm insane. There's drama now, gossip, scandal, and slowly the darkness is creeping in. But the teens still love it because it's Taylor Swift after all. We trust her. This is Taylor Swift in 2017 on a Reputation album, Look What You Made Me Do. Now we have anger, revenge, shade, and even a slight witchy vibe. But you still sing along, even though she's playing with fire. This is Taylor Swift in 2020 in Willow. Life is like a willow, bending but not breaking. We've now got magical, hypnotic vibes, and it's almost as if she's casting spells on people without them even noticing. And this is Taylor Swift in 2022 in Midnights. It's me. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me. Again, we're getting more darker. Again, things are getting a little bit more twisted, and yet people cannot stop listening. Finally, this is Taylor Swift in 2025. The Life of a Showgirl. Her darkest album yet, and some of the lyrics are so bad that I would blush to even share them with you on the internet. So, over to you. Can you see what's happening here? It started sweet, it started innocent, it started dreamy, but step by step, album by album, it got darker and darker, weirder and weirder, until it even became quite witchy.
If she went from being an innocent country singer in 2006 to being emo in 2025, by 2026 she gonna be Michelle Lemay Jr. I'm pretty sure that laser is a LiDAR system used to create 3D maps. It's just suspicious that they're scanning a residential neighborhood and the plane belongs to a private owner. I don't know why she's sending this video to her husband. She needs to send it to Pope Leo.
Almost 100% sure that they taught us that blood was blue inside the body until it hits oxygen and then it turns red. And I just saw a video of a 6th grade teacher talking about why do her 6th graders think that blood is blue. And my first thought was, how do you, as a teacher, not know that blood is blue until it hits oxygen? And then I looked it up, and apparently that was never true. So now I'm wondering, because I could have sworn they taught us this in schools, like, I don't even know if this is a Mandela effect or if this is just like misinformation completely, or if they are like they just lied to it. Wait, who else thinks that blood is blue? Actually, let me ask my husband. Hold on. Wait. Babe, when your blood is inside your body, what color is it?
Blue.
See, it's not okay. So apparently that's never been true. Like, blood has always been red. That's just a myth.
It's only red when
when it hits oxygen. Thank you. Okay, so apparently that's just a myth. So I feel like they taught us this in schools, but my mom's also in the medical field and also taught me this. Like, this is gonna, what the
I was definitely taught that blood is blue in your veins until it touches oxygen. The American education system failed me.
3 Minneapolis police officers reported observing a spherical UAP made up of 6 interlocking rings of coloured lights hovering at 10,000 feet. The object moved with both slow and hypersonic acceleration before rapidly relocating north. And this was shot through a pair of binoculars, and this is a photo that they shot as well, which is absolutely insane. This doesn't appear on flight radar. There's no flight data on this object, and this comes as a report from Finland yesterday, seeing the same object at 35,000 feet. I don't know about you, but that sounds pretty damn biblical to me, wouldn't you say? 6 colourful interlocking rings. Witnessed by 3 officers, passers-by, making no noise, no flight data, with no questions or answers to what this object could have been. And look at the state of that, bruv. Again, was reported by pilots in Finland the day before at an altitude of around 35,000 feet. Biblically accurate angel confirmed. Big up.
Just when I thought 2025 couldn't get any stranger, we got an alien mothership in our solar system in Ezekiel's will over Minneapolis.
One of the biggest mysteries from the Louvre heist is why the thieves didn't steal this diamond. And I personally think it's because this is one of the most cursed objects at the Louvre, and I think the thieves knew that. This is the Regent diamond. It's a 140 carat diamond that's estimated to be about $60 million. The curse is said to have started the moment the diamond was removed from the earth. This diamond comes from India around 1700, and according to the legend, it was actually an enslaved person who removed the diamond and then was immediately in cold blood so that an English ship captain could take it. And I mean, we don't have to get technical about it, but it's kind of already a stolen object. Now for reference, the thieves made off with $102 million worth of gems, and this diamond is right next to the other ones that they stole, which kind of made investigators think that they intentionally left it behind. But what they didn't realize is this is one of the most cursed objects at the Louvre. It's said to be worn by all sorts of French royalty who met really grisly endings. It was Napoleon Bonaparte's favorite decoration for his swords, and he would go on to die in exile. It was also a favorite gem of Marie Antoinette and her husband Louis XVI, who both of them would go on to be guillotined.
If that's the case, then they're smart for leaving this diamond alone, because they probably would have got struck down by lightning before they even made it back to the getaway car.
Wait, hold up. Let me get this straight. So one of the richest men on earth wants you to have a digital ID, and that's just the beginning. Larry Ellison, the owner of Oracle and now TikTok, not only said he wants our data centralized with an AI surveillance system, but he also said this.
Citizens will be on their best behavior, because we're constantly recording and reporting everything.
Citizens will be on their best behavior. That sounds like a very dark dystopian future. And speaking of citizens, these people are protesting as we speak in the streets of London with signs that say no to digital ID. And why does this seem like a bigger overall plan in Europe? Because not only they're pushing a digital ID, but a CBDC as well, a central bank digital currency, in which is being pushed by this woman, the president of the European Central Bank, Christine Lagarde.
Put to reality this digital euro. The deadline for us is going to be October of 25. And we all get.
This is why education is key, you guys. Here's a trick bag. So they don't want you buying Bitcoin and other decentralized protocols, but they want you to buy their crypto, a CBDC, controlled by them and only them. And if you guys don't think this can happen, well, it's already happening in China right now with digital IDs and a social credit score.
A couple days ago, my uncle and my cousin helped me get a cell phone that is linked to a Chinese bank card so that I can buy anything.
And if that's not bad enough, they even have facial recognition technology for kids to get inside their own schools. And I'll say it once and I'll say it again. They always put it in the movies. Remember that episode on Black Mirror years ago where they had a social credit score system? Well, surprise, surprise. It's here.
They could try to force this system on us as much as they want, but it only works with our participation.
At what point is this no longer a coincidence? We have Men in Black from 1997. And in this corner over here, you have a plane flying. If you zoom in, there's a plane flying across the screen. Then the screen changes to the Twin Towers. And then the scene changes once again to a plume of dust and debris and smoke. Is that a coincidence? Ask yourself the question. Now, if that's not enough for you, in the movie The Patriot, the first words that were uttered in that movie was 9 pounds, 11 ounces, perfect. That's Mel Gibson's opening dialogue, and that came out a year before 9/11. In Back to the Future, after the clock tower gets detonated, explodes, etc., we have a 9 and an 11 leading up to the tower. And that's not to mention also what happened in the Twin Pine Mall parking lot in the other Back to the Future. The Simpsons also has all kinds of symbology around 9/11 as well. But I'm sure this is just nothing.
It's hard for me to believe that this is all just a coincidence when there are so many examples of predictive programming. The people who run this world are just sticking to the script.
So in honor of spooky season, I have one picture that I got from a coworker years ago that is the greatest example of a ghost in a picture that I've ever seen. And the reason that I don't doubt its authenticity is because it is a live photo, and I'll show you how I'll do the live photo so you can see the ghost kind of swooping in. You ready for it? Okay, so this is the hiking picture. The girl didn't see anything on the hike, but I'll zoom in here and you will see her in a second. Boom. There she is. Look how pretty she is. Her sunken eyes and her smile. There's the live photo. I'll get a better angle there. I'll do it again. You can see her swooping. And then from farther away, you can just see right by her head, you can just see her swooping in. It's pretty spooky, man. I mean, it's hard to say that this isn't a real thing.
If I was hiking and this thing popped up on me like a reptilian jack-in-the-box, I would start swinging from the trees like Tarzan to get back to the car.
Some film producers, like the producers who make the film Star Wars, often show creatures in their films which actually exist, which even the most uneducated of Africans who knows this Chitauli can identify. For example, in the new Star Wars film, what is it called? Star Wars or something like that. There is a creature who amazes me called Darth Maul. Darth Maul is a red and black being with a ring of small holes right round his head. That is exactly what the Chitauli look like. Some have got ordinary heads without any form on their heads. These are the lesser Chitauli. But the royal Chitauli have got a ring of sharp horns all around their heads. And the very high Chitauli, like their king, Mubava from Mahongo, they have got very long horns which grow this way. Not that way like a horse, but this way like certain antelopes. Now, I just wonder where these film producers get their information.
I don't know where they get their information, but I do believe that they put a lot of truth in movies, so I wouldn't be surprised if the real life Darth Maul was actually King Charles.
Did you all see this video? So, former governor of
Nuevo Leon in Mexico, Jaime Rodriguez Calderon, recently posted to social media, his Facebook page, the other day, showing this compilation of videos, allegedly from security footage from around his property, showing these strange orbs of light that show up on a fairly regular basis. And these clips are really interesting. There are these lights hovering up and down nearby hillsides or just over the ground, going apparently into the ground as well. Sometimes there's multiple in the same shot, and there's also one here that seems to kind of crash and explode. And I feel like not enough people are talking about this, but from what I've seen, a lot of people in comment sections are calling these things witches or brujas. Others think they're just plain old UFOs or some kind of atmospheric phenomena, NHI tech, something interdimensional, or maybe they're just drones or the whole thing is just a hoax. The jury is out on this still. And if you didn't know, this kind of phenomenon, sometimes called ghost lights, has been reported all over the world for centuries. Some of the most notable ones being the Marfa lights in Texas, the Brown Mountain lights in North Carolina, the Hestalen lights in Norway. You've also got the Hornet Spook light in Missouri, the Naga fireballs in Thailand, the Min Min light in Australia, or the Longdendale lights in the UK, among many others.
In my opinion, it kind of looks like a plasma being, but the only thing that makes me question if this is real or not is the fact that it was posted by a politician. I feel like these days this could either be AI or actual footage of Planet Nibiru.
All right, the health insurance industry is an absolute sham. I don't know how I'm paying $1,500 a month for health insurance, but every single person in my policy has a $6,000 copay, which means I've been going to the doctor all year. I thought my copays went towards our premiums and the amount that we had to pay to get coverage. However, it doesn't. My wife just had a serious event. She had to go to the hospital. She had to have life-saving surgery. And we got a bill in the mail from the hospital for over $3,000 for this procedure. And I'm thinking back, like, I'm paying $1,500 a month for this health insurance. I've personally paid thousands of dollars of, like, over the course of this year in copays for myself and stuff that I had to go to the doctors for. So I'm sitting here thinking, like, I'm going to spend $1,500 a month for the next 12 months. What is that? Like 18 grand. And then I have to spend $6,000 a person just to get them to cover things. So you're looking at, we have 5 people in our family. If all of us have to go to the hospital, that's $30,000 in copays that we have to pay on top of the $18,000 in monthly charges to actually get coverage. As a father of 3, I'm strongly considering canceling our health insurance policy, which feels very irresponsible and wrong, but I can't remember the last time I spent over $48,000 in a year in health costs between copays and health insurance and all of this stuff. If I just pay cash, I'm never going to pay anywhere near that amount. For instance, the surgery my wife just had, if we paid cash on that surgery and we didn't have insurance, it would have ran us about $1,200. But because we had insurance and the insurance wasn't going to cover it, we have to pay what the insurance was going to pay, which is over $3,000. Are other families seeing the same thing? Maybe I'm just being unreasonable and crashing out here, but it just doesn't make sense to me.
When you actually think about it, health insurance is pretty much a legal scam. You can pay your monthly premiums every month on time, but unless you also pay your full copay amount, if the doctor even puts a Band-Aid on you, they're going to charge you $10,000 for it.
Oh, bro. It's going up in your car. Going up in your car. It's going in my car? Yeah. Yeah. Wait, stop.
If this was me, my car would still be parked in this drive-thru because I'm getting out and running.
And I was walking the coastline, and this Japanese man walks up to me, very elderly, walking the coastline. He says, "You from America?" I said, "Yes." He said, "I've been to America." I said, "You have? When did you go to America?" He says, 1944. I said, "Oh, that's a long time ago." He said, "Yeah." He said, "I went Grand Canyon." I said, "What were you doing at Grand Canyon?" he says, during war, he says, 600 Japanese brought to America to tunnel through Grand Canyon. Dynamite. He says, we were blowing up Grand Canyon. I said, well, what was the purpose? What were you mining for? He says, not mining. He says, looking. I said, well, the interpreter said, explain. And he says, looking for big giants. Looking for giants. And he got really quiet, and he got really quiet. And he said, I not tell all these years, not tell. He says, family, I tell, promise not tell. And I told the interpreter, I says, tell him he's safe, that he does need to tell. He says, you know about giants? I said, yes, I know about Nephilim, yes. He says, you do? And I said, yes. He says, And he got really quiet. And he talked to my interpreter, and then he said, tell American, I go Grand Canyon. He says, enter into big mine, big doors, 20 feet high, big solid doors. He says, we blew the doors open. This is coming from the interpreter now. Blew the doors open, and out come big giants. We flee for our life. He says, some not get away, and some not get away. Some. I asked my interpreter, what did they do at that point? He says, brought in big helicopters, take us out, but put us in confinement for days and days and days and days. And they weren't going to let us out because we might tell. But finally, the interpreters told me that they finally, after days and days and days of them being in confinement, they finally let the few that were left go back to Japan. And he not tell all those years. And that was in 2012. He had not told anybody about the giants that they found. And they were alive, and they were vicious.
If this story is true, it makes a lot of sense now why so many areas of the Grand Canyon are off limits to the public. It's pretty much a Nephilim supermax. I don't know how they managed to turn this apartment into a hockey rink. I just know they better not let the landlord see this, or they never getting that security deposit back. But that was the video, guys. Don't forget to sub up, hit that notification bell, and I'll catch you in the next one.
Now that the battle for Portland has turned desperate, Antifa militants have deployed the strongest weapon in their arsenal. No, it's not the spray paint cans that have redecorated the exterior of the targeted ICE facility at the center of this conflict. No, it's not even the traditional Molotovs or surprise hammer attacks that we've seen deployed previously. Portland rioters have resorted to their nuclear option, their ultimate weapon, so there's no going back. With their backs now against the wall and their toes dangling over the cliff, in their final act of desperation, when the times are so dire that they have no other choice, they have now called the police Nazis. And they even tried the "fuck ICE" chant too. But to no effect. For once, even their trusty street chants weren't enough for mercy, because on Saturday night, for some yet-to-be-explained reason, Portland police forced the dismantling of Camp Tifa outside of the ICE facility in the southwest part of the city.
Tifa has fallen, everybody! Camp Tifa down! Yeah!
In fact, the rioters were so thoroughly defeated, they suffered the ultimate indignity. They finally had to get a job cleaning up their own crap. And so instead of their usual weaponry, they were now armed with brooms. It looked like moving day at a college campus, with people carrying plastic totes full of a semester's worth of disgusting junk. And nobody was spared. Even Gramp Tifa had to get his rocking chair out of there. The encampment has been operating since June, with ongoing crime, including vandalism, violent attacks on journalists, and weaponized noise-making that has caused stress and outrage for neighbors living in the adjacent apartment building.
Turn that shit down! It's midnight! We the people need sleep!
And while it is true that Portland police have disrupted or swept this encampment a few times and it just returns immediately afterward, it's also true that there is something different this time. The police presence was much larger, some 30 officers deployed, and the city of Portland has typically hired a private company to clean up before, in the same way they do for homeless camps. This time, they had cops overseeing the takedown. And there clearly is a change in law enforcement philosophy here, because the Portland police officers on the scene said as much. Hey guys, you know all those low-level crimes you've been committing and we've just been allowing this whole time? Well, those aren't allowed anymore.
We are going to be more seriously enforcing over the next couple days disorderly conduct in the second degree.
Suddenly, Portland police now care about protecting public access to the public thoroughfare.
If somebody goes in the street, they're blocking traffic, that's disorderly conduct second degree. People are going to be going to jail for that. People are going to be arrested.
Even though they previously enforced the other way. You, driver, stop. What the hell are you doing trying to use this open street?
What are you doing? That way. Do not go to the crowd of people. If you go to this crowd of people, you will be arrested. It is a public road, but right now there are people occupying it.
Suddenly, Portland police now care about stopping public nuisances.
If we see people drinking alcohol in public, that is a city code violation. We're going to be taking proper action on that.
Even though they allowed the nuisance all summer long. And the city fought the neighborhood lawsuit against them for it and beat that poor lady who just wants some sleep at night. And it's no mistake or misspeak from just that one cop. Portland police were clearly instructed on the plan. Here's another officer saying the same thing. Hey, we know we really haven't enforced against you guys at all, but now the times, they are a-changin'.
We haven't been enforcing is like the drinking in public, the standing in the middle of the street, you know, the blocking vehicles, discon, stuff like that. What we're going to do is we're giving everybody like a general warning right now. If you can stand on this sidewalk and peacefully protest, that's great. If you want to be over here with an open can, blocking traffic, doing all this stuff, then we're going to start enforcing those things.
And even the Camp Tifa general counsel couldn't get them out of this one with her best legal arguments.
Jaywalking, we're going to be seeing proper action on that. Something like this. We need to make sure we have sidewalks open.
Jaywalking is legal in Oregon.
Not under all circumstances.
Yes, it is.
And that's because her best legal arguments are just flat factually wrong. Now, jaywalking isn't technically the issue on these streets. It's the ongoing obstruction of traffic. Regardless, jaywalking is legal in Oregon under no circumstances, actually. There's state law against it. Pedestrians are required to follow traffic rules. I guess there is one exception, actually, if a police officer instructs you to do it. But that's kind of the point of this entire dispute, isn't it? If police instructions matter, then pack up your law office, lady. Suddenly the police care about fire danger, too. Oh, wow. You guys are storing lots of flammables? Well, I'll assume that's for your camp cookouts and not for any pending arson attacks, but still, I better get the fire department in here to evaluate.
We have this gasoline and kerosene.
Yes.
Is this stuff that you're using for your camp? If it's just
It is stuff that we use.
Okay, I'm going to ask a firefighter to come by to make sure this is safe, and if it's safe, then that's fine.
So the public fire danger was fine for the previous 4 summer months, but now that the constant Pacific Northwest rain is falling, we got to get this under control. Very odd timing. Once the flammables were deemed safe to move, the rioters started lifting probably more than they ever have in their lives, and one of them made a joke about protecting the assets of his investors.
Hey, I want to make sure George Soros gets his deposit back on the propane.
Well, credit for self-awareness. But seriously, though, is that a Soros propane tank? Because there is plenty of evidence of coordinated funding of these riots, including, yes, from the George Soros Open Society Foundation. But if police weren't ridiculous enough in their sudden change, the hypocrisy among the rioters themselves is even more so, because now that the law has turned against them, suddenly everyone needs to be respectful of their space. And please, honor their polite, neighborly requests.
Can you guys please give us some space?
No, we're on a sidewalk. You set up camp on a sidewalk. Get yourself off the sidewalk.
Yes, the greatest help others could offer is to clear the area. So please, be considerate. You should leave the sidewalk to make room for others.
The greatest help that you guys could be was to clear this area of people.
And actually, hey, Portland police, since you've served us so diligently up to this point, could you please just move our stuff for us too? It's too logistically difficult to figure out.
Hey, PBGs, can you guys help us move our stuff? If I drop it or...
Yeah, don't make moving complicated. Hire Nazis to do it. They have great attention to detail and excellent demonstrated skills in transporting large quantities of cargo over significant distances. But apparently the moving logistics were pretty difficult because in the end, the people were gone, but the piles of trash remained.
Antifa in Portland has lost their battle.
You have absolutely nobody outside the ICE building right now. Their encampment has been completely shut down. It looks like a hoarder's house here, but you have quite literally everything from buckets full of medicine, toothpaste, floss. You have food right here. You have all sorts of medical gear as well. This could be the downfall of Antifa here in Portland, Oregon.
But the question still remains too, actually. Why? Why did Portland city leadership suddenly decide that Saturday was the day that this all became intolerable and finally had to stop? Sure, the political optics of ongoing crime are probably damaging, but that damage was already done a long time ago. There was no major new event outside of the norm there that would explain this sudden change. There wasn't a murder or some highly destructive attack on the ICE facility or some major escalation that would explain city leadership finally saying, okay, that's enough. This has to stop now. So it would seem that this change in enforcement is not a response to any change at the scene, or at least any change that's happened yet. But there is a change at the scene probably coming imminently, as in if Portland police don't clean it up now, the National Guard is about to. Trump's decision to deploy National Guard troops to the Portland ICE facility to protect agents and operations there has been tied up in the courts for weeks now. At the end of September, Trump announced the federalization of 200 Oregon National Guardsmen for Portland deployment. A district court judge put that move on hold, but that order only applied to Oregon, so Trump tried to deploy California Guardsmen to Portland instead. But the same district court judge blocked that one too. Trump appealed to the Ninth Circuit, and the panel put that first order applying to Oregon on hold, as in it's overruled, allowing Trump to take command of those Oregon troops, but the second order remained in effect. So for now, there is no actual deployment to Portland. So as it stands, it's something like, yes, Trump can theoretically deploy troops to Portland, but no, not like that. And as I record this video on Tuesday, we are awaiting a decision from the Ninth Circuit that could clarify the matter. The hold on the case extends until 5 p.m. Pacific, so some sort of decision is supposed to be issued before that deadline. To update, the decision came out right at that deadline. The Ninth Circuit says an 11-judge panel will now rehear the case, and that's a process that will likely take several weeks at minimum, so there won't be any Portland National Guard deployment immediately, though it remains possible in the general near future. The rest of this video was recorded before that ruling was out, but I think the reasoning generally stands. I think the city of Portland is now strategizing for the best argument they can make in court, not genuinely trying to protect the citizens and properly enforce the law. Now, of course, I can't say with certainty which way the court will go, but the prior Ninth Circuit ruling concluded it is likely the president lawfully exercised his statutory authority, which allows National Guard deployment to quell rebellion or to assist in federal law enforcement where enforcement is not possible using regular forces. Assuming the Ninth Circuit maintains that reasoning, which is a big assumption, actually, because this new decision will be made en banc, as in with all the judges on the Ninth Circuit, not just the 3-judge panel who made that prior decision. And the Ninth Circuit is known for unconstitutional commie nonsense. But assuming that reasoning holds, Trump would be free to make the deployment, and the city of Portland would have a few considerations. One, do we want the heightened tensions of Antifa rioters versus military personnel? And maybe they do, actually. I wouldn't be certain that they don't. But two, and I think probably more persuasive to city leadership, if Portland does the enforcement themselves, do they undercut a key Trump argument in court? Because, again, Trump's authority to deploy the Guard depends on the circumstances at the scene. If the necessary law enforcement is possible through the usual means, and there's nothing unusually out of control at the scene, well, then Trump's argument for why the deployment is valid is damaged. So we'll show him by doing exactly what he wants done. I think that's what's happening here. If the riot has to be stopped, Portland city leadership would prefer to do it themselves rather than to hand Trump the win of doing it despite them. But I don't think Trump or most Americans actually care how the goal is achieved. It's just about two basic things. One, not obstructing valid federal law enforcement, and two, making the city habitable for the people who live there. Nobody actually cares if Portland police do it or if the Oregon National Guardsmen do it. It's just about doing it. So for Portland city leadership, It's kind of like fighting a war with friendly fire or just shooting yourself in the foot. Yeah, sure, we got shot, but it wasn't the enemy who shot us, and that's important for some reason. Is it? Because I don't think you're winning a war that way. You need actual wins in pursuit of the objective, not just perceived wins in that your enemy didn't defeat you. Because if you defeat you, well, that is very often plenty good enough for your opposition anyway, no matter how you want to frame it to comfort yourself otherwise. And for whatever political convenience Portland City leadership thinks they've earned now, there's a new political obstacle in the form of a question that now must be answered. You allowed the criminality at Camp Tifa to persist for months, and then, in one night, showed that you had the full power to stop this the whole time, and just didn't. Why not? And the only plausible answer is, well, the mob was useful to us for a while, but now they're not anymore, so they gotta go. And these masked buffoons will still chant things like, power to the people, and whose streets are streets, as though they've been anything but precision tools for politicians and elites the entire time. Thanks as always for listening and for supporting this channel. Always appreciate that thoughtful discussion down below, and especially over on X. That is at ML Christensen. You're always welcome to coming out and chatting my live streams is live on Wednesday and Sunday nights. Looking forward to it. Good luck.
I miss the days where MMOs were simple games to play. There wasn't a bajillion buttons to press, all these different mechanics you need to understand, chaos happening on the screen.
Super high intensity. If you stop paying attention for like 1 minute, you're gonna die. Meanwhile, you've got this one right here, and there's one mob. It's really simple, and it's easy to understand. 2 guys are here. So yeah, it's just way more clean, exactly. Like, it's just easier to watch. Like, what? Oh my god.
That brings us to Monsters and Memories, a new game being made that's very simple to play, harkening back to the simplicity of classic EverQuest or classic World of Warcraft. But I do expect Monsters and Memories M&M to be confusing for new players. It doesn't tell you what to do or how to play it. There's no real hand-holding. So if you do have no idea how to get started in Monsters and Memories, this is the video for you. Now, if you're already kind of familiar with this style of game, this is the TLDR. Kill mobs in the newbie yard, level up. Around level 4 to 5, you'll want to start grouping. The end. Onto the in-depth guide. Character creation. To download the game, you need to go to their website, make an account, and grab their proprietary launcher. And once done, you're good to go. Okay, so the first thing to do is you pick a server and then create a character. So first question, what class should you pick? There's a bunch of classes to choose from. But do keep in mind that some classes are limited to certain races only. But the gist of M&M is that this game really wants you to group with other players, and all the classes are built around that. Most mobs in this game are so difficult that you really need to group with other players to make it feasible. And so there are 4 main roles in a group. Tanks hold the mob's attention and take all the hits, healers heal people, DPS deal damage, and crowd controllers, they incapacitate the extra mobs attacking the group. Groups can have 6 players in them, so an ideal group is a tank, heals, crowd control, and 3 DPS. I'm going to put up slides so you can pause if you want more detail, but I'm going to run through it quick. Tanks are fighters, paladins, shadow knights, and inquisitors. Fighters are pure melee, no spells. Paladins are a fighter healer combo. Shadow knights are a fighter DPS combo, and inquisitor is a fighter crowd control combo. Healers are cleric, druid, and shaman. As an aside, it's unknown what the meta is at this time. We really don't know how these classes are going to shape up strength-wise. Long story short, everything I say here is subject to change. Clerics generally have the strongest heals and can resurrect dead players. Druids have quick teleports around the world and get a run speed buff. Shaman have some of the strongest buffs and debuffs in the game. They get a run speed buff. Caster DPS are elementalists, necromancers, and wizards. They use mana to deal damage from afar. Elementalists use various elemental pets and can summon items. Necromancers use undead pets and efficiently deal damage over time. Wizards are all about huge nukes and teleporting players around. Melee DPS are Archer, Beastmaster, Monk, Ranger, Rogue, and Spellblade, the most variety by far. Archers just use bows to deal damage from afar, that's all they do. Rangers are just like archers, but they throw in some spells and they can get in melee. Monk is just a martial artist, light armor and fists to deal damage. Beastmaster is a monk shaman hybrid. They use martial arts and a bestial pet to deal damage. Rogues use daggers to deal big damage with backstab. And Spellblade is a fighter wizard hybrid. They do melee damage, cast nukes, and can imbue their weapons with procs. And lastly, the fourth role crowd controllers are enchanters and bards. Enchanters are the caster flavor of crowd control, and bards are my favorite class ever. They are the melee flavor of crowd control. So what class should you pick? Just pick whatever sounds coolest to you or appeals to you. But these are some suggestions if you're completely lost. What classes are best at soloing? Again, we don't really know the meta yet, but I would assume pet classes would do the best. Specifically necromancers, elementalists, and maybe beastmasters. But this game is not really designed around soloing though. It really wants you to group with others. So if you're not going to solo, what about grouping? What classes get groups the fastest? Generally DPS classes are the most common. They're dime a dozen, so they're the least valuable. I would bet Enchanter being the number one most valuable, then a tank class number 2, and the third most valuable, the third quickest to get a grouping, a healer. And if you're willing to be a puller on any class for that matter, people will also want you. Now for some other stuff, character creation. What stats should you pick? Again, we don't entirely know what all the stats do, but based upon past games, we can assume that strength will probably affect your melee damage and how much you can carry. Stamina will affect how much health you have. Wisdom is the mana pool for healer classes, and intelligence is the mana pool for caster DPS classes. Next, if you can have any sort of vision enhancement, like ultra vision, infravision, I would grab that. As far as trade skill, I would recommend Woodworker. And for deity, it's not fully developed yet. It's got these cool placeholder pictures. I would just go agnostic to be safe. Deity will likely involve some exclusive quests and armor for only those of the faith. It'll probably also affect your faction with various NPCs, making you more friendly or hostile in certain areas, but agnostic is generally the safest bet. Okay, so you've made your character, now what? I'd open up the options menu and adjust any keybinds you like. You can also adjust people's names, shorten them, remove them, so your screen isn't cluttered with all this text. And if you start at nighttime, it's going to be pretty dark. It's going to be hard to see. If this is still in the game, you can adjust your gamma slider to make the world a bit brighter at night. The other thing you can do for when it's this dark out, you can open up your inventory and right-click on the torch in your hand to see better. Make good use of it though, it won't last forever. And obviously don't have the torch going on during the day, you don't want to waste it. So you click on it again to make it stop. Next, you want to right-click any spells in your inventory to memorize them, and then load them up. Now what to do? So in the newbie yard, you can start killing mobs now to get EXP, or you can do your starter quest. If you press I for inventory, In your inventory will be a note, and if you click on it to read it, it'll tell you to run into the city and hand this note to your guildmaster, your class's guildmaster. A short quest will ensue, making you run around, do something, and then usually giving you a free piece of armor for your chest slot. Then after that quest, just kill mobs in the newbie yard for EXP. Right-click the bodies to loot them. And before I go too far, when you go near your guildmaster, so some pet classes require a reagent to summon their pet, like enchanters and magicians. These reagents, it will be sold at a merchant right next to your class's guildmaster. Necromancers, you need bone chips. Those drop off of skeletons. You can't really necessarily buy those. So how do you know where to go? This game does not have any maps built in. You just need to follow the road signs you see in the city or ask in OOC, out of character chat. And if you're really lost, there is a cartographer website being made for this game that can roughly show you where to go. So you finish your newbie quest, what next? You should kill mobs in the north or west gate newbie yards and try to do 2 other quests. This greedy gnome on the west gate newbie yard is the first quest everyone should do, and you want to do it immediately. He will give you a free 6-slot bag for just saying interested to him. And what he wants you to do is he wants you to fill it up with 6 cloth scraps and click combine. These cloth scraps, they drop off of skeletons and they drop off the dog people called Ashira. Once you get all the 6 cloth scraps, put 1 in each little slot of the bag, hit combine, and then you give the bag back to him. The greedy gnome will reward you with another bag first time around. And then I think it's a random piece of armor for subsequent attempts. But yeah, this guy gives you a free bag. Very valuable. Another thing to know is the consider command. So you target a mob and then you press the button to consider, being C by default. In your chat box, it'll show a color and some text. This is what the colors mean. Red is a mob that's a lot higher level than you. Yellow is a mob 1 to 2 levels higher than you. White is the same level. Blue is a few levels lower, and then green is many levels lower. You get the most experience by killing redcon mobs, but they're the most difficult. They are harder to hit, harder to land spells on, and they'll hit you harder. Beyond redcon mobs, you'll want to go for yellowcon or whitecon ones. They'll give you the next best experience per kill. Ideally, wherever you're at, try to kill mobs that are yellow, white, or blue con. In the consider text, it'll also tell you how a mob feels about you. Be careful if you see text that a mob wants to attack you. If you get too close, it'll instantly aggro you. There's only a few ways to drop aggro in this game. Run to the next zone over, kill the mob, die, or be one of the few classes with an ability called Feign Death. That's it. Mobs will not stop chasing you until one of those things happen. Make sure you consider stuff, especially even when you go invisible. If you have the invisibility spell, Invis is a good way to get around hostile mobs, but some of them will still be able to see through it. And the consider text will tell you. Like oftentimes undead mobs can see through invisibility. From 1 to level 3, you'll want to kill mobs in the newbie yards, West Gate or North Gate. And if that's too crowded, there are some other spots and some things you should keep an eye out for. If you see a skeleton with a weapon, beeline straight to it, go after it. It's a great source of money. And if you see a green dunes beetle, you want to go after them too, because they have drops that are for the second quest I'll mention. In the Sojourner's Camp is an NPC called Holt Beetle Wrangler. And if you give him certain combinations of beetle carapaces with beetle legs from the dunes beetles, he will give you some armor pieces. And one last thing, when you do get low on health or mana, if you sit down, you'll regenerate faster. Regen is pretty slow in this game, and that brings up the topic of food and drink. You'll start out with some food and drink, but you'll need to acquire some eventually. If you run out of food and it says you're starving, you won't regenerate health anymore. And if you run out of drink, it says you're thirsty, you won't regenerate mana either. So you always want to have some food or drink in your inventory. Many mobs will drop meat that you can cook into food for free, and then you can even sell this extra food to cover the cost of buying water at the taverns as well. Some classes are lucky because they have the luxury of being able to summon food and drink for free. So some things you want to focus on as you level, you need to earn money. So first, you want to get every bag slot filled. So this is where the bag merchant is. I would recommend getting the 50 copper pouches first, then get a small backpack next, and then 2 silver piece satchels. If you long click an item, it'll show you its description, its stats. It'll show you how big the item is, small, medium, extra large, and you'll only be able to fit certain size items in certain size bags. So backpacks fit the extra large stuff like weapons and armor, satchels fit medium stuff, and pouches fit small items. After you get all your bags, the next thing you want to spend money on is buying any new spells or abilities from your class guild master area as you level up. After that, you'll want to upgrade your weapon if you can. Tarnished is the next step up from your starter weapon. And lastly, you want to get a piece of gear in each slot. Cloth is the cheapest starting out. Now, there are 3 main ways to make money at a low level. First way, just kill mobs and sell their loot. That's the default thing to do. The second way to make money is vendor arbitrage. There are several greedy merchants in the game. They'll buy anything from you, but they'll rip you off. If you sell this loot to the correct merchants, you'll make more money. So what you can do is you buy items that other players sell to the greedy merchants, and then you run those items to the proper merchants in the city, and then you make a little money on top. Arbitrage. And number 3, my favorite way to make money starting out is selling trade skill items, specifically woodworking. Equip your woodworking axe. It's a 2-hander, so make sure you got nothing in your left hand. And once you have your axe on, you'll want to right click on any wood nodes you see. You'll get wood logs and resin. You can sell each individual piece of wood and piece of resin for 1 copper a pop, or you can craft it. Open your spellbook and click on the survival ability. You can craft 1 wood with 1 resin to make a crude torch. So this functions as an easy to get light source once your starter candle wears out, and you can also sell these torches for something like 4 to 6 copper a pop. So 1 wood and 1 resin gets you 2 copper if you just sell them raw, but if you craft it into a torch, you double if not triple your money. And another thing to know about wood logs in this game is you can make a campfire with 8 logs. The campfires will eventually die down and you refresh them by clicking on them with a wood log on your cursor. Campfires provide light, you can cook meat on them, but most importantly, they provide an experience bonus when you kill mobs under the rested effect that they give. You always want to set a campfire up wherever you're farming mobs, but campfires won't provide this bonus experience buff if it's raining, unfortunately. And a little side note, coin does have weight in this game, so you'll want to go to the bank and convert it. You'll want to store your extra money or convert it to smaller units so you don't have as much weight on you. So what are some areas you should check out for EXP? I'm only really familiar with the Desert City Night Harbor, but there's also a Treehouse City as another starting area. I don't know much about that spot. So from levels 1 to 3, You're going to want to do this solo, and you'll stick to the newbie yards, the north and west gates of Night Harbor. There's a tavern cellar and Necropolis. And if those areas are still too crowded, you can move to the second zone over, particularly Shaded Dunes off the west. From level 5 and on, mobs are going to get a lot more difficult, and you're going to really want to group with other players. Keep an eye out in the chat channels for groups looking for players, or announce that you're looking for one yourself in OOC. And if you're really smart, find an open camp spot and make your own group. A lot of people don't want to do that legwork. So from 4 to 7, I would recommend crocodile hatchlings along the shorelines. You'll find various different camps in Night Harbor as well as Shaded Dunes along the coastline. And there's also a spot of grave diggers on the north side of Night Harbor. From 6 to 10, you could go to Shaded Dunes. You can kill some smugglers really far down the coastline. There's this Ashira spot and an oasis, and then various undead throughout the zone. And then from 9 to about 13, Shaded Dunes has this spot where there's a bunch of caiman and crocodiles walking along the coastline. Those are great to go after. There's a oasis where there's a bunch of mercenaries. They're like level 10. And there's a cemetery area in Night Harbor that has a day-night cycle. At nighttime, there's a bunch of high-level undead mobs. If you do go there, though, to that cemetery, the gate will lock at night, and there's a little quest to acquire the key. There's a guard that's right out front of the gate that you talk to. Next, so what happens with dying in this game? Dying in Monsters and Memories is extremely punishing. Try your best not to die. Your gear will stay on your body, including your spell book if you had one. You will lose experience if you die after level 5, so you can de-level, and you'll respawn at your last bind point. All casters have an ability called Bind Affinity around level 4, and you can use it on yourself or others to set their respawn point when they die. The run back to your body might take a while if your respawn point is pretty far away. Some classes have abilities where they can find the location of your corpse, so long as you're in the same zone as the body. Other classes can summon corpses for a fee, and a cleric or paladin can cast a resurrect spell on you to return you to your body and even return some lost experience. But anyways, the dying penalty in Monsters and Memories is highly contentious among the player base. I really don't like how it's handled currently. I'm hoping the devs tone it down, but it remains to be seen at this point. Conclusion. As of this video, Monsters and Memories is still being made, sort of an alpha state. They occasionally put out these short play tests every so often, and it's free to check those out. But the devs are planning to release the game in an open alpha or open beta, whatever it might be, in the first few months of 2026, and that will come with a $15 a month subscription. That's it. I don't even think you need to buy the game. It's just you pay the subscription once and you're good to go. You know, what I really like about this style of game is how important it can make you feel. Like, if you play your role really good in a group, it'll definitely be noticed by other people playing there with you. You can make a huge impact to those other people. And I really like feeling valuable in that way. And I also appreciate how simple and slow the combat is compared to newer games where there's just so much going on that's hard to understand. But hopefully this is enough information to get you going in Monsters and Memories. Thank you so much for watching.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance.
Financial services.
Insurance.
Financial services.
Now when I say Nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide.
Is both.
Nationwide.
Is both.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Batman Dark Patterns has some of the most horrifying Batman stories that I've ever read. It's a 12-issue maxi series, and each storyline is 3 issues long. The one that we're covering here is called We Are the Wounded. So what this does is this opens up with Batman's monologue. And what he says is, at Central Station, 3 are apprehended on the tracks, playing chicken with the oncoming A train. The eldest of them is 12 years old, and tomorrow night, they'll do it again. 24 Gotham children have died playing this game in the decades since the Metro was built. He says in the streets of the Bowery, 6 dogs have been re-released. They were retrieved from the pounds by locals who claim them as their pets. They are vicious wild dogs who roam like wolves, killing cats and terrorizing pensioners. But the Bowery has always had wild dogs, and the people of the city fear seeing it changing around them. And so he says, a building burns in Cherry Hill. At least this one was already abandoned. An insurance fraud, or just more kids. 3 years of stalking her streets at night have taught me that there are heinous things in Gotham that I can do nothing about. I cannot save people from themselves. Instead, I grit my teeth against the pitch-black tumult of her chaos and wait for a light to cut through the dark. And so at that point, Batman responds to a case in Gotham. And you kind of get this interesting statement that's made, right? Where it says, well, Lieutenant Gordon, I can tell you it definitely hurt. The killer pinpointed every major nerve cluster in the body without spilling a drop of blood, keeping him alive as he played his body as an orchestra of agony. And that's where Gordon just says, we need something new, right? Anything to tie this victim to the previous 2. And it's this guy who's sitting in a chair with needles sticking out of his body. The dude looks like Pinhead. He looks like Hellraiser. It is horrifying. And Batman just asks, right, who is this? And that's where you end up realizing that alongside Commissioner Gordon is a guy by the name of Dr. Sirica, that apparently he's a forensic pathologist and that he just opened a lab at Gotham University. And so when he starts talking to Batman, he's a little creepy. He says corpses tell a story, the wear and tear of a life, bone fractures, wound patterns. And he says, from what I read of your lifestyle, I hope that I won't see you on a slab anytime soon. But Batman's kind of tuning him out. I mean, he's listening to him, but not hyper-focusing on him. Instead, he's just kind of analyzing this entire case. And so he just says, from the state of the apartment, he is like the other 2, single, living alone. But Jim Gordon says, other than that, they couldn't be more different. Francis Oakley was a high-flying lawyer until 2 nights ago. Kenneth Armitage was retired, living in near poverty until our perp got a hold of him last night. And that's where Sirica says it would appear that Mr. Choi here fell somewhere in between. But the way the doctor looks at all this, he's almost kind of admiring it, right? He says, it's magnificent work, you know. And that's where Bruce Wayne is just like, he removes their tongues and teeth first so they couldn't scream. And the doctor responds. He says, whoever your killer is, he's had plenty of medical training. And I mean that from a professional perspective, the cleanness of it all. And so Batman just brings Gordon outside and he just says, I don't trust the guy. And even Jim Gordon recognizes this, but he's like, you know, he's really good at what he does. And Batman says the drooling and the way his eyes dart around the room, consistent with abuse of formaldehyde. And so that's where Gordon is just like, you really think this guy's getting high on embalming fluid? And he just tells Bruce, he's like, look, man, here's the rub, right? Gotham's last coroner quit over a year ago when the Joker sent him a bouquet of flowers with a "to my favorite collaborator" card. And he just says, right, Dr. Sirica's family are from old Gotham, going back generations. Even if he did leave Florida under slightly unclear conditions, he's what we've got, and we're lucky to even have anything at all. And so where Bruce Wayne goes to take off, Gordon asks him, like, where are you going? And Batman just says, 3 bodies, enough to make a pattern. There will be something to find, something to lead me to the next target before the killer. And so he kind of jumps back into his monologue again, right, and sort of catches us up on everything that's going on. He says, the majority of serial killers know their first victim. That makes Oakley, the lawyer tortured to death at his desk 2 nights ago, the key to all of this. His office has refused to make his private files available to the Gotham City Police Department, citing sensitive materials. So I retrieved them myself. And that's when security guards show up. And what's kind of wild about this is Batman doesn't really consider them much of a threat at all. But they keep coming. It's not just a security guard or 2 security guards walking through the building. It's a full-on security detail. And he even asks the question, right, who pays for this much security to protect a lawyer after they're dead, right? So clearly there's something going on. They're not here to protect the lawyer. Obviously, he's a corpse. There's nothing to protect. They're here to protect secrets. And in fact, one of the guys fires off at Batman with a submachine gun, and of course they hit him, but not enough to really kill him. And so ultimately he escapes when he's cornered by a handful of them. And so he's just like, all right, there's something much bigger going on here. And so once he gets back to the Batcave, while Alfred's working on him, he just says, right, they're all in here, Alfred. Francis Oakley had recently been taking on pro bono cases that he basically became an altruistic lawyer. But Bruce Wayne comments, right, he says, before all of that, it's all corporate clients, Ace Chemicals, the Iceberg Lounge, even a few LexCorp subsidiaries. And so he says, the man who died tonight was prosecuted a few years ago, accused in the deaths of his elderly parents, and quickly cleared with Oakley's help. And so where Alfred asks, okay, like, is it possible these are revenge killings? Batman says no, right? He's like, Choi didn't do it. The wiring in the carbon monoxide alarm was basically faulty. And he says the man that died last night lost a lawsuit against the city after a bridge collapsed while his wife drove his daughter's home across it. Oakley represented the city. So Oakley's kind of the link to it all, seemingly. And Bruce says, one a night, men who lost their families, who were left alone in the world by tragedies. And he says there's a half dozen more men in these files who meet the same criteria. And so that's where Alfred asks if this guy, whoever this killer is going after the people that are basically on this list, how do you know who's coming
Entropy
next?
wins
And Bruce
Dino
just
Dance
says
SU
Armitage
prize.
and Choi. He's working through them alphabetically. So it's not that difficult to figure out who's going to be the next target. And right off the bat, it solidifies the fact that this is not some grand, crazy scheme. It's not like a Riddler type situation where the locations of the victims somehow spell out like a mathematical proof or something like that. And so Gordon asks the most logical question: who's on the list for tomorrow night? And so Bruce picks back up with this monologue. He says the signal has been lit since sundown. No doubt Gordon wants to know exactly what I thought I was doing at the law office last night, but I cannot leave my post. He says Michael Gallo was a petty thief, or he was until a year ago when he made the mistake of robbing the home of a made man affiliated with the Falcones. No police report was filed, of course. The crime families conduct their own investigations. A week later, Gallo's wife was found floating in Gotham Bay. He got the message and has been working as a janitor ever since. He refused to get involved in a class action case built against the Falcones. I bugged his apartment while he was at work. Inside felt like a shrine to the dead woman. He's been sobbing since he returned home an hour ago. But now there's footsteps. And so there's essentially this twisted, sadistic sounding voice that just says, Mr. Gallo, it is so lonely, isn't it? And where Gallo's freaking out because he has no clue who this guy is, the voice says, every night you cry and the wounds never close. The gaping holes they leave behind. I can give you what I could never have, what they took away from me. And he says, they took it from me, but you can have so very much of it. And Batman just comes jumping in, right? Literally flying through the window. He's there early enough to save Michael Gallo, but what he sees is a man whose entire upper body is covered in nails and spikes. And what makes this so crazy is that it actually presents this massive challenge for Batman, because he says he's no fighter. His stance is non-existent. His hands low. I aim for his solar plexus to shut this down before it even starts. And then I realize those are nails that I'm about to drive through his throat. And if I strike his chest, the spikes in his flesh are in danger of rupturing his heart or lungs. Even those in his arms and legs are purposefully adjacent to the major arteries. His flesh is a tapestry of near-fatal self-mutilation. I cannot hit him without killing him, but he can hit me. And what this guy does is he demonstrates insane levels of strength. I mean, just almost overwhelming. And Batman says, right, he shouldn't be this strong. He should be in agony. It's like he doesn't feel it. And then Batman realizes that's exactly it. He doesn't feel anything. He doesn't feel pain. And he says, I need to use the belt. There has to be something, some way to stop him from hitting me. And he says, but apparently Gallo has been prepared in case the Falcones ever came back for him, because this guy fires off a shotgun. He doesn't kill this mystery murder man, but he does send the guy fleeing away. And then once Batman starts to recover, because he was trying to find some way to overcome this killer, but now the guy's fled, he's of course kind of pissed off at Gallo. But Gallo asks him, right, like, what in the hell did that thing want? And Batman just tells him to torture you to death. That's really all he wanted. And so at that point, you pick back up in Wayne Manor, and he starts going through and analyzing these old books that belong to his dad. Because Alfred asks him, right, what are you looking for? And Bruce just says, it's somewhere in one of these, my father's old medical books. He says, if I remember right, it first appeared in medieval manuscripts going back to the 14th century. It was intended as a map of pain, a portrait of every agony that could be inflicted on the human body. And where Alfred kind of hears this and is like, that sounds horrifying, right? The response of Bruce, it was not meant for harm. It was intended as an index to cure people of their suffering. And that's where he pinpoints what he's looking for. He says, this is what attacked me tonight, the wound man, that he thinks he's healing his victims in some way. And tomorrow night, he will kill again. And so, of course, at that point, it's figuring out the mystery, right? Like, who in the world is this wound man? And so there comes a point where Batman ends up meeting with Commissioner Gordon. Now, there is a bit of an argument between the two of them about whether or not Dr. Sirica is capable enough to be able to at least figure out the killer's identity based on, wound patterns and things like that and the people that he's killed. But at the end of the day, there is information provided to Bruce by Gordon that Bruce was asking for. And what Batman is told is that the private security that he demolished at the Smith & Oakley law firm were being paid for by Ace Chemicals, and that Smith & Oakley had represented them in a number of suits over decades. That from where Jim Gordon's standing, they were just protecting their assets. But for Batman, it's like they're most likely covering something up. And so at that point, he goes on the hunt by following the list to monitor the guy who's going to be attacked next. And he says the wound man's first victim, the lawyer, Francis Oakley, helped convict Randall Jones for assault after Jones strangled a coworker at his stock exchange's Christmas party. The woman survived, but Jones's wife and daughters, understandably, were not waiting for him when he was released from Blackgate Penitentiary. Jones lives alone, wearing a groove in the tarmac between his apartment and this bar across the street. He's next on the list the wound man took from Oakley's office. He's the first one who would possibly deserve it. And so, of course, Batman shows up when the wound man is there. Technically, he shows up beforehand. And so when the wound man shows up, Batman just kind of tells him, like, you think you're healing people. I understand what it is that you're trying to do. But the reality is you're not. This is over. And he says, you know as well as I do that you could die if I hit you. So do not make me hurt you. And that's where the response of the wound man is, no, please, absolutely hurt me. Make me feel pain. And so what Batman does is he actually takes out a kind of knockout substance and sprays the wound man in the face, right? Basically knocking him unconscious. So this guy is at his core human. The problem is that Batman can't just let him die. One, because Batman doesn't really kill people if he can avoid it. And two, because this guy has information that Batman needs. And so Batman takes this guy out of the building, throws him in the Batmobile in order to get him to Gotham General, only to find out that Gotham General is currently on fire. And so, of course, he can't take this guy there because they won't be able to tend to him as soon as he needs to be attended to. And so he ends up taking him directly to Dr. Sirica and just says, look, I get that you're a guy that works on corpses, but at the end of the day, a doctor's a doctor. You need to save this man. And so Batman drops him off and then tells him, get a hold of Commissioner Gordon, tell him what happened here. I have to go out and continue this investigation to figure out who it was that made him. And so at that point, Batman goes to find a guy named Nicky Harris. And so it turns out that Nicky Harris was a guy who worked for the Gotham Gazette, but was ultimately fired from his job, simply because of the fact that he was basically digging up dirt. Specifically, he tried to do an expose on Ace Chemicals, and Ace Chemicals put their lawyers to work and cost this guy his job. So now he's just working for some third-rate tabloid, putting out stories about how Batman is a vampire from Eastern Europe or something crazy like that. But at the end of the day, despite the fact that he's not really a respectable reporter anymore, Nicky Harris still has valuable information. And that's why he tells Batman, you've realized that they're very good at scrubbing their prints from any kind of public record. Otherwise, you'd be talking to the cops instead of me. There's a lot of skeletons in those vanished closets. Are there any particular bones that you are looking for? And Batman just says, anesthetics or nerve agents. And so that's where Nikki basically hands him a file. And he says, nothing you'll find in any modern database, though I'm guessing that you've checked. And it's always harder to scrub old paper files, particularly ones that have already fallen into unauthorized hands. And so as Batman's scrolling through it, he comes across something called cryoxin. And that's where Nikki says it's a liquid inhibitor they were developing on a government contract, one that disappeared from all records without a trace a decade and a half ago. That document is the only evidence I found that it ever existed. And so Batman starts to put the pieces together, right? That something went wrong and they made a monster. And the response of Nikki, maybe it was just something so nasty that it violated the Geneva Conventions. And that can even spook Uncle Sam from time to time. And so Batman asks, right, what happened to the chemical itself? And Nikki just says, no one knows, but I might have a theory. And he asks, have you ever heard of the town without screens? Which sounds like the most horrifying place that you could possibly imagine. And so at that point, you jump back over to Dr. Sarika, and he just kind of sits down and talks to this guy. And he says, Batman asked me to notify the police that you were here, but you're a doctor, aren't you? It's apparent from the wounds that you inflict on yourself and that you inflict on the people you kill. And so I figured, what if I took the opportunity to speak to you first, doctor to doctor? And he says, I would love to understand you. And so he asks, what you've done to yourself, it's remarkable. My guess, it was an attempt to channel the pain you can no longer feel. The suffering building up inside of you needed an outlet, but it did not work. And he says, there's a reason they say doctors make the worst patients. We like to think that we're always objective, even when it comes to ourselves. But that's not the truth. When we're suffering, instinct takes over, just like everyone else. We panic. We want it to stop. We lunge after solving the symptoms, grasp at anything we think might help. We forget that to cure, we need to get to the root cause of the malady. Now, this on the surface just kind of sounds like the ravings of a madman to a degree, but the reality here is it's incredibly important, because at that moment, the wound man starts to realize there is one particular person that he needs to go after. He's been doing this the wrong way the entire time. And so following that, you jump to Commissioner Gordon for a second, simply him going to meet with the mayor, given the murders that have taken place, as high profile as they are, and the fact that at the very least they have the wound man in some measure of custody, only for Gordon to be introduced to a man named Christopher Sionis, the CEO and senior partner at Axis Corp. And he says, you may have heard of some of the subsidiaries that we operate in Gotham, Janus Cosmetics, and Jim Gordon finishes the statement, right? Ace Chemicals. And that's where Sionis is like, so you've heard of us. And so at that point, Batman picks up in the town without screens. And again, this is creepy because he says, upstate Gotham, insulated from the sickness of the city by the miles of road. I find little cause to visit here often, a place where good living and moderate wealth are taken for granted, where suburban happiness is promised and purportedly found, but not here. It would seem, not in the planned community of Greenfields, which last year the tabloids dubbed the town without screams. A few page 8 stories of abnormalities which were refuted and died on the vine. A few calls for help which went ignored. Now the people of Gotham call for superstitions to save them, because no one else has. And so while Batman is investigating the town without screams, basically some henchmen from Ace Chemicals break into Dr. Sarika's lab, they attack him, and then they take the wound man. And so at that moment, you jump back to the first killing that took place, the murder of Francis Oakley. And he's just kind of like tied down into this chair with all these just needles and nails sticking out of his body. And he just says, right, please, right, it hurts, just make the pain stop. And that's where the wound man says, describe it, right? I can barely remember what it feels like thanks to you. And Oakley says, I'm just the lawyer, right? I was just doing what I was supposed to do. And the response of the wound man, yes, with your cease and desist, gag orders, injunctions, and intimidations, you contained what they did to us. You let it happen. I thought what pain you must be in, what sickness you must have in your soul to sleep at night. And I thought perhaps I could purge it from you. I I cannot purge it from myself anymore. And Oakley asks him, right, like, do you really feel like you're the only one to have ever suffered? Every file in those cabinets right there, every case is a catalog of human misery and misfortune. And it's not my fault. I do not deserve this. Everyone suffers. It's the human condition. And so the wound man just says, yes, right, you are correct in that. And I can help them too. Now hold still. I'm a doctor. And just like stabs him in the eye with a needle. It is so unsettling and it's so crazy because then you pick back up with Batman and he says Francis Oakley was his first victim, and from his files it's easy to see why. Dr. Jessup Hartnell had been reaching out to everyone he could, the city, law firms, old colleagues, other doctors, medical centers. Oakley blocked him at every turn. He did so on behalf of his clients. The people who had poisoned Hartnell had poisoned this entire town, who drove him to become a monster. And so at that point, he chimes into Gordon, and he just kind of fills Gordon in on everything he found. He says, decades ago, Ace Chemicals bought an acre of land upstate. They used it to dump chemical waste, cryoxin, an experimental nerve agent. They then sold the land to the Gotham City Council for cheap. The council built a town here, Greenfields, a suburban paradise, except the cryoxin never went away. It's in the drinking water, the swimming pools, leaking out of the ground, poisoning everyone here. And so while the connection is fairly poor, Batman's able to pick up a couple statements from Gordon. Wound man taken, it was Ace. I'm certain of it. And so at that point, Batman goes out to the Batmobile only to be confronted by a handful of people in this town who actually intend him harm. Now, here's the interesting thing about this. They're not henchmen, right? They're not working on behalf of Ace Chemical. They're actually just people who were scared, because from their perspective, the issue is this. If Batman reveals all this information to the world and tells everyone what's going on, that they're going to make these people leave, or worse, experiment on them. Now, making them leave may not necessarily seem like the most horrific thing, but what they tell him is like, we came from places like the Narrows, and even one of the guys says, I had to pick up my kid's stroller and carry it over basically junkies' bodies while they were collapsed on the floor in order to get us onto the elevator so we could get up to our apartment. We do not want to go back there. And the reality here is that as crazy as all this is, we've basically found a way to make it work. And so where Batman really kind of makes it clear that he's taking this information, he's leaving, and he's going to hold Ace Chemical accountable, they attack him. Now here's the crazy thing about it, right? He says, human brains have natural fail-safes. They stop us from using the full capability of the body, from pushing our muscles to the point that they can shatter our bones. In extreme circumstances, these fail-safes can be overridden. It's what allows a distraught mother to lift a car off their child after an accident. The cryoxin in their systems is overriding these same fail-safes for the people of Greenfields. They don't know how to fight, and it doesn't matter. I don't even think they intend to kill me, but they don't know when to stop. They cannot feel it, the damage that they're doing, but I can, right up until I can't. And when I come to, everything's changed, because one of the citizens in the town basically talks everybody down. Like, you're a kindergarten teacher, Paul. Like, what are you doing? And so that's where she fills him in on basically everything that had gone on with Hartnell, the wound man, because Batman didn't really know this guy's story. He didn't understand why the wound man had inflicted so much self-harm and then started going after and attacking people. And in fact, from her perspective, Hartnell had gone into the city for the purpose of trying to find some kind of help. And Batman says he's killed 3 people, right? And so the woman's like, why? And Batman just tells her, pain is our warning system. It's what tells us when we've gone too far. And he says, you mentioned that he had a wife. What happened to his wife? And so at that point, you switch back over to the wound man when Batman's traveling back to Gotham, when the wound man is being held by Ace Chemical, specifically by Christopher Sionis. And they tell him, right? Like, I mean, all these studs and spikes that you have in your body, honestly, you're making it pretty easy for us because our goal here is to basically just get rid of you. I mean, the reality here is that you're kind of ruffling a lot of feathers and you're drawing a lot of attention to something that we would otherwise just not have any attention drawn to. Now, the cool thing here is that we don't really have to torture you. We don't have to shoot you. With all these nails and spikes, all we have to do is just pull one out and you just bleed to death. And that's the end of that. No one's really going to ask any questions. It'll all go under the rug and that'll be the end of that, which is exactly what they do, right? He pulls one of the pieces of rebar out of this guy. And at that point, the wound man just says, Christopher Sionis, you are the root cause of the malady, and just breaks himself free because Sionis didn't really know what he was dealing with and the enhanced strength that Hartnell had. And so where the henchmen of Sionis start firing at this guy, he goes racing off into a corner, kills the lights, and then just says, I'm afraid that this is going to hurt. And so at that point, Batman picks up on where Hartnell had been taken by Sionis and his guys, and Batman shows up there, only to find that Hartnell, right, the wound man's just kind of laying there, bleeding out, and Batman says, right, you've lost a lot of blood. And Hartnell just says, the root cause, I almost cured it. And then Sionis just kind of shows up out of nowhere, and it's just like, you're the Batman, right? Thank God you're here. He broke in here, tried to tie me up and kill me. Lucky my security, rest their souls, were able to rescue me in time. And in our struggle, one of those spikes in him came loose. I locked myself upstairs until I heard your voice, and I just waited him out. And Batman just says, that's not what happened at all. And Sionis is like, sure it is. And everybody will believe me. That's 5 people that he's killed. Who do you think is going to believe him? And Batman just stands up in realizing the truth of this, right? Batman stands up and just says, did you know about his wife? And Sionis is just like, who was his wife? And Batman says her name was Amber. Hartnell was working late, reaching out to whoever he could, trying to get the word out about Greenfields. She fell asleep in front of the TV. They didn't feel the cold anymore, but she had the fireplace blazing. It was just a habit. And Amber escaped the grate and landed on the rug. She wouldn't have felt the heat either. She wouldn't have felt it as the flames reached her skin. She probably slept through the fat in her body beginning to melt, the cartilage boiling in her bones, cracking them. And then he came home and tried desperately to make himself feel something, anything. That's what Ace did to him, what you did to him. And the response to Sionis, as defiant as he is, there's no proof of any of that. And soon enough, this will all be forgotten by everybody. And he says terrible things happen in Gotham every day. And the truth is, no one wants to know about it, the unpleasantries. And so they just don't. They just ignore it. Besides, what are you going to do? And Batman just tells him, the shoulder is a very complex body part. It contains the brachial plexus, a network of nerves that connects the arm to the neck and spine. It's why even minor shoulder injuries do not always heal. And he just presses it in and just inflicts horrific pain on this guy. And ultimately just says, Gordon, I'm sending you an address, 2 assailants, KIA, 2 ambulances needed for the survivors. And he just says, there is another fire in Gotham tonight. It burns in the shoulder of Christopher Sionis, and it will burn for the rest of his long, prolonged life. And with every twinge, he will remember why. With that being said, guys, we're going to bring this to an end. It's a phenomenal story. And there's like 3 more story arcs that are in this whole Batman Dark Patterns thing. It's incredible. But hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, drop a like. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure you hit the subscribe button, and I will catch you all later. Peace.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just 1 pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
I was a state corrections officer for Pennsylvania, and I ended up on the streets of Kensington. It doesn't care who you are, what you did, or what you want to be. There's no discretion, you know? It's like an insidious thing, man, that once you pass this invisible line, you're an addict, and you don't even know what happens, you know? And then you can't ever cross back over that line, you know? You can't go back.
Thank you.
start it over.
Go ahead.
Fuck, man. Hi, everyone. My name is Bud Rodney. We met a few years ago when I was in Kensington. I was there with my girlfriend for 5.5 years, and we were addicted to Trank. That addiction ultimately led me to the loss of both of my feet to frostbite. And I'm in recovery now, and this is part of my story.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the first episode of Channel 5's Where Are They Now series, which explores the current whereabouts of various people that I've had the pleasure of speaking to throughout the years. This series, in particular, is very important to us because the way that we see it, continuous coverage is a crucial element of proper reporting. Surveying a situation in the moment, particularly when it pertains to drugs, crime, crisis, or tragedy, is important, but more important are the solutions to the issues being covered, which brings us to the story of Bud Rodney. Bud first appeared in a Channel 5 video called Philly Streets around 2 years ago.
What's your name?
Bud.
How long you been out here?
Almost 4 years.
You got any plans of getting off the streets?
Yeah, I do. If I'm being truthful, I'm probably gonna have to get arrested to stop, but when I do get arrested, it's at that point, I'd like to move forward into sobriety.
One of the dominant themes in that report regarded the adverse health effects of a newly circulated drug called xylazine, aka Trank, a cheap animal tranquilizer used by local drug dealers to enhance the strength of fentanyl.
So xylazine is like a tranquilizer, not made for human consumption. It's made for animals. That's made it into the drug supply. I mean, it's been here for 6 years, but we're seeing it a lot more now.
Unique about Trank is its ability to wreak havoc on the human body, particularly if veins were missed during injection. It was common, as we saw in Kensington, for Trank addicts to have lost limbs due to long-term usage. And I've been told that many of the people that I spoke to down in Philly have passed away since the interviews were conducted. But Bud made it out, and his story is one I'll never forget. Viewer discretion is advised.
Well, thanks for joining us, man. I appreciate it.
Of course.
How long has it been?
Since I've been down there, I left in February.
But how long since we saw each other, I mean?
Oh, shit. We saw each other in 2023, so I think sometime in the summer of 2023. These wounds, they don't heal, man. I've had this on my leg for like over a year, same size, man.
And have you attempted to get any like health care for it?
Nothing official, but I do take care of it, Hi, Mom, I'm okay. Love you.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it, and I wish you the best, man. Thanks for talking to us.
Yeah, thanks, bro.
What was your last name?
It's Rodney.
Thanks, bro. I appreciate it.
I didn't even know who you were at first. After the fact, I realized I was like, I know the dude from somewhere. I've seen your stuff before, but on the street, in the haze, I was like, yeah, it's just another guy wants to do an interview. A couple people down there do that. There's Faces of Kensington. He does that, Frank, and he just gets people's stories. But what I like about him, same as you, is it's all under consent. Do you want to do this? If you do, you're welcome to. If not, I'm not going to film you.
Yeah. What's happened since then? How has your life unfolded?
Well, since 2023, Mayor Sherelle Parker moved in 2024, and she put in her Clean Up Kensington plan. So that kind of dispersed us. There were big encampments all along Kensington Avenue, all along Clearfield, Rue Street, they were everywhere. And with her directive, they made a pretty big difference down there. We weren't happy about it, of course, but I'm sure the neighbors were. When that happened, we started getting bounced around, and it was really like a war of attrition, They'd move us from one corner back to the other one, back and forth, every day, all day long, till, they're just trying to wear us out. So from K&A, you had people that moved over towards like G and Potter, I forget what the street is, but it's right across from Allegheny Station. There's a little side street, people moved over there. But even there, even in those spots, they would still bounce you, because they put beat cops on. So you guys got to go. That was really their only goal, was not arrests, not to jam us up, just if they're there, they got to move. And they did that for all of 24. They outlawed fires. tents of any kind, even big umbrellas. So I said it right from the start. I said, you know, if they're doing that stuff now, because that rule came about earlier in the year and we had all heard about it, you know, no fires allowed this winter, that kind of stuff. So they're going to freeze us out, you know, and it worked for a lot of people. Shit worked for me, you know? Yeah.
In what sense?
Got frostbite and lost my feet. Yeah. That was in December. Actually, I guess really January, but it really started in December. So what happened is my kidneys started to fail, right? So my face was swelling up like crazy. I can show you some pictures. You know, I don't even look like myself. And I went to the hospital for it because everybody down there was like, even the cops, man, the cops walked up to me the one day, they're like, "You bud?" I was like, "Yeah." "Why?" You know, and they're like, "People are worried about you. Like the people on the cameras are watching, like they think you're gonna die. Your mom's looking for you." You know, I guess word had gotten around.
Because they have cameras in Philly. So I know where he was and I'd do look at the cameras. And then when I talked to him, he'd look at the camera knowing that I was watching him. Of course, we went down and they were bad. It was bad. It was bad.
You're not supposed to be here.
But if he didn't lose his legs, he would not be with us right now. He was so full of infection. He wouldn't have made it. He had been gone. He'd been gone months ago. There was just no way his body was done. His mind wasn't done, but his body was done. His body could not take any more.
You know, they asked me to go to the hospital. I said, "No, I'm not going, I'm not going." It even went so far as a cop actually offered me money. He's like, "Do you need money to get well or something so that you'll go?" I was like, "I appreciate the offer, but no." And that went on for a couple of weeks. It got to the point where I couldn't even open my eyes. I had to like pry my eyes open to see they were so swollen shut from my body retaining water, which I found out shortly after when I went to the hospital is called xylazine-induced nephrotic syndrome. So nephrotic syndrome is a kidney disease where your body doesn't process proteins in the proper way. It causes water retention and it essentially is poisoning your body. You know, you can't process toxins. So I went to the hospital eventually because they didn't give up on it. Every time they saw me, "You ready to go yet? You ready to go yet?" So eventually I said yes. And while I was in the hospital, this was in December, right before Christmas, I went to the hospital and my face started to swell up even more so while in the hospital. I don't know why, if it was maybe just a reaction to like no longer being in stress, like my body was overcompensating or something, you know, just being out of the cold. And they had to trach me. So I have a trach wound on my neck here. You see that?
And what is that process?
That's a tracheostomy. What they do is essentially put a plastic tube in your neck so you can breathe. Okay. Yeah.
Because your throat had swollen up so much that no air was coming out, right?
Yeah, my throat was swole shut. So they did that. I woke up 4 days later from a medically induced coma. I didn't even know any time had passed. I woke up, I couldn't talk, I was thirsty. Can't have water because you essentially have to learn how to swallow again. Mm-hmm. So, you know, I'm like, I'm thirsty, you know, I couldn't talk. And they're like, you can't have anything. They gave me a sponge, you know, sponge with some water dipped on it. And I could only have that like every couple of hours.
Jeez.
Yeah, it was rough. It was rough. You know, I was sick when I woke up because they were giving me the bare minimum. So I told them I need meds. I asked them to call my mom. You know, I could be like, I don't want to say that I'm a jerk in the hospital. I can just be demanding, I guess. You know, I'm not rude, but, you know, I tell them, like, you know, this is your job. You gotta, you know, like, I'm sick, man. You know, give me stuff.
Totally. You know? It's understandable in the position that you were in.
Exactly. You know, it's the mindset, really. You know, it's where you're at. I had them call my mom. I told her that I want to leave. I was writing on a pad, you know, and they were reading it off to her. And that went on for a couple of days. She came down to visit me. Actually, she took some time off work, came down to visit me.
The doctors called me because they had to do a blood transfusion. They had to ask my permission because he was in a medically induced coma for 4 days, which he doesn't remember, but of course he doesn't. And they had to call me for permission. So, of course, then I went down for that.
From there, you know, when she had to go, I decided I did as well. And when she left, I went back out to the streets and I had a trach in my throat. You know, I told the doctor I want to leave. He's like, "Are you serious, man?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm serious." You know, he's like, "You're gonna die." And I told him I'll be fine. But I signed the AMA papers against medical advice and left.
We had to go home. Donna had work, I had work, and we weren't even out of Philly when he left the hospital.
Honestly, I could hardly even walk, and like my brain was in like such a fog at that time. It actually took me like 5 hours to get from Temple Hospital down to Kensington. I kept getting turned around and like confused. That's like a symptom with the tranq, is like confusion. You know, you just don't know what's going on really. Eventually I made it back down there. You know, everybody on the street was like, "What are you doing, dude? Like, are you trying to kill yourself?" So I'm not really trying to live, you know? And I think that stress on my body from that whole situation is what really pushed it over the edge, because I was weak to the point after being out there with the trach in that it started to get infected. I was injecting in my neck, and to do that you have to blow, but I couldn't blow because I had this hole in my neck. So I was like missing shots. So then the trach itself was infected. I had abscesses all over my neck. I would like almost pass out just standing up. I'd be totally winded crossing the street. And I was sleeping next to my girlfriend the one night. It was bitter cold. And I woke up in the morning and my feet were uncovered from the blankets that we had. So I think they got uncovered while I was asleep somehow. And the next night we stayed in the shelter, and I didn't really notice anything, you know, the day after. But when we stayed in the shelter, I took my shoes off. I tried to put them back on in the morning. They wouldn't fit in my shoes. So they had like ballooned overnight from the frostbite damage. I didn't even realize I had it yet. But when I tried to stand up, I really couldn't. We got on a bus to leave, and they were taking us back to a train stop. It took me 2 hours to go 100 yards. And, you know, I had to lean all my weight on Brittany to even cross the street. I was just in rough shape. And I stayed out on the street for another day, and I went to the hospital. I flagged some cops down, and I said, "Look, guys, I need some help." You know, I said, my trach's infected badly. There's something wrong with my feet. Like, can you call an ambulance for me? And they were actually like, "Well, didn't we just try to get you into the hospital and you didn't want to go?" And I'm like, "Look, man, like, yeah, but that doesn't matter. Like, I'm asking you now." So the one cop, he shined his flashlight at my neck, and he was like, "Oh my God," he said, that's bad. He said, "I'm calling, man." You know, he told his partner that he's calling. The ambulance came. I couldn't walk. When I got to the hospital, they took a look at my neck, and I told them, you know, I think there's something wrong with my feet too. And when they took my shoes off, and they took my socks off, and my socks were actually like stuck to my skin. And when they took it off, the nurse just was like, "Oh my God." I was like, "What?" You know, and I looked down, and my feet were gigantic, covered in blisters. The skin was like dark purple, bruised, and just, you know, destroyed from the frostbite. I didn't even really know that I had it until that moment. I knew something was wrong, but not how bad. And she's like, "You're gonna lose your feet." And, you know, I could just think like I hope not, you know, like that's it. It was like it can't be that bad. You know, it was like immediate denial. But it went on to prove that, no, I had severe frostbite. I lost circulation to my feet. They started to turn black. They started to get infected. And the doctor came in one day, and he told me that I have a choice to make, you know. And he said, "We can do surgery on your feet if you want, but it's probably going to take a long time. It's going to be a lot of pain, and it's no guarantee in the end." He said, "Well, you know, you have a really bad case here." He let me sit with that for a couple of days, and he came in and he was like, "You know, we can do the amputation if you want." And I told him, you know, I'd thought about it. I said, let's just do it, man. You know, I'd rather just get a clean start with prosthetics and go from there, because they told me even if the surgeries went well, I was most likely going to have severe nerve damage. You know, I might have dead feet, you know, so like no feeling in them. I didn't want that either, you know. It's almost as bad as not having them. So I'm actually in the process of getting prosthetics now. I took a couple of steps the other day, which was...
With the full prosthetic legs?
Yeah, which was awesome. Yeah, the best steps of my life, dude. Mm-hmm. For real.
Just like plop into the bottom.
Yeah.
So that's a good start.
So let's do it. Ready? 1, 2, stand. Okay. It kind of takes a second to like kind of get used to it. So I'll try to put a little bit more weight on as it goes. Legs are pretty sick, right?
Yeah, you're there. There we go. Wow, good job.
How'd I do?
Hey, what's up guys? Real quick, I've got a reminder. This entire video from start to finish is now available in an audio-only podcast form on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Amazon, and many more platforms. Just look up Fivecast. 5, capital C, capital A, capital S, capital T. It's a pretty sick logo. It's like a drone shot of an autumn forest with an amazing Fivecast graphic emblazoned over the trees. So if you happen to be a truck driver hauling loads across this great nation, performing an essential service that keeps the population fed, I have some great news for you. You don't have to be distracted or possibly risk your life by watching a video. You can listen to Fivecast audio only. Just look it up, give it a review, give it a listen, whatever you want to do. Enjoy yourself and be safe. All right, back to the video.
So they gave me the ultimatum. I told them I want the amputations, and I called my mom and told her what's going on. She took time off of work, came down to visit me in the hospital. They went through with it. Worst pain of my life.
You weren't sedated for it?
Well, I was, but when I woke up, it was just like,
okay,
just like mind-numbing pain, dude. Like, it's just like, what is happening? Coming out of the surgery, it was like crazy. And then the dressing changes, like on the raw nerves. So what they do first is they take your feet up at the ankles, and they do that to make sure that your body's going to respond well. Because if it doesn't, and they do it's called the formal amputation, they might have to move higher, if there's a bad reaction or something. So they start at your ankles, check how you're doing. If it goes well, then they move into the next stage, which is the formal amputation here.
And that's below the knee?
Yeah, that's called a BKA, below knee amputation. So I'm a double BKA. The prosthetist told me, he's like, the higher up it is, he's like, the more energy that your body actually expends trying to like adjust to it. So he said, this is best case scenario for an amputation, which is cool. Like in the hospital, I didn't know how I was gonna like deal with all of it mentally. Like I had the identity stuff, like this wasn't supposed to happen to me. This isn't who I am, the stages of grief, what is it? Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance, Yeah, I went through all that, like kind of before the surgery even, in the denial, like this isn't gonna happen, the bargaining, like what can I do to maybe try to fix this? And then afterward I was angry, I was depressed, and then finally like I just accepted, like, all right, so this is what happened, this is reality, and I'm gonna face reality. So that's what I did. I set my mind to it. Like I'm not gonna get into this negative downward spiral and be all woe is me, because like the bottom line is, if I didn't lose my feet, I would probably be dead, and that's the truth. Where my body was at the time was giving up totally. My kidneys were failing. I had cirrhosis of the liver, which since I've gotten my hepatitis C cured, I took the medication. So I did that when I got home. I said, I'm not gonna be that guy, who's just, down on himself all the time. So I chose to see the positive in it. I'm alive. Yeah, I'm still here, man. There's a lot of people that aren't for, much less than something like this. Yeah, so.
You think a lot of the people that you were with on the street that, you were with whenever I first met you, have a lot of those people passed away?
Yeah. Just recently, my friend Bryce passed away a couple of months ago. I stayed with him here and there down in Kensington. Bailey just died a couple of weeks ago, the end of July. My best friend growing up, Jay, he's not from down there, but I've known him since I was 4 years old. He just died the end of July. Went to his memorial. His mom was a mess, and God bless her, dude. She lost her 2 other kids as well to overdoses. Jay, Patrick, and Matthew. They were my best friends growing up. Like I lived with them. I went on vacations with them, the whole deal. And they're all gone now from addiction. There was Nice, just died. Well, I don't know if he just died. I actually just found out, though, that he was either killed or overdosed. I'm not sure which, just I know that he passed away. Mike, I was the last person to hit him before he went to the hospital. So, you know, essentially the last person from Kensington that saw him alive. He died from sepsis, you know, blood infection. They couldn't get it under control, and it killed him. Yeah, I mean, there's a list this long. I couldn't even tell you how many people. And that was even before Kensington. You know, when fentanyl came out, it was a massacre. It was a massacre, dude. We were losing 2 or 3 people every week because I was sober at the time. So I was sober in my life for 5 years at one point, 2 years right after that, a year and a half. And when I was sober during that time is also when fentanyl really hit, at least on the East Coast. And it destroyed us, man. You know, like I said, we were losing people 2 or 3 every week for, I don't know, 7 or 8 months before people like realize that they can't do it, you know, or they got to drastically reduce their dose. Yeah, fentanyl is crazy strong, man. It's crazy strong. Yeah, during that time sober, I tried to help people in the area, like around here as best as I could. I was like a pillar of sobriety in the community, you know. And during that time is also when I became a CO. Yeah.
At a county or state prison?
State prison. Yeah, I worked at SCI Dallas.
Is that medium security?
Yeah, it's medium security. Doesn't really mean much. It's more open. You know, there's more contact between inmates and guards and stuff, but, you know, it's really all the same from what I understand.
I knew that you were sober prior to Kensington, but I didn't know that you had that straight-laced of an employment path.
Yeah.
That's the opposite of being on the streets.
Quite the opposite, yeah. So, I mean, I guess it kind of gives me a unique perspective in a way. I guess, you know, it's considered law enforcement, you know, at one point, and then going into, you know, living homeless on the streets for years was like this like crazy like juxtaposition, you know, that I was like dealing with mentally. And, you know, I had relapsed while I was working at the prison. So I was about 1.5 years sober. My grandmother passed away, and you know, I had become complacent in my sobriety. So I wasn't going to meetings, you know, I wasn't doing commitments, like speaking at rehabs and stuff. I wasn't calling my sponsor, I wasn't working the steps. And that eventually caught up to me. I started hanging out with, you know, people I shouldn't, hanging out in bars. I wasn't even doing anything, you know, I was just going there just to hang out and be in the environment. Risky behavior if you're sober, wouldn't advise, you know, right. But yeah, I was doing that, and eventually it caught up to me. My grandmother passed away, and that was kind of like a catalyst, you know, that was what solidified it. And
you're using as a coping mechanism to deal with the grief.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I picked up, you know, I did some drugs, and I liked it, and nothing bad happened. You know, the whole world didn't come crashing down around me. There weren't any police lights or sirens, and I was cool. I was like, all right, nice, you know? I remember thinking, like, this is why I did this every day, because, you know, drugs feel good. That's the lie, though. You know, they feel good at first, but they take everything. But yeah, no. So I relapsed while working at the jail. So I was doing dope before I went in. I didn't bring anything into the jail, so I didn't get high there. I didn't bring stuff in for the inmates, but some of them did. They knew that I was getting high. A couple of them like asked me like Rodney, you got to be on something, man. Like, we know you're doing something. Like, mind your business, you know. Eventually, even my coworkers started to catch on because you know, not doing anything for that long, fentanyl doesn't last very long in your body, at least as far as the effects go. So I would start to get sick relatively quickly compared to like how heroin is.
Dope sick from withdrawal.
Yeah, dope sick from withdrawal while on shift.
So you'd be throwing up in the bathroom?
Throwing up, sweating, you know, generally miserable all the time. And I would hide my stuff off property just because in case anyone did get suspicious, they can search your vehicle if you work there, you know. So I would hide my stuff off the property, get out of jail, off shift, and go and do my stuff right down the street from the jail. And man, like, I felt like the biggest hypocrite in the world.
Yeah,
you know?
Totally.
Yeah.
Especially because so many people in county and state prisons are there for drug-related offenses.
God. Yeah, I'm looking this dude in the face, and he's in there for, you know, a possession and paraphernalia for the 3rd time. And, like, you know, I got 2 bundles of dope hidden down the road underneath a patch of grass. You know, it's like, man, what am I doing here? And instead of bringing clarity from that, I think it almost compounded it more, because then I felt guilty about what I was doing, so I wanted to cover it more, you know, so my habit increased even more so. It got to the point where I was shooting 15 bags of fentanyl per shot, like 3 times a day. Do it before work, as soon as I got out, and then sometime during the night, you know, just doing like $200 in dope a day, just myself. That's when Brittany caught up with me. She had relapsed and asked me if I could get her anything.
So just to clarify, you and Brittany were together when you were a CO, when you lived around here?
So we were friends.
Gotcha.
So we were friends in sobriety for like 4 years before we ever even, you know, started dating, which was cool. She actually tried to help me during one of my first relapses. When I relapsed after 5 years, she called me and was like, "What are you doing, dude? You're gonna die, you know, this and that." And she tried to save me. And I get sober right after that. But you know, we can cover that. But so I started selling drugs to her. I was meeting her in my uniform, you know, selling dope, like craziness, man. And then eventually it all caught up to me. I was staying at my grandmother's house. I had moved out from, I was living in Wilkes-Barre. I moved down. I told her what was going on. She said, "Come home, you know, maybe I can help you." She had tried to do that before. So I took Suboxone like 8 hours after I had done my last shot, which is fine with heroin, but it's not fine with fentanyl. It reacts in your system differently, and I went into something called precipitated withdrawal. I don't know if you ever heard of it, but it's essentially withdrawal condensed into like 6 hours instead of like 5 days. Absolutely vicious. Puking, diarrhea, shivers, shakes, convulsions, sweating, cramps, just everything that can happen at once, happening at once and amplified. You know, like withdrawal in itself is terrible, but, you know, condense that into a couple of hours is like, what's even happening, you know? So that's what happens if you take Suboxone too soon after fentanyl. So yeah, I'm laying on the bathroom floor naked. You know, my grandma comes in, she's like, "What the hell's going on?" I told her, they called my parents, it was a whole thing, and that's when I decided, like, you know what, all right, I've had enough of this, like, because that was the whole point of taking the sub was, I had a long weekend, and I was like, I'm tired of doing this, I'm gonna get clean. So, you know, I took the Suboxone with good intentions in mind, but it didn't work out that way. So I realized later that night that I had insurance. And I'm like, all right, so I'm gonna go to rehab. So I decided to go to rehab, walked out a couple of days later, you know, AM8. And shortly after that, I caught a charge. Britt and I had started going down to Philadelphia to cop. And I went down one night by myself and I parked in a parking lot and did drugs all night. And on my way home, a cop lit me up for speeding. It's ironic because I was speeding. I was doing a bunch of coke and I was out of my mind. Yeah. And I decided I'm gonna run, you know, so he was a state trooper. Yeah, so I ran. He caught up to me right away. The initial plan was to, you know, try to disappear before he could get me. He was parked, I was going fast.
And in your head, you're like, I got this.
I got this, yeah. So he caught up to me in like 10 seconds, you know. Yeah. Let me grab a cigarette. Yeah, he caught up to me in like 10 seconds, dude. And I'm like, all right, plan B. So plan B was run down to Shikshini. You guys probably came through there. And when you first come into the town from Route 11, there's a road off to the right, this windy road, very narrow. And I knew it like the back of my hand. So I'm like, all right, so here's the plan. I'm gonna go down Route 11, be going fast, so he thinks I'm just gonna run straight through. Slam on the brakes, cut the turn. He's gonna go past me, I'm gonna go up the road and disappear. Perfect. So I'm doing 125 down Route 11 the whole way. It's like 10 miles. You know, I'm swerving around cars, crossing lanes, and I get into Shikshini, and it worked, right? So I hit the brakes, cut the turn, he hits his brakes and slides past me, so he's gotta turn around and do the whole thing. So I'm going up the road, I'm like, yeah, I made it. I get to the top, and there's a giant oak tree in the road with 2 concrete barriers in front of it. Yeah, so I was stuck. And I thought about getting out and running, but honestly, I was too spun out. So I was like, you know what, fine, I'm caught. He comes up the road. I had already gotten out and put my hands on my head. He came over and kicked me in the head. He was pissed. Yeah, he kicked me in the head, cuffed me, and they saw my duty belt in the back seat, which is like your work belt that you wear for the jail. You know, holds your radio and your pepper spray and stuff. So they're like, what's with the duty belt? You a cop? what up? Like, what's up? I was like, no, I'm the CEO. They're like, where? So I don't really want to tell you. They're like, we're going to make one call and find out anyway, dude. Where do you work? So I told them Dallas. And, you know, they gave me the, what the hell are you doing, man? You know, because they were Stadies too. So there's like a sort of camaraderie.
Right, yeah.
You know?
Same field of employment,
yeah,
you know,
yeah,
co-workers kind of.
Yeah,
in a far-flung way.
In a way, you know, they catch them, we keep them, you know. I just told them, like, I relapsed a while ago, and I've been getting high the whole time. That was probably about a year into getting high. That was May of 2020 that happened. And I had been going back and forth to Kensington before that for a couple of months, copping. And, you know, I got arrested. I bonded out with my motorcycle. I had thrown my drugs out on the street. I ran down, got those on my bike as soon as I got home, and then everything blew up, you know. It went into the papers, and, you know, it spread around. So at that point, I was really kind of giving up on the idea of being a CO anymore, you know, like just the whole weight of everything was getting to me. I just didn't really know how to exit. It was probably more of a self-implosion, I guess you could say. I don't know how to put it.
There's probably some embarrassment, too, that came from having your name in the paper. Of course. You know, CO caught with drugs, caught like in a high-speed chase is pretty good. Pretty good news for the tabloids.
Yeah, and in a small town like this, you know, that was definitely big news. So I'm at home. A couple of days later, I get a call, and it's from the jail. I knew the call was coming. They're like, we need you to meet us here and take a drug test. I'm like, I can't. My car's impounded. They're like, all right, well, we'll get you. So they came and picked me up. Went, gave them a drug test. They called me back in a couple of days later, went to the jail, and they gave me an ultimatum, go to rehab or get fired. So the union is strong in Pennsylvania with COs. So, you know, those guys have that going for them. So the union was backing me up. If I went to rehab and completed, I'd be on a year of probation at the jail, where, you know, they have a set of rules. They can drug test you anytime, search you anytime, whatever. And I went to the prison, or rather, I went to the rehab and walked out like 4 days later. And I knew what I was leaving behind when I did it.
You just weren't feeling it? You didn't like the structure of it?
It wasn't even anything, because all rehabs are pretty much the same. I was just like, I didn't want to be clean. And just the whole stress of everything was like just driving me crazy, you know? And at that time I was on, I was on FMLA from the jail, Family Medical Leave Act. And it gives you time off, paid time off without pay for, you know, medical emergencies, whatever. So I walked out of the jail, came back to my parents here, got my car, went right to Kensington and got shit. I stole money off my mom so I could go cop. I was looking for my grandma's pills and I found her jewelry and I started selling her jewelry. So I took all of her jewelry, which was really shitty, you know. It was a bad move.
The jewelry that my dad had gotten me since I was younger and I had lost my dad.
It was 18 karat stuff. So you can't really get that in the US even. I mean, you can, I guess, but it's more common overseas, generally.
So he took it all of it. And it was a dilemma, you know. Of course, I was crying and, you know, they're like, you know, call the police. And you know, you don't want to call the police. You don't, you know, that wasn't my thing. And they're like, he's not going to get better if you don't do something. So then we called the police, and it ended up being almost like $33,000 worth of jewelry he took.
Yeah, it was a lot. And then shortly after that, there was like a big blow up with my family. I was not welcome back here. So I was like, all right, you know what, fine. Like, going to, I got a place I can go, you know, which was Kensington. So I went down there, me and Britt went down. We stayed in my car for a while. I mean, it was what it was for a while. We were staying on a block, and then one night I got into a fight with some people. They jumped us, me specifically, but they punched Britt. She pepper sprayed them. We jumped in my car. I tried to run the dude over. He jumped out of the way, and I popped my tire. And when we got back to the place where I parked, you know, that was essentially the end of my car. I don't think I ever moved it again from that point. I had a flat tire, no money to get a new one. I already had a donut on another wheel, and the neighbors got tired of us being there. So I woke up one morning with my car on fire. Someone had set it on fire while we were asleep. They lit my headrest on fire, so I woke up and there were like flames around my head. So I woke Britt up, told her, car's on fire, get out, and I went to try to pat it out with my hands. I wasn't thinking, you know what I mean? Foam is melted plastic, right, man. It stuck to my hands instantly, 2nd and 3rd degree burns over both my hands. You know, I like went into shock, called the ambulance. I went to Temple. I was in the burn unit for a couple of days, walked out AMA. I mean, that's like a resounding motif in my life, is leaving rehab or the hospital after a couple of days, you know.
I mean, detox rehab. 20 years of my life has been pretty much.
I'm 35, so I started using drugs when I was 14.
So yeah, no, I'm gonna say about 18, because I really didn't know about this stuff from the beginning.
Yeah, you know something I was kind of curious about. I don't know if I ever asked you, but like, when I started like using drugs, did you guys like have any idea?
No clue. None. You were just a brat.
I've been to over 25 rehabs, probably close to as many hospital stays, you know, and I leave every time. I would have left this last time, honestly. I wanted to, but I couldn't. I just want to make a side note. So I wrote a book about all this. So I don't, you know what I mean? I don't know if that's all right.
We'll put it in the description box and the pinned comment of this video.
That would be,
if people want to buy it.
Yeah, it's not out yet, but it should be probably by the time this comes out.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
it's going to be an ebook, I'm assuming.
Yeah. So I'll put it on Amazon. Yeah. But you know, I cover all this stuff in it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so it all caught up to me.
If he wouldn't have lost his legs, we would have lost him. There was just no. Yeah. Really, as I sit here right now, there's no way he would have made it. There's just no way. I know it. I see it. I saw it in his wounds. I saw it in his face, his hands, his legs. I just saw it in him that there was just no way. His body was done.
Yeah, like I was diagnosed with cirrhosis.
Stage 4, yeah.
Yeah. I had Hep C, which I've taken the meds for that, so I'm cured of that now. And I've been sober since February 16th, I think. When I finally got out of the hospital, they said if I was strong enough to leave, I could go home. So they did the test if I could like transfer myself. I was able to. So my mom called my dad, asked if I could come home. She said yeah. So before we left, I went down to Kensington to see Britt and to get high one more time before I left. You know, it was like kind of something I had to do, like mentally, you know, just to like, I don't know, I guess put some closure on it.
Right.
You know, so I did that. We came back here, and since I got home, I've been doing really well. You know, I'm really proud of myself for that, actually. This is the longest that I've been sober in 7 years. You know, I don't know, 8 or 9 months. Honestly, I'm not really counting the days this time, because I was expecting to die. So, you know, being able to wake up here and, you know, so we'll play this game. We call it Anybody Tell You, right? And the goal is to get that person, you say anybody tell you to that person the first time
that means
day.
I love you.
It means anybody tell you I love you today, you know, and we play it every day. And it's nice.
Yeah, and him and Jim, it's like it'll be 1 second after midnight and they're both yelling at each other.
Yeah, we'll try to sneak up on each other. Yeah.
It's just the thing that they do. And our thing, and my always thing with him was whenever we were getting ready to hang up on the phone, and I love you lots and lots.
Lots and lots.
And my biggest thing was what?
Don't get dead.
Don't get dead. That's verbatim, that was it, you know. I love you lots and lots, and don't get dead. And he's like, I won't, Mom, you know.
Never give up hope if you have a family member or loved one that's in addiction. Just be there for them. It's tough, but never give up hope. God works in mysterious ways. For example, my son.
It's easy to be cruel behind a computer screen, you know, and you see a lot of nasty comments, or let the guy die, you know,
Or involuntary lethal injection or something, just kill him.
Yeah, Brian, why did it have to get to this point?
Right.
I look at it like this, like purity contests kill. And what I mean by that is, like in AA, you know, or NA, it's how much time you got. Are you on Suboxone? Oh, if you're on Suboxone, you're not really clean. I'm on subs, you know what I mean? And maybe I'm not clean, but I'm alive, you know? That's for sure. And I don't want to use drugs today.
Suboxone strips are an opioid addiction treatment and do not cause a high for opioid users. But if you're not an opioid user, it can cause a high.
So, you know, that's what I mean by the contested purity, man. It just, you know, somebody might say, oh, well, I need to get off subs then, and then they get a craving and go do some fentanyl and overdose and die, you know, because of somebody else's opinion. So I'm not even really counting the days like that. I'm just been working steady on writing for like, I don't know, 6 months now, 7 months. You know, that's been my main focus. But since I got home, you know, I started going to drug and alcohol treatment. I started going to mental health therapy. Took the medication for the hepatitis C. I got on subs. I had a corrective surgery on my right leg. I got an infection after I got home from the hospital, and I had to get that taken care of. Like, if I was on the street, I never would have done that, you know? It would have just festered, and I probably would have an above the amputation now, you know, because you don't care. I've seen that so many times down there. You know, people with amputations, like, they end up back out there. I told myself, it's not going to be me.
All right, what's up, guys? As anybody in recovery will tell you, staying grounded begins by feeling secure. That's one of the universal truths that applies to everyone. But what if I told you that while you're focused on keeping your real life in order, your online life could be wide open? Oh shit. Whether you realize it or not, your personal data is floating around the internet right now. Every click, every search, every app download, it's all scooped up by data brokers who quietly buy, sell, and trade your information like vintage baseball cards. They know where you've been, who you're related to, and what time you typically doom scroll. Boy, it's creepy. And guess what? It's constant. That's why I and we use Incogni. Think of it as a cleanup crew for your digital footprint, tracking down the shady corners of the internet where your personal info is hiding and getting it taken down for you. Here's how it works. You sign up and Incogni immediately sends legal removal requests to data broker sites on your behalf, and they don't stop at just one email. They follow up, push back, and make sure that your data actually gets deleted. And you know those people search sites where they show your old address and relative names? Incogni can go after those too. Using their custom removals feature, available with their unlimited and family unlimited plans, you can point at any specific website and Incogni will take care of the rest. Here's what you gotta do. Go to incogni.com/channel5 and use code channel5 for 60% off your annual plan. That's incogni.com/channel5, promo code channel5, or just click the link below. If you care about your privacy, your safety, or just want control over who has your information, get Incogni. Protect your data before somebody else profits off of it. Also, supporting Incogni means helping to support us, keeping Channel 5 independent and surveillance free. All right, you guys. Back to Bud Rodney.
Like, I look at it like Suboxone is a crutch, for sure. But, you know, crutches are handy if you have a broken leg.
And really, he had to do it on his own. Whether he lost his legs or not, he could have just said, no, Mom, I'm going down. It's going to be what it's going to be. You know, life goes on. He made that decision when he looked at me, because I had to go home that day. I mean, I had to go home. I could have stayed another week, but I wasn't prepared, but it would have been fine. I would have. And he's like, no, Mom, I'm coming home with you.
I'm just really surprised you were able to successfully take that final time of getting high and somehow still get sober after that. Because that sounds like a recipe for a long-term relapse.
Sure.
You know, you're like, oh, I'm just gonna get high once more. Like, how many times had you said that before, probably?
About 1 million. Yeah, about 1 million.
So what was it about this particular situation and this time that really made you feel like, all right, I'm ready, let's do this. I'm leaving Philly, I'm gonna come out to the beautiful Northeast Pennsylvanian foothills and take this sobriety seriously?
When I got home, that wasn't really my mindset, to be honest with you.
Okay.
In the back of my mind, you know, I wanted to get high every day, all day long. I just wasn't able to, I wasn't able to do it physically. That's what I mean by this, save my life. Like, I would definitely be in Kensington right now if this didn't happen. I can tell you that probably without a shadow of a doubt, or dead, one of the two. I probably would not be sober. But, when I came home and as time went on, my mind started to clear, and, going to the mental health and the drug and alcohol counseling every week, and the Suboxone clinic, they have a kind of a social worker that you talk to there, someone who's sober. I just had so much stuff going on, all these appointments, that I was busy, and I was busy enough to not really be able to focus on, spinning out of control into relapse mode, and I want legs, man, I want to walk again, and that was like my main drive, at least then, but since then, like, I'm happier now. I started doing all those things. I got Britt out of there, she's definitely done her part, just being able to help her get out of there and to give her an opportunity to help herself, was really important to me. And it was just, well, that's her now.
My name's Brittany. I'm Bud's girlfriend. Yeah, we've been together for like 6 years. I've been sober for like 4 months now. Me and Bud actually met in AA. He was like 5 years sober. He had it together. Like, he was working in the prison, had a job, had his own place, nice car, whatever. Went to the gym, like, I'm like blushing. I was a mess though. Like, I was like 3 months sober, like on like house arrest and just like living in my friend's recovery house. Like, I don't know.
And you mentioned that now she lives in an apartment in South Philly and she works for a harm reduction nonprofit.
So she lives in a sober house.
Gotcha.
In South Philly. And she doesn't work for the harm reduction, but she'll do volunteer with them sometimes. But no, she just started working at the Eagle Stadium.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, she started working at the Eagle Stadium a couple of days ago. So she was trying to get work, but she's got a little bit of a record. So it's hard with that sometimes, That's something that sucks too, is, you do all this stuff and mess your life up, and then you want to do better, and it's hard to even get back on your feet because, all the wreckage that you caused in the past. But no, she managed to get some work, so.
Do you have a pretty extensive rap sheet from your time being down there?
Enough. I mean, I don't know if we want to put this on camera, but I have warrants right now, I have possession and paraphernalia from Lancaster County. So I have the DUI and the fleeing state police in this county. But I do plan on handling that like an adult, you know what I mean?
Totally, yeah.
Now I'm able to go and face that to the point where like, I'm already doing all of the stuff that they're going to tell me to do anyway. I talk to sober people every day. I'm in touch with them. I'm going to the drug and alcohol. I'm going to mental health. I'm on Suboxone. Everything that they're going to tell me to do, I'm already doing. Another friend of mine, she lost her arm to Trank, and she contacts me a lot because she's going through it with just the mental stuff. I just try to be there for her. So when I do go to court, which I will, it's part of my treatment plan for the drug and alcohol counseling is, you have to set goals. And, one of my goals is to handle my legal stuff.
So you think you'll probably end up going to the station, turning yourself in and explaining that you've been sober for quite some time and having an established track record of good behavior?
Yeah.
Well, if you need help, we'll write you a character letter or something.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Yeah. I know how that stuff really goes a long way.
Yeah, it does.
Especially with judges who have a outdated viewpoint on drug addiction.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's a whole topic in itself, dude. You know, the stigma is alive and well on drug addiction. It's treated like a moral issue in America.
In terms of the people who use drugs having low moral character and being degenerate.
Yeah.
Right.
I was a state corrections officer for Pennsylvania, and I ended up on the streets of Kensington. It doesn't care who you are, what you did, or what you want to be. There's no discretion, It's like an insidious thing, man, that once you pass this invisible line, you're an addict, and you don't even know what happens, and then you can't ever cross back over that line, you can't go back. That happened to me when I was a kid experimenting with pills, but as far as it goes with a moral issue in America is, you know, like you said, they think you have low moral character. It's not the case. You know, some of the best people, the most intelligent people, even the most kind and caring people I've ever met were addicts. Like, you wouldn't even believe the character that some of these people have, man. Just, you know, they'll go out of their way to do anything for you.
Can you think of an example of something like that happened down there?
Well, yeah, actually. I mean, outreach. Most of your outreach workers that, you know, work for an organized outreach are sober themselves or are, you know, touched in some way by addiction, you know, in a way that's close to them. One woman I know down there, she lost her daughter to addiction, and now she comes out there every week. She makes home-cooked meals, and she comes out and she gives it out. She gives out clothes, you know, everything, every week. She's there. You need to get to rehab, she'll try to help you. You need to go to the hospital, she'll help you. But with sober people, they do the same thing and more. You know, they take money out of their own pocket, money they don't even really have, to come out and, you know, buy somebody a pair of gloves or a hat, you know. Like, it's getting cold out right now, you know. And they're out there doing that just because they want to, not because they have to. And that's all over the place. Like, if you go to AA or NA anywhere, you know, they do something called commitments. So it's people going out of their way in their free time to go to rehabs and jails and hospitals and speak to people who are still in active addiction and try to show them a better way of life. It's huge. Even a specific example, some guys in my home group, my AA home group, it's where you go every week. You know everybody there, you take commitments there. There was one dude who was trying to get sober, he was trying to get on his feet, and he was like broke, you know, and winter was coming and he didn't have any money for oil in his house. They bought the dude like $1,200 in oil, you know. They got together, pulled their money and bought this dude oil so he could be warm in the winter. And that guy's sober, last I knew, at least 10 years now.
Yeah.
You know. So, like, little stuff like that matters.
Yeah, one of the realest dudes I've ever interviewed was a harm reduction worker from Las Vegas named Rob Bankhart.
Yeah.
And he's one of the outreach people that goes there to the tunnels, and he offers basic services. And his philosophy on it that always struck with me is, like, we don't make anybody get clean.
Right.
We're there when they're ready.
It's that balancing act of understanding that, like, I don't really play a part in that piece of them getting to a place where they're willing to accept help. I don't, right? Like, they have to get there. I'm just going to keep showing up and keep offering it and keep looking for ways to poke at them and tell them that I love them. You know what I mean? Be that safe space when they're ready.
It's probably easy to be selfish if you haven't experienced it yourself.
Yeah.
You know, because you just, a lot of rehabs as well, the rehab industry is based upon results.
Right.
You know, you want to say A to B. We checked the box, this guy's sober, you know, he's got 30 days, he's good, we did our job, we're going to ship him off to wherever he's going to go, we're not going to think about him again.
Yeah,
and
doesn't really
Rob
work like that.
himself lived in the tunnels.
Yeah.
And he was so adamant about it. He was like, you will not get clean unless something happens that makes you truly want to.
Right.
Or have to.
Yeah.
And so do you feel like, you know, obviously you're missing part of your leg, but you don't seem particularly devastated about it.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not. You know, like I said, man, I would be dead if this didn't happen to me, or at least using right now.
But I'm saying someone who didn't have the life experience you had would look at that as like the end of their life, or it would be a reason for them to be sad and depressed and permanently disheveled and downtrodden.
Yeah, you take Joe Schmo off the streets and cut off his legs, he's probably going to be devastated, dude, you know? But this is, the way that I'm living right now is better than I've lived in almost a decade, you know? So that's, I'm cool with this, you know?
Yeah.
And I have a plan for the future, you know?
What's the plan?
You know, I'd like to go to school. You know, I would like my book to be a success because it touches on all this stuff in a real way. You know, like, I really try not to pull punches in it and just, you know, I don't glamorize it or sit in the sympathy of it. I just tell what it was, man. And you know, it's real. I'd like it to be able to help people, you know. I think it can. But, you know, so that's part of the plan. I'd like to go to school, maybe, you know. I was thinking maybe computer science or something like that.
Hey, why not? You got so much time on your hands now.
Right.
And you're young, so you could have a whole second life ahead of you.
Yeah.
Or I guess a third life.
Really? Yeah, yeah. I was thinking maybe even, like, depending on how it goes, like, kind of an idea that I have would be to, like, do some kind of, like speaking, you know? Like, I don't know if you want to call it motivational speaking, but just, you know, go around and like share my story with people, you know, let it be a lesson before it has to be a lesson or something.
And what would be the primary lesson of your story?
Don't do drugs, you know.
That simple?
Not really that simple, but I mean, at the base, yeah, there's a better way. You know, there's a better way. It doesn't have to come to something like this.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know, man. Everybody wants that little bit of relief, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody that I know has had some kind of something in their life, whether it's alcohol or gambling, you know. Some people like to gossip too much, you know. Some people smoke too many cigarettes, you know. It's some kind of compulsion that gives you that little bit of, you know.
Yeah.
And for a lot of people, that's drugs and alcohol. But you know, it doesn't have to come to that, you know. It's kind of like a future that I envision is.
Yeah. I think there's a theory out there that all drug use and alcohol abuse stems from deep pain, which I think is productive as far as humanizing people who have addiction problems, because I do think it is a disease.
Yeah.
But the thing is, society is so poisoned from the top down that who isn't living in horrendously stressful circumstances, financially,
Paycheck to
socially,
paycheck, man.
and we're also
Yeah.
being primed to be addicted to things at a young age with social media.
Yeah, dude.
We're training the youth for these really short form, short circuit, short lasting dopamine rushes.
Yeah.
And that's the exact same mentality that will make someone susceptible to doing drugs later in life.
Without a doubt, dude. I thought the same thing myself, to be honest with you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it gives you that little dopamine hit every time you scroll. You know, every new reel gives you that little bit.
Do you still keep in touch with any of your friends that were on the streets who are still using?
Yeah, I do. I actually spoke to a couple. They're a couple down there. My friend Fish and his girlfriend, and they just got kicked out of a shelter down there. I don't know if they're trying. Maybe they are, but you know, I told them like, come on, man. Everybody from Clearfield's getting sober. Like, get out of there, dude. You know. It's, you know, that's what we were. The whole surrounding area there was Clearfield, you know, from essentially up to K&A, and that's K&A,
right,
and then down to Somerset, and that's Somerset. In between is Clearfield, you know, and well, you got Cambria too, I guess. But anyway, they're trying, I guess. But I still talk to them when I can. You know, and like I said, Britt goes down there sometimes, and she'll call me a lot of the time while she's down there, just so she's talking to somebody. She'll like turn the phone and be like, oh, hey, it's, you know, so-and-so, and I'll say what's up to them. You know, it's crazy to see them now versus then, because like you don't see the ravages of addiction when you're in it. Like you do to a degree, but you're kind of just like numb to it. Maybe you're just used to seeing people that way.
It's probably a gradual escalation too.
Yeah.
I was ignorant to what it's really like, you know? I didn't expect to get stuck here. It was supposed to be like a quick thing, like, you know, go cop and go home. It doesn't turn out that way. You end up, well, I'll just get well while I'm here. And then you end up falling asleep. And then you get robbed for your stuff or your money. And then you're like, oh, I gotta go figure out money. And then like, next thing you know, you've been here for 2 days, haven't been home, and you're broke again, and you're like, what am I gonna do? And you don't give a shit about any of your other responsibilities because you need to get well. I come down here and I see this, and I see how nothing is getting better for anybody. You know, a lot of times when I come down a week or two or whatever, people are wearing the same clothes, you know, they're still struggling in the same ways, and it's like, I mean, it's not attractive to me, you know what I mean? I'm doing so much better, like I don't want that anymore, you know? So it helps me find a lot of gratitude, you know, for what I have now and the work I've done, you know? So, you know, a lot of people say like, you know, oh, you're gonna use or whatever. I'm like, absolutely not. Like, what part of this would make me wanna get high? What part of this is selling it to me?
And looking at them from where I'm at now to seeing them on the street, it was like, man, I just looked like that, you know, like skinny, dirty, out of my mind, you know, for how long, you know, and seeing them now, like you want better for them, you know, you want them to do better for themselves because it is possible, you know. That's the thing, is it is possible to do. It just doesn't seem like it a lot of the time.
When you're talking to them, do you preach about sobriety or do you just kind of wait and let them know the door's open?
I let them know the door's open, yeah. Can't get anybody sober, unfortunately. Wish you could, but It doesn't work that way, you know. So yeah, here and there, I'll send them a little bit of money, you know. Not too much because, you know, you never want the guilt of somebody, you know, something happening to them from some money you sent them or something like that. But here and there, if somebody's sick, you know, I'll send them $10.
Do they say that conditions have improved there at all?
They said it's about the same from what I heard. It just moved. I heard Somerset's really bad.
So the city policy of cleaning up the area is not really working?
I guess I can't say directly because I haven't been down there since then, but since February. But from what I've seen on the videos and stuff, it looks pretty much the same as it did.
Was it ever lost on you living down there for so long that it's kind of like hell on earth?
No, I knew it right from the gate.
Like truly?
Yeah.
I've been a lot of places.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like the most evil capitalistic sensibilities of humans would be to sell the things to those people. The neglect from the city, the neglect of the environment, and just the state of being. It made me wonder, how do you maintain a positive worldview after exposure to so many human evils?
Because there's still good in the world. There's still good, and, you know, good and evil are a choice. Even if the world exists in that state, and some places are like that, you don't have to be if you don't want to. You know, even on the street, I tried to hold on to my humanity as much as I could. Sure, you know, I've hurt people, I've been hurt, I've been stolen from, you know, all the stuff that comes with it. But even through that, I tried to maintain some sense of character. I felt like that was really important to me because you see people get totally lost. Who they once were becomes totally gone. And I mean, that was true for me to a degree, but I always told myself, I'm not gonna let it turn me into a monster, you know?
Did you ever come close to that?
In some cases, sure. You know, like I've helped jump people before. You know, I've robbed people violently before. You know, I've been a part of that. I always justified it by, you know, I'm doing what I got to do to survive. But I mean, I was fully aware that it was morally wrong. Of course, to a degree, I felt guilty afterwards as much as I could, you know. You know, under the influence of drugs, it numbs a lot of that stuff. Honestly, that kind of thing comes out when you get clean. Like the emotions that you buried for so long. Like, I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've cried, like just sitting there thinking about stuff or writing, you know, like you become like emotionally sensitive after getting clean for a while. It's like your body's trying to rebalance. So, you know, all these different chemicals are flooding your brain. But yeah, as far as being a monster, I've been one before, you know. Like I said, one of the enemies that I made that, you know, I was talking about before was there was this one girl down there who would come to me to get hit, and she like stopped paying and was always an IOU, an IOU, an IOU. And then I hit her the one time and I saw that she had money, and I was like, "You gonna give me money or what?" And she's like, "Oh, I don't really have it right now." I'm like, "You have it in your hand right now, you know?" So I sent a girl on her to, you know, get the money. I'm like, you know, I'll give you a cut, go get it. And she did, and the girl ended up getting hurt. And then her boyfriend then came after me one time. So I was sleeping, and he like shook me awake. He's like, "Are you Bud?" I was like, "Yeah." He started trying to stomp me out while I was on the block. So I'm like, "Y'all just gonna stand there?" Because my people were around, you know what I mean? So they got him then. So he got pepper sprayed and beat up, you know, sent off the block. But then from that point, we had this, you know, I had an enemy. You know, whenever I would see them out, it was always like, is it gonna happen right now? You know what I mean? It's always like, and when I was in the hospital, that person threatened Britt, you know, and she was like, "Listen, I wasn't even there when that happened." You know, she's like, "I had nothing to do with that. Like, if you got a problem with him, have a problem with him, but I didn't do anything." So that ended up working out with her, I guess. You know, nothing ever happened to her, thankfully, from that. But yeah, just things like that, you know, parts of yourself that you never thought that you would do to someone else, you know, like just for some powder in a bag, you know, it's like really meaningless at the end of the day. But the harm that you cause isn't, you know, that stuff sticks with people. Like, I was jumped really badly down there once. They were gonna kill me. So I hit this girl and she walked off with some guy. She was like a fairly regular customer of mine. She was usually there with her boyfriend. This time she was there with someone else. A little while later, I walked around the block and she was passed out on the street. And she woke up and her stuff was gone. So she starts freaking out. And she's like, who was I with? So I told her, and this dude claimed not to have anything, whatever. So later that day, her boyfriend comes to get me, and he's like, oh, hey, she needs to get hit again. Can you come down to the house and do it? I'm like, yeah, sure. Let me finish up, whatever. So I go down to the house, and they're like, she's about to be here soon. He calls her, sets the phone up on the step, and he's like, can you see? I'm like, that's weird. She's like, yeah. As soon as she said yeah, they start beating the hell out of me, dude. 3 people. I was locked in this trap house. Like this scar on my head right here is from that. They broke a board over my head, picked up some kind of stick, smashed it over my head, blood started falling, they were beating me up. You think you're gonna rob me, da-da-da. I'm like, what are you talking about, bro? And then I remembered, I saw guns in that girl's purse when I hit her, and I told her, I was like, you gotta like get out of here with that. Like that's not a good look here, you know what I mean? Like bringing heat here. And then she ended up getting robbed for it, on top of a bottle of Xanax bars, 2 bundles of dope, like $200, and 2 pistols. So it was like $3,000 worth of stuff that he thought I robbed him for, right? Because I hit her. And I'm like, bro, I didn't take your stuff. And they ended up searching me, and they found a Xanax bar in my sock. That's when he told me, he's like, I knew you were lying. I'm like, what are you talking about, man? He's like, she had a bottle of Xanax, green Xanax, in her purse, and you have one on you. I know you took it. I'm like, I remembered the dude that paid me with that bar. He had a bottle of them. So I told him, I'm like, yeah, dude, like this is who did it. Like, yeah, don't snitch, whatever, you know what I mean? You don't roll over. Listen, that's to the cops, man. I didn't have anything to do with this come up. You know what I mean? I made nothing off of it. And they were threatening to kill me, you know, in this house. And on top of that, when they had found that, they had already sent a guy out to go get Britt and trick her into coming into the house because they thought maybe she had it on her. So Britt and I's lives are literally on the line. So I told him, and he's like, oh, well, he didn't really believe me still. And then Britt walks in the house, and she said the same thing that I did, which was, you saw me out there working on the street when you walked up. You know what I mean? I was literally there hitting people. If I stole all your stuff, you think I'm still gonna be hanging out right there? Like, what do you think, I'm stupid, bro? Like, no. Like, I know what that means. That's, you know what I mean? That's death. Somebody will kill you for that. They'll kill you for much less. So I guess that convinced him, because he ended up letting us go. He told me, though, he said, I'm gonna be watching you, and he's like, if I see anything, you know what I mean, that looks like you had something to do with it, he's like, I'm gonna kill you. He's like, I'm gonna kill you, but he said he's gonna kill Britt in front of me first. You know what I mean?
And there's really people like that down there.
Oh yeah, that happened, dude. And that's, you know, not the only case. You know, I've been jumped other times before for, you know, pettier stuff, but that was the worst one. I actually thought thought that was the end.
But there's a lot of straight murderers down there, huh?
Oh yeah, a lot. You walk by them every day, you know, down there. Those corner kids, they got guns, man. You know what I mean? They shoot. They're definitely shooters. Even when you went to go see those brothers, man, the Trank brothers, they had guns on them. They don't hesitate to use them.
Yeah, that was probably the most scared I've ever been in my fucking life.
Yeah, I bet.
Just because it was like, I mean, those guys were really making Trank in there.
Yeah.
It wasn't a situation where they'd ever done an interview before. I don't know why they agreed to it. But, you know, what I've learned is even people who are doing the most, like, objectively evil, you know, selfish thing, they still want to be documented.
Right.
People have this, like, it's like a super ego thing where it's like they just think they see the importance of it. And so they can look at it from an outside perspective.
Yeah, dude. When I saw the video later, I had actually almost even forgotten that I did it. And a bunch of people started coming up to me, and they were like, did you see the video you're in, da-da-da? And I was like, no, what are you talking about? Because you can't keep a phone in Kensington. It gets stolen all the time.
Yeah.
And I watched it. I was like, oh, shit. Then I saw you go into the brother's house, and I was like, oh, man. Like, you got some balls, dude, because that could have gone south for probably your camera guy, too. They would kill you in a heartbeat and not feel bad about it. There were some guys that I dealt with on Weymouth Street that were of the same caliber, you know. Weymouth Street is a cold-blooded street, very, very cold-blooded. Spanish guys, no papers, you know what I mean? Just totally anonymous down there selling drugs, and lots of them. The owner of Weymouth, from what I understand, lives in Hawaii, you know. And
So he's an absentee landlord.
yeah.
You ever seen that rapper Skrilla before?
I've seen him before. I don't know him, I never met him, but he would do music videos down there sometimes. I was in a music video from a guy named Slater. He did a music video called Zombies, and I was in that too.
I fell in love with the Fetty, fumando un baco en Fede. Me quieren setear por las redes, te puedes morir si te atreves.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that characterization of the people down there as zombies?
If you're looking at it without an opinion, it's accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember I saw the videos before and I was like, man, that's so fucked up calling people zombies. And I got there and I was like, oh shit.
They're zombies.
Totally. It's a dehumanizing way to describe somebody.
Right.
But I mean, it's extremely accurate, specifically because of the effects of Trank when you miss.
Yeah. Dude, Trank is vicious. I mean, my hands are all scarred up. I got scars on every part of my body. Just like crazy. Let me see if I can show you one real quick, dude. My legs were huge open sores. Well, you saw them, I think, actually. Yeah, you saw them. So
they were already inflamed.
Yeah.
Ballooning up a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm sure not to the extent of when you had frostbite.
Right.
But they look like they were infected with some kind of mild sepsis.
Yeah.
Or maybe if not sepsis, I think what's the word? Necrotizing fasciitis.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
So the Trank eats your skin away. It's extremely caustic in itself. On top of that, it's a vasodilator, so less blood gets to the area. So you get infected or you get a scratch, it can't heal, it gets infected, and then it grows. And because you keep doing the drug, and often you keep going in the same place because it's the only vein you have, it just compounds over and over and over again. To the point, I mean, I've seen people's bones in their arm, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen people's leg bones, foot bones, you know, just walking around like that. A friend of mine told me she was actually hanging out with somebody on the block one time, and he was sitting there with his arm like this, and I guess he leaned on it, and his arm bone snapped while sitting there. You know what was funny? When I watched the documentary back, you mentioned self-amputation, right? And I was like, that's ridiculous. I'm like, why would he even say that? And then I thought about it, dude, and I was like, no, that happens. So like, there's something called hot veins, right? And that's if you inject somebody in an artery. If it happens above your neck, you almost immediately go into a seizure.
Yeah.
If it happens below your neck, like in a limb, particularly your wrist or hand, it'll cause a blood clot instantaneously. So I did that to somebody once. I hit him in his wrist. I said, I don't know, dude, it looks hot. He was sick and he had to go to work at a block, so he had to be there. And I hit him in his wrist just a little bit, and he's like, no, it's hot. And he stopped, and instantly his fingers started turning purple. It was on his right hand. His pinky and ring started to turn purple, then deep purple, and then he had to go. And I told him, I'm like, bro, you need to go to the hospital. Like, fuck work, bro. You're gonna lose your hand if you don't do something about this now. I was like, you need to go to the hospital, tell them you had an arterial injection, and get it treated with IV blood thinners. Or like, they got to break up that clot, dude, you know. And he didn't go. And his fingers eventually grew black, dried out, and died. And he had to get those amputated in the hospital. But as far as self-amputation, I've seen the same thing happen where somebody doesn't go to the hospital and the limb just eventually dries up and falls off itself.
Yeah.
You know?
To clarify, I never saw any self-amputation, but Roz, the harm reduction worker, she said that some people who can't get to the hospital and ends up turning black and they just cut it off themselves.
Yeah, no, I could absolutely see that because, I mean, like I said, I have seen it, you know, with like fingers particularly.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And it wouldn't surprise me that somebody else has seen like entire limbs come off because it's real. Those infections get so bad and eventually like it just kills everything. I've seen people shoot into exposed veins, like so their skin was eaten away, they could see their vein and hit in that vein.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing, man? Ugh. Maggots, bro. I've seen maggots
in people's skin.
Yeah, I've had maggots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't want to have those.
No, dude. No, it's not a good look, man. Maggots are psychologically awful.
That's the worst part.
Awful.
I'm sure that they probably are chemically and biologically aren't that harmful.
They're good for you chemically and biologically.
But they're the grossest thing. They're grosser than roaches, in my opinion.
Yeah, dude. They eat rotten flesh.
They're white, right?
Yeah, they're white little crawling worms, dude.
Yeah.
Man, I had them in my leg, my wound on my left leg that I had, and I felt them before I knew they were there. And I'm like, that's not what it is, you know?
Yeah, you're like, this couldn't be me.
Right.
It's got to be other people.
Right. Trying to lie to myself. And then it just kept going, because they start small and get bigger, you know? And eventually, like, I knew what it was. And I lifted up my leg, and they were in my fucking leg.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, this last run I was on was 6.5 years. It's the longest I've ever used drugs consecutively, aside from starting to smoke weed when I was 14.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you started smoking weed for fun.
Yeah.
That's what I was getting at earlier. You started smoking weed because smoking weed is objectively fun when you're 14.
Right.
It's about as much fun as you can possibly have as a 14-year-old.
Pretty much.
And
But what is a woman? Can a man become a woman?
Women only know what women are.
It's a constellation.
Are you a cat?
No.
Your sperm don't make you male.
I am a wolfarian and a member of the furry fandom.
Whose truth are we talking about?
Are you able to communicate with the wolf?
Hi guys, welcome back to a new video. In today's video, I want to talk about Legion Remix, and in particular, I want to talk about Endgame and Hi guys, welcome back to a new video. In today's video, I want to talk about Legion Remix, and in particular, I want to talk about Endgame and what will happen once you reach the limit of 999 on your artifact weapon. So, I'm sure that for many of you, you're wondering what is the actual endgame of Legion Remix, other than, of course, farming the different rewards and doing the different activities. And in my opinion, I would say that reaching the limit of the limits unbound on your artifact weapon, which is 999, is probably the real challenge, because again, this is the maximum limit and this is what will make your character the most powerful possible. So now I just want to talk about what exactly will happen once you reach this limit. So first of all, remember that you're gaining 1% of versatility each time you get one of these different limits unbound unlocked. So it means that by reaching 999, you will have 999 versatility, which is quite crazy, because with that, it means basically that you will be absolutely invincible. First, you will increase your damage by 999%. And also you will decrease the damage you receive by 500%. So this is basically almost impossible after that for you to die, or it will be very, very challenging for you to die, even if you do some Mythic Plus with a keystone of like 100 or something like that. So that's really, I would say, the main thing you will be able to get when you reach this insane limit.
Prime me Ralph
because
or Z
again,
Caparos
the whole
FB
point
Spiral.
of Legion Remix is to become as powerful as possible, and especially try and become invincible. And with this, normally that will be the case. So if you've always wanted to achieve that, you just need to reach 999 limits unbound, which is gonna take a little bit of time. But again, we have more than 2 more months of Legion Remix coming up, so maybe a few of you will manage to reach this limit.